Prologue. Up until 6 minutes to sign off, it had been a routine shift. It's a steamy night in the hill country. Thank you for spending your time with me here on 101.3. I've enjoyed your company tonight, as I do each weeknight. This is your host for Classic Love Songs, Paris Gibson. I'm going to leave you tonight with a trio of my favorites. I hope you're listening to them with someone you love. Hold each other close. She depressed the button on the control board to turn off her microphone. The series of songs would play uninterrupted right up to 1:59:30. During the last 30 seconds of her program, she would thank her listening audience again, say goodnight, and sign off. While Yesterday played, she closed her eyes and rolled her head around her tense shoulders. Compared to an 8 or 9 hour workday, a 4-hour radio show would seem like a snap. It wasn't. By sign-off, she was physically tired. She worked the board alone, introducing the song she had selected and logged in before the show. Audience requests necessitated adjustments to the log and careful attention to the countdown clock. She also manned the incoming telephone lines herself. The mechanics of the job were second nature, but not her delivery. She never allowed it to get routine or sloppy. Paris Gibson, the person, had worked diligently, with voice coaches and alone, to perfect the Paris Gibson sound, for which she was well known. She worked harder than even she realized to maintain that perfected inflection and pitch, because after 240 minutes on air, her neck and shoulder muscles burned with fatigue. That muscle burn was evidence of how well she had performed. Midway through the Beatles classic, one of the telephone lines blinked red, indicating an incoming call. She was tempted not to answer, but officially, there were almost 6 minutes left to her program, and she promised listeners that she would take calls until 2 a.m. It was too late to put this caller on the air, but she should at least acknowledge the call. She depressed the blinking button. This is Paris. Hello, Paris. This is Valentino. She knew him by name. He called periodically, and his unusual name was easily remembered. His speaking voice was distinctive, too, barely above a whisper, which was probably either for effect or disguise. She spoke into the microphone suspended above the board, which served as her telephone handset when not being used to broadcast. That kept her hands free to go about her business even while talking to a caller. How are you tonight, Valentino? Not good. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, you will be. The Beatles gave way to Anne Murray's Broken-Hearted Me. Paris glanced up at the log monitor and automatically registered that the second of the last 3 songs had begun. She wasn't sure she'd heard Valentino correctly. I beg your pardon? You will be sorry, he said. The dramatic overtone was typical of Valentino. Whenever he called, he was either very high or very low, rarely on an emotional level somewhere in between. She never knew what to expect from him, and for that reason he was an interesting caller. But tonight he sounded sinister, and that was a first. I don't understand what you mean. I've done everything you advised me to do, Paris. I advised you? When? Every time I've called. You always say, not just to me, but to everybody who calls, that we should respect the people we love. That's right, I think. Well, respect gets you nowhere, and I don't care what you think anymore. She wasn't a psychologist or a licensed counselor, only a radio personality. Beyond that, she had no credentials. Nevertheless, she took her role as late-night friend seriously. When a listener had no one else to talk to, she was an anonymous sounding board. Her audience knew her only by voice, but they trusted her. She served as their confidant, advisor, and confessor. They shared their joys, aired their grievances, and sometimes bared their souls. The calls she considered broadcast-worthy evoked sympathy from other listeners, prompted congratulations, and sometimes created heated controversy. Frequently, a caller simply needed to vent. She acted as a buffer. She was a convenient outlet for someone mad at the world. Seldom was she the target of the caller's anger, but obviously this was one of those times, and it was unsettling. If Valentino was on the brink of an emotional breakdown, she couldn't heal what had led him to it, but she might be able to talk him a safe distance away from the edge and then urge him to seek professional help. "Let's talk about this, Valentino. What's on your mind?"
"I respect girls. When I'm in a relationship, I place the girl on a pedestal and treat her like a princess. But that's never enough. Girls are never faithful. Every single one of them screws around on me. Then when she leaves me, I call you and you say that it wasn't my fault.
Valentino,
You tell me that I did nothing wrong, that I'm not to blame for her leaving, and you know what? You're absolutely right. I'm not to blame, Paris. You are. This time, it's your fault."
Paris glanced over her shoulder toward the soundproof door of the studio. It was closed, of course. The hallway beyond the wall of windows had never looked so dark, although the building was always dark during her after-hours program. She wished Stan would happen by. Even Marvin would be a welcome sight. She wished for anyone to hear this call and help her get a read on it. She considered disconnecting. No one knew where she lived or even what she looked like. It was stipulated in her contract with the radio station. She didn't make personal appearances, nor was her likeness to appear in any promotional venues, including but not limited to all and any print advertising, television commercials, and billboards. Paris Gibson was a name and voice only, not a face. But, in good conscience, she couldn't hang up on this man. If he had taken to heart something she'd said on air and things hadn't turned out well, his anger was understandable. On the other hand, if a more rational person disagreed with something she had said, he simply would have blown it off. Valentino had vested in her more influence over his life than she deserved or desired. "Explain how it's my fault, Valentino."
"You told her to break up with me."
"I never—"
"I heard you. She called you the night before last. I was listening to your program. She didn't give her name, but I recognized her voice. She told you our story. Then she said that I had become jealous and possessive. You told her that if she felt our relationship was constricting, she should do something about it. In other words, you advised her to dump me."
He paused before adding,
"And I'm going to make you sorry you gave her that advice."
Paris's mind was skittering. In all her years on the air, she'd never encountered anything like this. "Valentino, let's remain calm and discuss this. All right?"
"I'm calm, Paris. Very calm. And there's nothing to discuss. I've got her where no one will find her. She can't escape me."
With that statement, sinister turned downright scary. Surely he didn't mean literally what he just said. But before she could speak her thought aloud, he added,
"She's going to die in 3 days, Paris. I'm going to kill her, and her death will be on your conscience."
The last song in the series was playing. The clock on the computer monitor was ticking toward sign-off. She cut a quick glance at the Vox Pro to make certain that an electronic gremlin hadn't caused it to malfunction, but no. The sophisticated machine was working as it should. The call was being recorded. She wet her lips and took a nervous breath. "Valentino, this isn't funny."
"It isn't supposed to be."
"I know you don't actually intend."
"I intend to do exactly what I said. I've earned at least 72 hours with her, don't you think? As nice as I've been to her, isn't 3 days of her time and attention the least I deserve?"
"Valentino, please, listen."
"I'm over listening to you. You're full of shit. You give rotten advice. I treat a girl with respect, then she goes out and spreads her legs for other men, and you tell her to dump me like I'm the one who ruined the relationship, like I'm the one who cheated. Fair's fair. I'm gonna fuck her till she bleeds. Then I'm gonna kill her. 72 hours from now, Paris. Have a nice night."
Chapter 1. Dean Malloy eased himself off the bed. Groping in darkness, he located his underwear on the floor and took it with him into the bathroom. As quietly as he could, he closed the door before switching on the light. Liz woke up anyway. "Dean?" He braced his arms on the edge of the basin and looked at his reflection in the mirror. "Be right out." His image gazed back at him, whether with despair or disgust he couldn't quite tell. Reproach, at the very least. He continued staring at himself for another few seconds before turning on the faucet and splashing cold water over his face. He used the toilet, pulled on his boxers, and opened the door. Liz had turned on the nightstand lamp and was propped up on one elbow. Her pale hair was tangled. There was a smudge of mascara beneath her eye, but somehow she made Deshabille look fetching. "Are you going to shower?" He shook his head. "Not now." "I'll wash your back." "Thanks, but your front?" He shot her a smile. "I'll take a rain check." His trousers were draped over the armchair. When he reached for them, Liz flopped back against the heaped pillows. "You're leaving?" "Much as I'd like to stay, Liz. You haven't spent a full night in weeks." "I don't like it any better than you do, but for the time being, that's the way it's got to be." "Good grief, Dean, he's 16. "Right, 16. If he were a baby, I'd know where he was at all times. I'd know what he was doing and who he was with. But Gavin is 16 and licensed to drive. For a parent, that's a 24-hour living nightmare. He probably won't even be there when you get home." "He'd better be there," he muttered as he tucked in his shirt tail. "He broke curfew last night, so I grounded him this morning. Restricted him to the house." "For how long?" "Until he cleans up his act." "What if he doesn't?" "Stay in the house?" "Clean up his act." That was a much weightier question. It required a more complicated answer, which he didn't have time for tonight. He pushed his feet into his shoes, then sat down on the edge of the bed and reached for her hand. "It's unfair that Gavin's behavior is dictating your future." "Our future." "Our future," he corrected softly. "It's unfair as hell. Because of him, our plans have been put on indefinite hold, and that stinks." She kissed the back of his hand as she looked up at him through her lashes. "I can't even persuade you to spend the night with me, and here I was hoping that by Christmas we'd be married." "It could happen. The situation could improve sooner than we think." She didn't share his optimism, and her frown said as much. "I've been patient, Dean, haven't I?" "You have. In the 2 years we've been together, I think I've been more than accommodating. I relocated here without a quibble, and even though it would have made more sense for us to live together, I agreed to lease this place." She had a selective and incorrect memory. Their living together had never been an option. He wouldn't even have considered it as long as Gavin was living with him. Nor had there been any reason to quibble over her relocation to Austin. He had never suggested that she should. In fact, he would have preferred for her to remain in Houston. Independently, Liz had made the decision to relocate when he did. When she sprang the surprise on him, he had to fake his happiness and conceal a vague irritation. She had imposed herself on him when the last thing he needed was an additional imposition. But rather than opening a giant can of worms for discussion now, he conceded that she had been exceptionally patient with him and his present circumstances. "I'm well aware of how much my situation has changed since we started dating. You didn't sign on to become involved with the single parent of a teenager. You've been more patient than I had any right to expect." "Thank you," she said, mollified. "But my body doesn't know patience, Dean. Each month that passes means one less egg in the basket." He smiled at the gentle reminder of her biological clock. "I acknowledge the sacrifices you've made for me, and continue to make. I'm willing to make more." She stroked his cheek. "Because, Dean Malloy, the hell of it is, you're worth those sacrifices." He knew she meant it, but her sincerity did nothing to elevate his mood and instead only increased his despondency. "Be patient a little longer, Liz, please. Gavin is being impossible, but there are reasons for his bad behavior. Give it a little more time. Hopefully we'll soon find a comfort zone the three of us can live within." She made a face. "Comfort zone? Keep using phrases like that, and next thing you know, you'll have your own daytime TV talk show." He grinned, glad they could conclude the serious conversation on a lighter note. "Still headed to Chicago tomorrow?" "For 3 days. Closed-door meetings with folk from Copenhagen. All male, robust, blonde Viking types. Jealous? Pea green. Will you miss me? What do you think? How about I leave you with something to remember me by?" She pushed the sheet away. Naked and all but purring, lying on the rumpled bedding on which they'd already made love, Elizabeth Douglas looked more like a pampered courtesan than a vice president of marketing for an international luxury hotel chain. Her figure was voluptuous, and she actually liked it. Unlike most of her contemporaries, she didn't obsess over every calorie. She considered it a workout when she had to carry her own luggage, and she never denied herself dessert. On her, the curves looked good. Actually, they looked damn great. "Tempting," he sighed. "Very. But a kiss will have to do." She kissed him deeply, sucking his tongue into her mouth in a manner that probably would have made the Viking type snarl with envy. He was the one to end the kiss. "I've really got to go, Liz," he whispered against her lips before pulling back. "Have a safe trip." She pulled up the sheet to cover her nudity and pasted on a smile to cover her disappointment. "I'll call you when I get there." "You better." He left, trying to make it look as if he wasn't fleeing. The air outside settled over him like a damp blanket. It even seemed to have the texture of wet wool when he inhaled it. His shirt was sticking to his back by the time he'd made the short walk to his car. He started the motor and set the air conditioner on high. The radio came on automatically. Elvis's "Are You Lonesome Tonight?" At this hour there was virtually no traffic on the streets. Dean slowed for a yellow light and came to a full stop as the song ended. "It's a steamy night in the hill country. Thank you for spending your time with me here on 101.3. The smoky female voice reverberated through the interior of the car. The sound waves pressed against his chest and belly. Her voice was perfectly modulated by 8 speakers that had been strategically placed by German engineers. The superior sound environment made her seem closer than if she'd been sitting in the passenger seat beside him. "I'm going to leave you tonight with a trio of my favorites. I hope you're listening to them with someone you love. Hold each other close." Dean gripped the steering wheel and rested his forehead on the back of his hands while the Fab Four yearned for yesterday. As soon as Judge Baird Kemp retrieved his car from the Four Seasons Hotel parking valet and got in, he wrestled loose his necktie and shrugged off his jacket. "God, I'm glad that's over." "You're the one who insisted we attend." Marion Kemp slipped off her Bruno Mali slingbacks and pulled off the diamond clip earrings, wincing as blood circulation was painfully restored to her numb earlobes. "But did you have to include us in the after-party?" "Well, it looked good for us to be among the last to leave. Very influential people were in that group." Being a typical awards dinner, the event had run insufferably long. Following it, a cocktail party had been held in a hospitality suite, and the judge never passed up an opportunity to campaign for his re-election, even informally. For the remainder of their drive home, the Kemps discussed others who had been in attendance, or, as the judge derisively referred to them, the good, the bad, and the ugly. When they arrived home, he headed for his den, where Marion saw to it that the bar was kept well stocked with his favorite brands. "I'm going to have a nightcap. Should I pour too?" "No, thank you, dear. I'm going up." "Cool the bedroom down. This heat is unbearable." Marion climbed the curved staircase that had recently been featured in a home design magazine. For the photo, she'd worn a designer ball gown and her canary diamond necklace. The portrait had turned out quite well, if she did say so herself. The judge had been pleased with the accompanying article, which had praised her for making their home into the showplace it was. The upstairs hallway was dark, but she was relieved to see light beneath the door of Janie's room. Even though it was summer vacation, the judge had imposed a curfew on their 17-year-old. Last night she had flouted the curfew and hadn't come in until almost dawn. It was obvious that she'd been drinking, and unless Marion was mistaken, the stench that clung to her clothing was that of marijuana. Worse, she'd driven herself home in that condition. "I've bailed you out for the last time," the judge had bellowed. "If you get another DWI, you are on your own, young lady. I won't pull a single string. I'll let it go straight on your record." Janie had replied with a bored, "So fucking what?" The scene had grown so loud and vituperative that Marion feared the neighbors might overhear despite the acre of manicured greenbelt between their property and the next. The quarrel had ended with Janie stomping into her room and slamming the door, then locking it behind her. She hadn't spoken to either of them all day. But apparently the judge's most recent threat had made an impression. Janie was at home, and by her standards, it was early. Marion paused outside Janie's door and raised her fist about to knock. But through the door she could hear the voice of that woman DJ Janie listened to when she was in one of her mellow moods. She was a welcome change from the obnoxious DJs on the acid rock and rap stations. Janie tended to throw a tantrum whenever she felt her privacy was being violated. Her mother was disinclined to disturb this tenuous peace, so without knocking, she lowered her hand and continued down the hallway to the master suite. Toni Armstrong awoke with a start. She lay unmoving, listening for a noise that might have awakened her. Had one of the children called out for her? Was Brad snoring? No, the house was silent except for the low whir of the air conditioning vents in the ceiling. A sound hadn't awakened her, not even the soughing of her husband's breath, because the pillow beside hers was undisturbed. Toni got up and pulled on a lightweight robe. She glanced at the clock, 1:42 a.m., and Brad still hadn't come home. Before going downstairs, she checked the children's rooms. Although the girls got tucked into their separate beds each night, they invariably wound up sleeping together in one. Only 16 months apart, they were often mistaken for twins. They looked virtually identical now, their sturdy little bodies curled up together, tousled heads sharing the pillow. Toni pulled a sheet up over them, then took a moment to admire their innocent beauty before tiptoeing from the room. Toy spaceships and action figures littered the floor of her son's bedroom. She carefully avoided stepping on them as she made her way to the bed. He slept on his stomach, legs splayed, one arm hanging down the side of the bed. She took the opportunity to stroke his cheek. He'd reached the age where her demonstrations of affection made him grimace and squirm away. As the firstborn, he thought he had to act the little man. But thinking of him becoming a man filled her with a desperation that was close to panic. As she descended the staircase, several of the treads creaked, but Toni liked a house with the quirks and imperfections that gave it character. They had been lucky to acquire this house. It was in a good neighborhood with an elementary school nearby. The price had been reduced by owners anxious to sell. Parts of it had needed attention, but she had volunteered to make most of the repairs herself in order to fit the purchase into their budget. Working on the house had kept her busy while Brad was getting settled into his new practice. She'd taken the time and effort to do necessary repairs before finishing with the cosmetic work. Her patience and diligence had paid off. The house wasn't only prettier in appearance, but sound from the inside out. Its flaws hadn't been glossed over with a fresh coat of paint without first being fixed. Unfortunately, not everything was as easily fixable as houses. As she had feared, all the rooms downstairs were dark and empty. In the kitchen, she turned on the radio to ward off the ominous pressure of the silence. She poured herself a glass of milk that she didn't want and forced herself to sip it calmly. Maybe she was doing her husband a disservice. He might very well be attending a seminar on taxes and financial planning. He had announced over dinner that he would be out for most of the evening. "Remember, hon?" he'd said when she expressed her surprise. "I told you about it earlier this week." "No, you didn't." "I'm sorry, I thought I did. I intended to. Pass the potato salad, please. It's great, by the way. What's that spice?" "Dill." "This is the first I've heard of a seminar tonight, Brad." "Well, the partners recommended it. What they learned at the last one saved them a bundle in taxes." "Then maybe I should go too. I could stand to learn more about all that." "Good idea. We'll watch for the next one. You're required to enroll in advance." He had told her the time and location of the seminar, told her not to wait up for him because there was an informal discussion session following the formal presentation and he didn't know how long it would last. He had kissed her and the kids before he left. He walked to his car with a gait that was awfully jaunty for someone going to a seminar on taxes and financial planning. Tony finished her glass of milk. She called her husband's cell phone for the third time and, as with the previous 2 calls, got his voicemail. She didn't leave a message. She thought about calling the auditorium where the seminar had taken place, but that would be a waste of time. No one would be there at this hour. After seeing Brad off tonight, she had cleaned up the dinner dishes and given the children their baths. Once they were in bed, she had tried to go into Brad's den, but discovered that the door to it was locked. To her shame, she'd torn through the house like a woman crazed, looking for a hairpin, a nail file, something with which she could pick the lock. She had resorted to a screwdriver, probably damaging the lock irreparably, but not caring. To her chagrin, there had been nothing in the room to validate her frenzy or her suspicion. A newspaper ad for the seminar was lying on his desk. He'd made a notation about the seminar on his personal calendar. Obviously, he had been planning to attend. But he was also very good at creating plausible smokescreens. She had sat down at the desk and stared into his blank computer screen. She even fingered the power button on the tower, tempted to turn it on and engage in some exploration that only thieves, spies, and suspicious wives would engage in. She hadn't touched this computer since he had bought one exclusively for her. When she saw the labeled boxes he'd carried in and placed on the kitchen table, she had exclaimed, "You bought another computer? It's time you had your own. Merry Christmas." "This is June. So I'm early. Or late." He shrugged in his disarming way. "Now that you have your own, when you want to exchange email with your folks or do some internet shopping or whatever, you won't have to work around me. I use your computer during the day when you're at the clinic. That's my point. Now you can go online anytime." And so can you. Apparently he had read her thoughts because he'd said, "It's not what you're thinking, Tony." Here he had propped his hands on his hips, looking defensive. "I was browsing in the computer store this morning. I saw this bright pink number that's small, compact, and can do just about everything, and I think, feminine and efficient, just like my darling wife. So I bought it for you on impulse. I thought you'd be pleased." Obviously, I was wrong. "I am pleased," she said, instantly contrite. "It was a very thoughtful gesture, Brad. Thank you." She looked askance at the boxes. "Did you say pink?" Then they'd laughed. He'd enfolded her in a bear hug. He'd smelled like sunshine, soap, and wholesomeness. His body had felt comfortable, familiar, and good against hers. Her fears had been assuaged. But only temporarily. Recently they had resurfaced. She hadn't booted up his computer tonight. She'd been too afraid of what she might find. If a password had been required for access, her suspicions would have been confirmed, and she hadn't wanted that. God, no, she hadn't. So she had done her best to restore the busted doorknob, then had gone to bed and eventually to sleep, in the hope that Brad would awaken her soon, brimming with knowledge about financial stratagems for families in their income bracket. It had been a desperate hope. "I've certainly enjoyed your company tonight," the sexy voice on the radio was saying. "This is your host for Classic Love Songs, Paris Gibson." No seminar lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning. No therapy group meeting lasted until the wee hours either. That had been Brad's excuse last week when he had stayed out most of the night. His explanation had been that one of the men in his group was having a difficult time coping. After the meeting, he asked me to go get a beer with him, said he needed an understanding shoulder to cry on. This dude has a real problem, Tony. Whew. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff he told me. I'm talking sick. Anyhow, I knew you would understand. You know what it's like. She knew all too well. The lying, the denials, the time unaccounted for, locked doors. She knew what it was like, all right. It was like this. Chapter 2. This was creeping her out, like really creeping her out. He'd been gone for a while now, and she didn't know when he would be coming back. She didn't like this scene and wanted to leave. But her hands were tied, literally, and so were her feet. The worst of it, though, was the metallic-tasting tape he had secured over her mouth. 4, maybe 5 times in the past several weeks, she had come here with him. On those occasions, they had left drained of energy and feeling mighty good. The expression "screwed their brains out" sprang to mind. But he had never suggested bondage or anything kinky. Well, nothing too kinky. This was a first, and frankly, she could do without it. One of the things that had first attracted her to him was that he seemed sophisticated. He had been a definite standout in the migratory crowd comprised mostly of high school and college students looking for drink, dope, and casual sex. Sure, now and then you had your pathetic old geezer lurking in the bushes wagging his weenie at anybody unfortunate enough to glance his way. But this guy was nothing like that. He was way cool. Apparently, he had thought she was a standout too. She and her friend Melissa had become aware of him watching them with single-minded interest. He might be a cop, Melissa speculated. You know, working undercover. Melissa had been on a real downer that night because she had to leave for Europe the following day with her parents, and she couldn't imagine anything more miserable. She was trying like hell to get glassy-eyed stoned, but nothing had taken effect yet. Her outlook on everything had been sour. A cop driving that car? I don't think so. Besides, his shoes are too good to be a cop's. It wasn't merely that he had looked at her. Guys always looked at her. It was the manner in which he had looked at her that had been such a major turn-on. He'd been leaning against the hood of his car, ankles crossed, arms casually folded over his midriff, perfectly still and, despite his intensity, seemingly relaxed. He didn't gawk at her chest or legs, consistently the objects of gawking, but looked straight into her eyes, like he knew her instantly. Not just recognized her or knew her by name, but knew her, knew everything there was to know about her that was important. Do you think he's cute? I guess, Melissa replied, self-pity making her indifferent. Well, I think he is. She drained her rum and coke, sucking it through the straw in the provocative way she had perfected by practicing for hours in front of her mirror. Its suggestiveness drove guys crazy, and she knew it, and that's why she did it. I'm going for it. She reached behind her to set the empty plastic cup on the picnic table where she and Melissa had been sitting, then came off it with the sinuous grace of a snake sliding off a rock. She shook back her hair and gave the hem of her tank top a tug while drawing a deep, chest-expanding breath. Like an Olympic athlete, she went through a preparatory routine before each big event. So it had been she who made the first move. Leaving Melissa, she had sauntered toward him. When she reached the car, she moved in beside him and leaned back against the hood as he was doing. You have a bad habit. Turning only his head, he smiled down at her. Only one? That I know of. His grin widened. Then you need to get to know me better. With no more invitation than that, because after all, that was the reason they were there, he took her arm and ushered her around the passenger side of his car. In spite of the heat, his hand was cool and dry. He politely opened the door and helped her into the leather-upholstered seat. As they drove away, she shot Melissa a triumphant grin, but Melissa was rummaging through her pouch of mood enhancers and didn't see. He drove carefully with both hands on the wheel, eyes on the road. He wasn't gaping at her, and he wasn't groping, and that was certainly a switch. Ordinarily, the minute she got into a guy's car, he'd start grabbing at her, like he couldn't believe his good fortune, like she might vaporize if he didn't touch her, or change her mind if he didn't hurry up and get on with it. But this guy seemed a bit detached, and she thought that was kind of cool. He was mature and confident. He didn't need to gape and grope to assure himself that he was about to get laid. She asked his name. Stopping for a traffic light, he turned to look at her. "Is it important?" She raised her shoulders in an exaggerated shrug, the rehearsed one, the one that pushed her breasts up and squeezed them together better than any Wonder Bra could have. "I guess not." He left his eyes on her breast for several seconds. Then the light changed and he went back to driving. "What's my bad habit?" "You stare." He laughed. "If you consider that a bad habit, then you really need to get to know me better." She had placed her hand on his thigh and in her sultriest voice said, "I look forward to it." His place was a major letdown. It was an efficiency apartment in a guest hotel. A tacky red banner strung across the front of the two-story building advertised special monthly rates. It was in a seedy neighborhood that didn't live up to his car or clothes. Noticing her disappointment, he'd said, "It's a dump, but it's all I could find when I first moved here. I'm looking for something else." Then he added quietly, "I'll understand if you want me to take you back." No. She wasn't about to let him think she was a stupid, prissy high school girl with no spirit of adventure. Shabby chic is in. The apartment's main room served as both living area and bedroom. The galley kitchen was barely shoulder width. The bathroom was even smaller than that. In the main room was a bed and nightstand, a 4-drawer bureau, an easy chair with a floor lamp beside it, and a folding table long enough to accommodate an elaborate computer setup. The furnishings were garage sale quality, but everything was neat. She went over to the table. The computer was already booted up. With only a few clicks of the mouse, she found what she anticipated finding. She smiled at him over her shoulder and said, "So you weren't out there tonight by accident?" "I was out there tonight looking for you." "Specifically?" He nodded. She liked that. A lot. The Formica bar separating the kitchen from the living area was used as shelving for photographic equipment. He had a 35mm camera, several lenses, and various attachments including a portable tripod. It all looked intricate and expensive, out of place in the crummy apartment. She picked up the camera and looked at him through the viewfinder. "Are you a professional?" "It's only a hobby. Would you like something to drink?" "Sure." He went into the kitchen and returned with 2 glasses of red wine. Cool. Wine showed that he had refined tastes and class. It didn't jibe with the apartment either, but she figured that his explanation for it was a lie. This probably wasn't his main residence, only his playground, away from the wife. Sipping her wine, she glanced around. "So where are your pictures?" "I don't display them." "How come?" "They're from my private collection." "Private collection?" Grinning at him slyly, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "I like the sound of that. Show me." "I don't think I should." "Why not?" "They're artistic." He was looking at her in that straightforward way again, as though measuring her reaction. His stare caused her toes to tingle, her pulse to race, and that hadn't happened in a long time in the company of a guy. It was usually she who created tingles and racing hearts. It was rare and wonderful to be the one unsure of exactly what was about to take place. Exciting as shit. Boldly, she declared, "I want to see your private collection." He hesitated for several seconds, then knelt down beside the bed and pulled a box from beneath it, He removed the top and took out a standard photo album bound in faux black leather. As he came to his feet, he hugged it close to his chest. "How old are you?" The question was an affront because she prided herself on looking much older than she was. She hadn't been courted in years, but a glimpse of the butterfly tattoo on her right breast usually made a bouncer too stupid to ask for an ID. "What the hell difference does it make how old I am? I want to see the pictures. And anyway, I'm 22. Clearly he didn't believe her. He even tried unsuccessfully to hide his smile. Nevertheless, he set the album on the table and stepped away from it. Trying to appear nonchalant, she walked over to it and flipped open the cover. The first photo was graphic and startling. From the angle at which the close-up had been taken, she assumed, correctly, she discovered later, that it was a self-portrait. "Are you offended?" he asked. "Of course not. Do you think I've never seen one erect?" Her response wasn't nearly as blasé as she made it sound. She wondered if he could hear her pounding heart. She turned the page to the next shot and then to the next, until she had gone through the entire album. She studied each photograph, pretending to be as analytical as an art critic. Some were in color, some in black and white, but all except the first one were of naked young women provocatively posed. Anyone else might have considered them obscene, but she was too sophisticated to get uptight over exposed genitalia. But by no stretch were they artistic studies of nudes. They were nasty pictures. "Do you like them?" He was standing so close behind her now she could feel his breath in her hair. "They're okay." Reaching around her, he flipped back through several of the pages until he came to a particular shot. "This one's my favorite." She didn't see anything that made this girl so special. Her nipples looked like mosquito bites against a flat, bony chest. You could count every rib, and her hair had split ends. She had zits on her shoulders. A veil obscured her face, probably for good reason. She closed the album, then turned to him and gave him her most seductive smile. Slowly she pulled her tank top over her head and dropped it to the floor. "You mean it's been your favorite up till now?" He caught his breath, then released it on a staggering exhalation. Moving slowly, he took her hand and placed it beneath her breast so that she was cupping it in her palm as though offering it to him. He gave her the sweetest, tenderest smile she'd ever seen. "You're perfect. I knew you would be." Her ego soared. "We're wasting time." She unzipped her shorts and was about to remove them when he stopped her. "No, leave them there, low on your hips, just like that." Quickly he reached for his camera. Apparently it was loaded with film and ready to fire because he put his eye to the viewfinder. "This is going to be great." He moved her closer to the floor lamp near the easy chair and adjusted the dingy shade, then backed away and looked through the camera again. "Lower the shorts just a little more. There, right there." He clicked off several shots in rapid succession. "Oh, lady, you're killing me." He lowered the camera and looked at her with pure delight. "You're a natural. You must have done this before." "I've never posed professionally." "Amazing," he said. "Now go sit on the edge of the bed." He knelt on the floor in front of her and positioned her the way he wanted her, legs, hands, head. Before he picked up the camera again, he kissed her inner thigh, sucking her skin against his teeth and leaving a mark. For another hour, the picture-taking continued along with the foreplay. By the time they actually did it, she was past ready. Afterward, he refilled the wine glasses and lay beside her, stroking her gently all over and telling her how beautiful she was. She had thought, now here's a guy who knows how to treat a woman. When they finished their wine, he asked if he could take more pictures. "I want to capture your afterglow." "So you'll have the before and after?" He laughed and kissed her quickly and with affection. "Something like that." He dressed her. Yes, he had personally dressed her as she used to dress her dolls. He returned her to the park on the lake where they'd met and saw that she got safely into her car. As he closed the door, he kissed her lips softly. "I love you." Whoa, that had taken her aback. 100 guys had told her they loved her, but usually they were fumbling to get a rubber on. More often than not, these professions of love took place within the steamy interior of their cars or pickups. But love had never been proclaimed softly, tenderly, and meaningfully. He'd even kissed the back of her hand before he let her go. She thought that was awfully sweet and gentlemanly. They'd been together several times since that first night, and it was always good kicks. But soon and predictably, he'd started whining. "Where were you last night? Who were you with? I waited for hours, but you never showed up. When can I see you again?" His possessiveness took the fun out of being with him. Besides, the newness and novelty had begun to wear off. His photography didn't seem exotic anymore, just weird and often creepy. It was time to bring this to a halt. Maybe he sensed that she decided to break it off tonight, because it started off badly. They'd quarreled immediately after he picked her up. From there, things had grown progressively worse. He'd gone bizarre and scary on her with this bondage shit, leaving her tied up for what was going on hours now. What if this dump caught on fire? What if there was a tornado or something? She didn't like it. She wanted out of here. The sooner the better. Before he left, he had at least turned on the radio and tuned it to Paris Gibson's program. That provided her with some company. She didn't feel quite as abandoned as she would have felt in a total silence that accompanied the total darkness. So she lay there listening to Paris Gibson's voice and wondering when the hell he was coming back and what other fun and games he had in mind. Chapter 3. The red light on the control board went out. Valentino had hung up. It was several seconds before Paris realized that the only sound she heard was that of her own heartbeat. The music had stopped. On the log monitor, she saw a series of zeros where descending numbers should be counting down the time remaining on a song. How long had she been broadcasting dead air? With 23 seconds left in her program, she depressed her microphone button. She tried to speak. Couldn't. Tried again. I hope you've enjoyed this evening of classic love songs. Please join me again tomorrow night. I'll be looking forward to it. Until then, this is Paris Gibson on FM 101.3. Good night. By depressing 2 control buttons, she was off the air. Then she was off her tall swivel stool like a shot, yanking open the heavy studio door, racing down the dark hallway, and barreling into the engineering room. Except for a box of take-out fried chicken on Stan's desk, the room was empty. She continued running down the hall, turning right at the first intersection of corridors and literally slamming into Marvin, who was dragging a dirty rag along the interior windowsill. She gasped, "Have you seen Stan?" "No." One thing you could say about Marvin, he was a man of few words. If he spoke at all, it was in monosyllables. Has he already left? This time he didn't even give her a verbal reply, only a shrug. Leaving the janitor, she ran to the men's restroom and pushed open the door. Stan was at the urinal. "Stan, come here." Stunned by the interruption, he whipped his head around. "What? I'm sort of busy here, Paris." "Hurry up, this is important." She rushed back to the studio and wheeled her stool over to the Vox Pro. It recorded each incoming call for optional playback. There was also a mandatory recording made of everything that went out over the air. But that was another machine and another matter. Right now, she was interested only in the telephone call. "What's going on?" Stan strolled in, looking at his wristwatch. "I've got plans." "Listen to this. Remember, my shift ends when you sign off. Shut up, Stan, and listen." He leaned against the edge of the control board. "Okay, but I really need to be leaving soon." "Shh." Valentino had just identified himself. "This is a repeat caller." Stan appeared more interested in the crease of his linen trousers. But when Valentino told her she would be very sorry, her co-worker's eyebrows shot up. "What's that mean?" "Listen." He was quiet through the remainder of the recording. When it ended, Paris looked at him expectantly. He raised his narrow shoulders in a quick shrug. "He's a kook." "That's it? That's your assessment? He's a kook?" He snuffled. "What, you don't think he's serious?" "I don't know." Turning, she punched the hotline button on the board. That was the telephone line provided for the DJ's personal use. "Who are you calling?" Stan asked. "The cops?" "I think I should." "Why? Nutcases call you all the time. Wasn't there one just last week who wanted you to be a pallbearer at his mother's funeral?" "This is different. I talk to a lot of people every night. This one, I don't know," she added uneasily. When her 911 call was answered, she identified herself and gave the operator a brief description of what had happened. "It's probably nothing, but I thought someone should hear this conversation." "I listen to your program on my nights off, Miss Gibson," the operator said. "You don't sound like the type to panic. There'll be a squad car there shortly." Paris thanked her and hung up. "They're on their way." Stan winced. "Do I have to hang around?" "No, go on, I'll be fine. Marvin's still here." "Actually, he's not. He split. I saw him leaving on my way here from the men's room, where I was rudely interrupted midstream. A surprise like that, a guy could get hurt, you know." She was in no mood for Stan tonight. "I doubt you'll suffer any damage," she waved him out. "Go on. Just lock the door behind you. I can let the police in." Her nervousness must have conveyed itself and made him feel like a deserter. "No, I'll wait with you," he said glumly. "Go brew yourself some tea or something. You look rattled." She was rattled. Tea sounded like a good idea. She headed for the employee kitchen but never made it. An obnoxious buzzer sounded throughout the building, announcing that someone was at the main entrance. Reversing her direction, she rushed toward the front of the building and was relieved to see 2 uniformed policemen on the other side of the glass door. Never mind that they appeared to be fresh out of the academy. One of them looked too young to shave. But they were all business and introduced themselves with stiff-lipped laconism. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "We've been out this way and were headed back when we got the call," one explained. He and his partner were looking at her strangely, as most people did when they first met her. The sunglasses made them instantly curious. Without acknowledging either her glasses or their curiosity, she led Officers Griggs and Carson through the labyrinth of dark corridors. There's a recording of the call in the studio. The unremarkable exterior of the building hadn't prepared them for the electronic sophistication of the studio. They gazed about them with curiosity and awe. She brought them back on track by introducing Stan. Their acknowledgments were clipped. No one shook hands. Paris used the mouse on the Vox Pro computer to play Valentino's recorded call. No one spoke while they listened. Officer Griggs stared at the ceiling, Carson at the floor. When it ended, Griggs raised his head and cleared his throat, seemingly embarrassed by Valentino's crude language. "Do you get calls like this often, Miss Gibson?" "Weird and kooky sometimes. Heavy breathers and dirty propositions, but nothing like what you've just heard. Never anything threatening. Valentino has called before. He tells me about a wonderful new girlfriend or a recent breakup that left him heartbroken. He's never said anything like this. Never anything even close to this." "You think it's the same guy?" They all turned to Stan, who had ventured the idea. He continued, "Somebody else could have borrowed the name Valentino because they've heard him on your show and know that he's a regular caller." "I guess it's possible," Paris said slowly. "I'm almost positive that Valentino's voice is disguised. It never sounds quite natural." "That's not a common name either," Griggs said. "Do you think it's legit?" "I have no way of knowing that. Sometimes a caller's reluctant to give even a first name, preferring to remain totally anonymous." "Do you have a way of tracing calls?" "Ordinary caller ID. One of our engineers added software to the Vox Pro that would give us a readout of the number, if it was available. Each call is also date and time stamped." She brought up the information on the computer screen. There was no name, but a local telephone number, which Carson jotted down. "This is a good start," he said. "Maybe," Griggs said. Considering what he called to say, why would he use a traceable number? Paris read between the lines. You think it was a hoax? Neither of the policemen answered her directly. Carson said, I'll call the number, see if anyone answers. He used his cell phone and after listening through numerous rings concluded that no one was going to pick up. No voicemail either. Better call it in. He punched in digits, then while he was giving Valentino's number to whomever was on the other end, Griggs told her and Stan that the number would be traced. But my guess is that it was a guy using a name he'd heard on your program and just trying to get a reaction out of you. Like the sickos who make obscene phone calls, Stan said. Griggs bobbed his cropped head. Exactly like that. I bet we find a lonely drunk or a group of bored kids trying to have some fun by talking dirty, something like that. I hope you're right. Paris hugged herself and rubbed her arms for warmth. I can't believe someone would do this as a joke, but I certainly prefer a joke to the alternative. Carson ended his call on the cell phone. They're on it. Shouldn't take long. You'll let me know what they find out? Sure thing, Miss Gibson. Stan offered to follow her home, but it was a half-hearted offer and he seemed relieved when she declined. He bade them good night and left. How can we contact you when we know something? Griggs asked as they wended their way through the building toward the entrance. She gave him her home telephone number, emphasizing that it was unlisted. Of course, Miss Gibson. It surprised the two policemen that she was the one to lock up the building for the night. Are you here alone every night? Carson asked as they walked her to her car. Except for Stan. What does he do and how long has he worked here? He doesn't do much of anything, she thought wryly, but she told them that he was an engineer. He's on standby if anything should go wrong with the equipment. He's been here for a couple of years. Nobody else works the night shift? Well, there's Marvin. He's been doing our janitorial service for several months. Last name? I don't know. Why? Never can tell about people, Griggs said. Do you get along with these guys all right? She laughed. Nobody gets along with Marvin, but he's not the type to make a scary phone call. He only speaks when spoken to, and then he more or less grunts. What about Stan? She felt disloyal talking about him behind his back. If she spoke candidly, it wouldn't be a flattering description, so she told them only what was relevant. We get along fine. I'm sure neither of them had anything to do with that call. Griggs smiled at her and closed his small notebook with a decisive snap. Doesn't hurt to follow up. Her home telephone was ringing when she let herself in. She rushed to answer. Hello? Miss Gibson, it's Officer Griggs. Yes? Did you get in okay? Yes, I just disengaged my alarm. Have you learned anything? That number belongs to a payphone near the UT campus. A squad car was dispatched to check it out, but nobody was around. The phone's outside a pharmacy that closed at 10. Place and parking lot were deserted. In effect, they were back to where they had started. She had hoped they would trace the number to a sad and lonely individual like Griggs had described, a lost soul who had threatened her and an imaginary captive in a dire attempt to get attention. Her initial misgivings returned. So what now? Well, there's not really anything to be done unless he calls again. I don't think he will, though. It was probably someone just trying to rile you. Tomorrow night we'll have squad cars patrolling the area around the phone booth, watching for anyone lurking in the vicinity. That wasn't satisfactory, but it was all she was going to get. She thanked him. He and his partner had done what was expected of them, but she wasn't ready to concede that Valentino's call was a prank and nothing to worry about. Even the origin of the call was worrisome. Wouldn't someone seeking attention leave obvious clues so that he could be traced and identified, chastened by the police, maybe even written up in the newspaper? Valentino had used a public telephone so the call couldn't be traced. He didn't want to be identified. That disturbing thought was uppermost in her mind as she made her way through the living area of her house, down the hallway, and into her bedroom. As always, when she returned home from work, the rooms were dark and silent. The houses neighboring hers were also dark and hushed at this hour, but there was a difference. In those houses, the prayers of children had been heard before they were tucked in. Husbands and wives had kissed goodnight. Some had made love before settling beneath their blanket. They shared a bed, body heat, dreams. They shared their lives. Darkness was relieved by night lights, small beacons of comfort that shone in rooms littered with toys and shoes, with the accoutrement of busy family life. The night lights in Paris's house only emphasized the sterile neatness of the rooms. Her movements were the only source of sound. She slept alone. That wouldn't have been her first choice, but that's the way it was, and she had come to accept it. Tonight, however, the solitude was unnerving, and the cause was Valentino's call. She had years of experience listening to voices, picking up nuances in speech, detecting underlying messages, separating truth from lies, and hearing more than what was said out loud. She was able to draw several conclusions about a person based strictly on his or her inflections. Calls had left her feeling happy, sad, reflective, annoyed, and on occasion downright angry. None had left her feeling afraid. Until tonight. Chapter 4. Her limbs were beginning to cramp from being held in one position for so long, and an itch on the sole of her foot was driving her nuts. Her face hurt, and she could feel it swelling. She ached all over. That son of a bitch, she thought, unable to curse him out loud because of the tape over her mouth. Why had she ever thought he was so special? It wasn't like he took her to fabulous places and spent money on her. They'd never been anywhere together except this place, and it was a rat hole. She didn't know anything about him, not where he worked, not even his name. She never learned his name even by accident. It wasn't printed on anything in the apartment. No subscription magazines or mail, nothing. He remained nameless, and that should have been her first clue that he wasn't classy and intriguing, but just flat-out freaking weird. The second time they were together, he had defined the nature of their relationship, laid down the ground rules, so to speak. He had opened the conversation while spreading baby oil over her, hoping to achieve a special effect in a series of photographs. Your friend, the one you were with the night we met. You mean Melissa? She'd asked, feeling a stab of jealousy. Was he wanting to invite Melissa to join them in a ménage à trois? What about her? Have you told her about us? I haven't had a chance. Her folks made her go to France with them for vacation. I haven't seen or talked to her since the night I met you. Have you told anyone about me and what we do here? Oh, sure, I announced it over breakfast to my parents. His pole-axed expression made her giggle. No, silly, I haven't told anyone. That's good, because this is so special. I like thinking that you and I are each other's best-kept secret. We are each other's secret. I don't even know your name. But you know me. He stared deeply into her eyes, and she was reminded of her first impression of him, that he could see straight into her innermost being. He apparently had felt the instantaneous connection that she had. After all, he told her that first night that he loved her. The secrecy was probably necessary because of a wife who knew nothing about his hobby. She envisioned his missus as a missionary position-only prude who would never understand, much less consent to his need for variety and excitement. Pictures of Mrs. No-Name masturbating. Get real. Never in a million. Probably not even a bare boob shot. That night his lovemaking had been especially ardent. He was focused, you might say, not just his camera. She lost count of the number of times they did it, but it was always different, so it never got boring. He couldn't get enough of her and told her so. It was a heady experience, being practically worshipped by a man so classy he could probably have any woman. She had thought she would never want it to end. But that had been then. Each time she saw him, his jealousy increased until it began to irritate her and rob her of the pleasure of being with him. No matter how good the sex was, it wasn't worth the hassle it gave her about other men. She had thought about standing him up tonight, but then changed her mind. He was going to take it hard whenever she told him she didn't want to see him anymore. She dreaded a scene, but better to put him out of his misery sooner rather than later. He had been waiting for her at the appointed place, and unlike the night they'd met, he didn't look at all cool and relaxed. He was agitated and edgy. The moment she joined him in his car, he started in on her. "You've been with somebody else, haven't you?" She supposed she should be flattered that he was jealous, but she had a headache and was in no mood for the third degree. "Do you have a joint?" Having learned that she was fond of smoke, he always had some for her. "In the glove compartment." There were 3 in a Ziploc bag. She lit one and inhaled deeply. Best thing for a headache. Sighing, she laid her head on the headrest and closed her eyes. "Who was he?" Who was who? Don't jerk me around. His tone brought her head up. "You've already been with someone tonight, haven't you?" His fingers were clenching the steering wheel. "Don't bother lying about it. I know you've just had sex with someone else. I can smell him on you." At first she was surprised and a bit unnerved that he knew. Had he been spying on her? But the uneasiness soon gave way to anger. Why was it any business of his who and when she screwed? "Look, maybe getting together tonight isn't a good idea," she'd said. "I'm PMSing, and I don't need any shit from anybody, okay?" His anger dissolved instantly. "I'm sorry I raised my voice. It's just, I thought..." "What?" "That we had something special here." That's when she should have told him that she didn't want to see him again. Right then he'd given her an opportunity, but damn it, she hadn't taken it. Instead, she'd said, "I don't like you ragging me about where I go and what I do and who I do it with. I get enough of that at home." She leaned back and pulled deeply on the joint. "Either chill or take me back to my car." He chilled. He was subdued, even a little sullen, when they reached the apartment. "Want some wine?" "Don't I always?" She was already high from the weed. Might as well go all out and get really wasted. One mercy fuck, then she'd tell him they needed to cool it for a while. Read forever, then she'd get the hell out of here and never come back. His computer monitor was the only source of light in this room where the shades were always drawn. One of the more graphic photos of her was on his screensaver. Seeing it, she said, "Tisk, tisk. That's definitely one of the afterglows, isn't it? I'm such a naughty girl. Naughty but nice, right?" She winked at him as she accepted the glass of wine he brought from the kitchen. She drank it like water, burped loudly and wetly, then extended the empty glass toward him in an impertinent request for a refill. "You're acting like a slut." He calmly took the glass from her and set it on the nightstand. Then he slapped her. He slapped her so hard that tears came to her eyes even before the rocket of pain from her cheekbone reached her brain. She cried out, but was too shocked to articulate a word. He pushed her back onto the bed. She landed hard. The room seemed to tilt. She was more wasted than she'd thought. She struggled to get up. "Hey, I don't..." "Oh, yes, you do." He splayed his hand over her chest, holding her down while he wrestled with his belt and fly. Then he began tearing at her clothing. She swatted his hands, kicked at him, and called him every name in the book, but he wouldn't be stopped. He pushed himself into her with such force that she screamed. He covered her mouth with his hand. "Shut up," he hissed, so close to her face she felt a shower of spit. She bit into the flesh beneath his thumb. He yelped and withdrew his hand. "You bastard," she yelled. "Get off me." To her astonishment, he began to laugh softly. "You fell for it. You thought I was serious." She stopped struggling. "Huh? I was just fulfilling your rape fantasy." "You're crazy." "I am?" He thrust hard into her. "Can you honestly say you don't like it?" "Damn right I hate it. I hate you, you son of a bitch." That caused him to smile, because in spite of what she said, she was responding. When it was over, each was exhausted and glistening with sweat. He recovered first and went for his camera. "Stay just as you are," he said as he clicked off the first shot. The flash seemed exceptionally bright. She was good and truly stoned. "Don't move," he told her. "I have an idea." Move? She was too lethargic to move. Her entire body throbbed, starting with her cheekbone. How was she going to explain a bad bruise, and all the way down to her splayed thighs? Christ, she still had her sandals on. How funny was that? But she was too tired to trouble herself with taking them off. Besides, he had told her not to move. Maybe she dozed for a minute or two. Next thing she knew, he was back, bending over her, pulling her wrists together. "What's that?" She roused herself and saw that he was using a necktie to bind her wrists together. "A prop for a photograph. You've been a bad girl. You need to be punished." He climbed off the bed and picked up his camera and adjusted the focus. That's when it began to get creepy, and she felt the first twinges of apprehension. She had struggled to sit up. "Have I mentioned that I'm not into bondage?" "This isn't bondage, this is punishment," he said absently as he moved to the lamp. He adjusted the shade, setting it first at one angle, then another, causing shadows to shift across her body. Okay, enough of this. She'd had it. After tonight, no more of him. Posing for him had been fun. It had been something different, and admittedly, it had been a kick to later look at the pictures of herself. But he was getting too possessive and too out there. "Look," she recalled saying sternly, "I really want you to untie my hands now." Finally satisfied with the lighting, he began setting up the tripod. Taking another tack, she softened her tone. "I'll do anything you want. You know I will. All you have to do is ask. Anything." He still didn't seem to be listening. While he was distracted, she had inched toward the edge of the bed, calculating the distance to the door. But when she looked at it, something struck her as odd, and a cold dart of fear went through her when she realized that there was no doorknob on this side, only a brass disc where the doorknob should have been. That's when he had stopped tinkering with the camera. No doubt sensing her alarm, he had smiled down at her. "Where do you think you're going?" "I want you to untie me." "You moved and spoiled the lighting," he chided gently. "Lighting my ass. I'm leaving." Her cheerleading days had paid off. She came off the bed with surprising strength and agility, but she didn't get far. He caught her by the hair and yanked her back, then shoved her down onto the bed. "You can't keep me here," she'd cried. "You just had to ruin it, didn't you?" "Ruin what?" "Us. There isn't any us, you sick wacko. You had to cheat on me, just like the others. Didn't you think I'd find out? I listened to Paris Gibson too, you know. She put your call on the air. Thousands of people heard you telling her that you felt smothered by my possessiveness. You were going to take her advice and dump me, weren't you?" "Oh, Jesus." He'd stood over her, both fists clenched at his sides, as though he were forcibly suppressing his rage. "You can't treat people like toilet paper and get away with it, you know." And because he had become so freaking scary, she had wisely shut up. He had taken a few more photos, then decided that her feet also needed to be tied. She had fought him as if her life depended on it, but he'd eventually slapped her so hard her ears rang. That was the last thing she heard. When she came to, she was spread-eagled, her hands and feet tied to the bed frame beneath the box springs, her mouth taped shut. The apartment was empty. He was gone. She was alone, and no one knew where she was. Over the passing hours, she had devised a dozen means of escape, but dismissed the ideas almost as soon as she conceived them. None was workable. She was helpless to do anything but wait for him to come back for more of his sick sex games. Jesus, she thought. What have I gotten myself into? I hope you've enjoyed this evening of classic love songs. Please join me again tomorrow night. I'll be looking forward to it. Until then, this is Paris Gibson on FM 101.3. Good night. Great. Now she didn't even have Paris to keep her company. Chapter 5. Gavin Malloy was awfully drunk. The pleasant buzz from the cheap tequila wasn't quite so pleasant any longer. It was too hot to be drinking tequila shots. He should have stuck to beer, but he had needed something strong and nasty to drown his depression. The hell of it was, he was still depressed. The evening had been spoiled for him early on. His drinking had accomplished nothing except to make him light-headed, sweaty, and nauseous. Blearily, he looked toward a clump of scraggly cedar trees and wondered if he could cover the distance over the rocky ground before he puked. Probably not. Besides, he'd seen a couple disappear behind the trees a while ago. If they were still doing what they'd gone there to do, they wouldn't appreciate him hurling on them. Talk about coitus interruptus. He chuckled at the thought. "What are you laughing at?" his new friend asked, nudging him in the gut, which caused the tequila to slosh. The guy's name was Craig something. If he'd ever heard his last name, he'd forgotten it. Craig drove a Dodge Ram pickup, the biggest one made, jet black, fully loaded. It was one badass truck. Gavin, Craig, and several others had been hanging out in the bed of the pickup for hours, waiting for something to happen. A couple of girls had come by earlier, drunk some of their tequila, showed them just enough skin to get them excited, then wandered away with promises to return. So far they hadn't. "What's funny?" Craig asked again. "Nothing, just thinking." "'Bout what?" What had he been thinking? He couldn't remember. Must not have been important. "My old man," Gavin said around a belch. Yeah. His old man had been in the back of his mind all night, bothering him like an itch he couldn't reach. "What about him?" "He's gonna shit, 'cause I went out tonight. He grounded me." "That sucks." "You got grounded?" Another guy jeered. "What are you, 12? Gavin didn't know his name, only that he was an asshole with bad skin and worse breath who thought he was a lot cooler than he was. Gavin had moved to Austin from Houston a week after the spring semester ended. Finding a new crowd during summer break hadn't been that easy, but he had joined this group who accepted him once they learned he was a guy who liked to party as much as they did. "Aw, Gavin's scared of his daddy," the jerk taunted. "I'm not scared of him, I just dread having my ass chewed again." "Save yourself the hassle." This from the optimist who'd showed them earlier his inventory of condoms. "Wait till he goes to bed before you sneak out." "I tried that already. He's a freaking bat. He's got like built-in radar or something." This conversation was making the lousy evening lousier. Nothing could cheer him up tonight. Not more tequila, not even the return of the girls, and chances were excellent that they weren't going to come back as promised. Why would they waste their time on losers like this bunch? Like him? He stood up, swaying dangerously. "I'd better split. If I'm lucky, he won't be home yet. He's with his girlfriend." He waded through the others, then jumped off the tailgate. But he miscalculated the distance to the ground as well as the weakness in his knees and wound up face down in the dirt. His new buddies howled. Weak with laughter himself, he struggled to get upright. His t-shirt was so wet with sweat that when he tried to dust himself off, he left streaks of mud across the front of it. "Tomorrow night," he told his friends as he staggered away. Where had he left his car? "Don't forget tomorrow is your turn to bring the booze," Craig called. "I'm broke." "Steal it from your old man." "I can't, he checks the bottles." "Jesus, is he a cop in his spare time?" "I'll see what I can do," Gavin mumbled as he turned in the general direction of where he'd parked. "What if Miss Hot Pants comes looking for you?" It was the asshole calling him in a sing-song voice. His grin was ugly and goading. "What should we tell her? That you had to go home to your daddy?"
"Get fucked."
The obnoxious kid hooted. "Well, it's for sure you won't. Not tonight anyway." One of the others muttered,
"Shut up, dickhead."
"Yeah, give it a rest," the condom guy said.
What? What did I do?"
Craig spoke softly.
"She dumped him."
"She did? When?" Gavin moved out of earshot, which was just as well. He didn't want to hear any more. He located his car. It wasn't that difficult to spot among all the others because it was a piece of shit. No badass pickup or sports car for him. Oh no, nothing like that for Gavin Malloy. And you could forget a motorcycle. That wasn't going to happen as long as his old man was in charge, and probably not as long as he was drawing breath. His car was a snore. It was a sensible, good mileage means of transportation that would spoil the racy image of a Mormon soccer mom, and he was expected to be grateful for it. He'd gotten a lecture when he'd expressed his low opinion of it. A car isn't a toy, Gavin, or a status symbol. This is a reliable first car. When you've proved that you're responsible enough to take care of it and use it safely, I'll consider an upgrade. Until then, blah, blah, blah. The thing was an embarrassment. When the fall semester started at his new school, he would probably be laughed off campus for driving this heap. The dorkiest of the dorks wouldn't want to be seen with him. In his present condition, he had no business driving anything, and he was just sober enough to realize it. He concentrated hard on keeping the center stripe in focus, but that only seemed to increase his dizziness. He was still several blocks from home when he was forced to pull over, get out, and vomit. He spewed a torrent of tequila on some poor sucker's flower bed that formed a neat circle of color around the mailbox. Someone would have a disgusting surprise when they came out to get the mail tomorrow, to say nothing of the mailman. Coordination shot. He climbed back into his car and drove the remainder of the way to the new house his dad had bought for them. It wasn't bad. In fact, Gavin kind of liked it, especially the pool. But he didn't want his dad to know he liked it. He was relieved to see that his old man's car wasn't in the driveway. But Gavin wouldn't put it past him to have laid a trap, so he slipped into the house through the back door and paused to listen. His dad would love to catch him sneaking in so he could ground him for longer, take away his cell phone, his computer, his car, and make his life even more miserable than it was. That was his parents' main mission in life, to make him miserable. Satisfied that the house was empty, he went to his room. His old man must still be with Liz, screwing like rabbits, no doubt. They never did it here in his dad's bed. Did they think he was stupid, that he didn't know they were having sex when they spent the evening at her place? It was easy to imagine Liz in bed. She had a hot body. But his old man? Rutting? No way. Gavin couldn't imagine anything more gross. In his bedroom, he turned on his computer even before he switched on the desk lamp. He couldn't fathom life without a computer. How had people survived before then? If his dad really wanted to punish him, that's the privilege he would revoke. He checked for email. There was one from his mom, which he deleted without reading. Anything she had to say was salve for her conscience, and he didn't want to hear it. You'll come to realize that this is best for all of us. You and your future are our main concerns, Gavin. Once you've adjusted to the change, sure, Mom. Whatever you say, Mom. Bullshit, Mom. He sat down at the desk and began composing an email letter, but not to his mother. His anger with her was mild compared to the animosity he felt for the recipient of this letter. Not that he planned on sending it. And because he didn't, he poured out all the anger that had been roiling inside him for days. "What makes you think you're so hot anyway?" he wrote. "I've seen better. I've had better." "Gavin?" When the overhead light flashed on, he nearly jumped out of his skin. He quickly exited his email before his old man could read what was on his screen. He pivoted in his chair, hoping he didn't look guilty. What? I'm home. So? You okay? Why wouldn't I be? I'm not a kid. Did you eat some dinner? Oh yeah, he said, smacking his lips. Microwave leftover pizza. You were invited to join Liz and me. You chose not to. Bet that broke your heart. In the even, unruffled voice Gavin hated, his dad said, If I hadn't wanted you to come along, I wouldn't have invited you. He came into the room. Gavin thought, oh, great. What have you been doing all evening? Nothing, surfing the net. What's on your shirt? Perfect. He'd forgotten about the filth on his t-shirt. Dirt, probably vomit, too. Ignoring the question, he turned back to face the computer. I'm busy. His dad took him by the shoulder and turned him around. You went out. Your car isn't in the same place it was when I left, and the hood is warm. Gavin laughed. You're checking the temperature of my car's engine? You need to get a life. And you need to get with the program. His father said this in a raised voice, which was rare. You stink of vomit and you're drunk, driving drunk. You could have killed somebody. Well, I didn't, so relax and leave me alone. His dad stuck out his hand, palm up. Give me your car keys. Gavin glared at him. If you think taking my keys will keep me cooped up in here, you're wrong. His father said nothing, just kept his hand extended. Gavin fished the keys from the pocket of his jeans and dropped them into his father's palm. I hate the damn car anyway, so no big loss. His dad pocketed the keys but didn't leave. He sat down on the edge of the unmade bed. Now what? Gavin groaned. One of your famous lectures on how I'm pissing my life away? Do you think I enjoy punishing you, Gavin? Yeah, I think you do. I think you get off on being the big bad father having me to boss around. You enjoy telling me everything I'm doing wrong. That's ridiculous. Why do you say that? Because you've never done anything wrong in your whole goddamn life, Mr. Perfect. That's you. Must be boring as shit to be so right all the time. He was surprised to see his dad smile. I'm far from right all the time and nowhere near perfect. Ask your mother, she'll tell you. But I know I'm right about one thing. His dad paused and looked at him hard, probably hoping he would ask what that one thing was. He could wait till hell froze over. Finally, he said, It's right that you're living with me now. I'm glad you are. I want you here with me. Right. I'm sure you're just thrilled over the new living arrangements. You love having me around, cramping your style, getting in the way. In the way? Of what? Of everything. The exclamation caused his voice to crack. He hoped his dad didn't mistake it for emotion, which it sure as hell wasn't. I'm in the way of your life. Your new job. Liz. You're not in the way, Gavin. You're my family, my son. Liz and I wanted you with us tonight. He scoffed. For a cozy dinner, just the three of us, your new family? Then what? What was I supposed to do when you took her home? Wait in the car while you went inside for a quick blowjob? He knew instantly that he'd gone too far. His dad wasn't one to fly off the handle when he got angry. He didn't lose his temper, rant and rave, stomp around, yell or throw things. Instead, Mr. Self-Control went very still. His lips narrowed, and something funny happened to his eyes that made them seem to harden and sharpen and go right through you like steel picks. But apparently there was a limit to his old man's restraint, and he'd just reached it. Before he had even processed all this, his father was on his feet, and he was on the receiving end of a backhanded smack that caught him hard across the mouth and split his lip. You don't want to be treated like a kid? Fine. I'll treat you like an adult. That's what I would have done to any grown man who'd said something like that to me. Gavin struggled to hold back tears. I hate you. Well, too bad you're stuck with me. His dad went out, soundly pulling the door shut behind him. Gavin launched himself out of the chair. He stood in the center of his messy room, bristling with anger and frustration. But realizing he had nowhere to run, and no means of running if he had somewhere to go, he threw himself onto his bed. He made swipes at the snot, tears, and blood that had mingled on his face. He felt like blubbering. He wanted to draw himself into the fetal position and cry like a baby, because his life sucked. All of it. He hated everything and everybody. His dad, his mom, the city of Austin, women, his stupid friends, his ugly car. Most of all, he hated himself. Chapter 6. Without making it too obvious, Sergeant Robert Curtis was trying to see past the dark lenses of her sunglasses. Catching himself staring, he hastily held a chair for her. "Forgive my lack of manners, Miss Gibson. I'll admit to being a little starstruck. Have a seat. Can I get you some coffee?" "I'm fine, thanks, and I'm hardly a star." "I beg to differ." Curtis was a detective for the Austin Police Department's Central Investigative Bureau, the CIB. He was 50-ish, compactly built, and neatly turned out, down to a polished pair of cowboy boots, the heels of which added a couple of inches to his stature. Although he was still no taller than she, he gave off an air of authority and confidence. A sport jacket was hanging on a coat tree, but his necktie was tightly knotted beneath a starched collar. His cuffs were monogrammed with his initials. On the walls of the small enclosure were a detailed map of the state, another of Travis County, and a framed diploma. The built-in desk was nearly completely covered with paperwork and computer components, but somehow avoided looking messy. Curtis sat down at his desk and smiled at her. "It's not every morning of the week I get visited by a radio personality. What can I do for you?" "I'm not sure you can do anything." Now that she was here, ensconced with a detective in his compact cubicle where he doubtless worked long hours, serving the public by snaring felons, she was second-guessing her decision to come. Things that happened at 2 o'clock in the morning took on a different complexion in daylight. Suddenly, coming here seemed like a melodramatic and somewhat self-centered reaction to what probably amounted to a crank phone call. "I called in a 911 last night," she began. "Actually early this morning. 2 patrolmen, Griggs and Carson, responded. I have a case number for your reference." She gave him the number that Griggs had left with her. "What kind of 911, Miss Gibson?" She gave him an account of what had happened. He listened attentively. His expression remained open and concerned. He didn't fidget as though she were wasting his time on something trivial. If he was faking his interest, he did it very well. When she finished, she removed a cassette tape from her handbag and passed it to him. "I went to the station early this morning and made a copy of the call." Insomnia had claimed her until dawn when she finally surrendered to it. She got up, showered and dressed, and was back at the radio station by the time Charlie and Chad, the morning drive-time DJs, were reading the 7 o'clock news headlines. "I'll be happy to listen to your tape, Miss Gibson," Curtis said. "But this department investigates homicide, rape, assault, robbery, threatening phone calls." He spread his hands wide. "Why'd you come to me?" "I read your name in yesterday's newspaper," she admitted with chagrin. "Something about your testifying at a trial. I thought I'd get more personal attention if I asked to speak with a particular detective rather than showing up without an appointment." Now he looked chagrined. "You're probably right. And if my caller does what he threatens to do, it will fall to this department to investigate, won't it?" Sobering instantly, Curtis left his chair and stepped outside the cubicle. He called across the room at large, asking if anybody had a cassette recorder handy. Within moments, another plainclothes detective appeared with one. "Here you go." He regarded Paris with patent curiosity as he handed the machine to Curtis, whose brusque "Thanks, Joe" was as good as a dismissal. The other man withdrew. Sergeant Curtis had been a random selection, but she was glad she'd come to him. He obviously had some clout and wasn't reluctant to use it. He returned to his seat and inserted the tape into the recorder, saying in an undertone, "I see word has gotten around as to who you are." Maybe, Paris thought, or maybe the detective was simply wondering why she hadn't removed her sunglasses. This wasn't a particularly bright environment. In fact, it was a room without windows. Curtis and the other detective probably assumed that she wore the sunglasses like a celebrity would, to conceal her identity in public or to add to her mystique as a media personality, that she wore them to shut others out. It would never occur to them that she wore the glasses to shut herself in. Let's see what what was it, Valentino, has to say for himself. Curtis pressed the play button. "This is Paris."
"Hello, Paris. This is Valentino."
When the tape ended, Curtis tugged thoughtfully on his lower lip, then asked,
"Mind if I play it again?"
Without waiting for her consent, he rewound the tape and restarted it. As he listened, he frowned with concentration and rolled the University of Texas class ring around his stubby finger. At the end of the tape, she asked, "What do you think, Sergeant? Am I reading too much into a crank call?" He asked a question of his own.
"Did you try to call the number?"
I was so stunned I didn't think of calling back immediately, but I suppose I should have. He dismissed her concern with a wave.
"He probably wouldn't have answered anyway."
He didn't when Carson called later. No voicemail either, just an unanswered ring.
"The number on the caller ID, you say it was traced to a pay phone?"
"I'm sure the details are in the report, but Griggs told me that a patrol car in that area had been dispatched to check out the phone booth. But by that time, at least half an hour, maybe more, whoever placed the call was gone."
"Somebody could have seen him at the phone booth. Did the patrolman ask around?"
There was nobody to ask. According to Griggs, the area was deserted when the patrol car arrived. Curtis's questions were validating her concern, but that only increased her anxiety. Do you think Valentino was telling the truth? Has he kidnapped a girl he plans to murder? Curtis made balloons of his ruddy cheeks before expelling a long breath.
"I don't know, Miss Gibson. But if he has, and if he sticks to his 3-day deadline, we don't have time to sit around and talk about it. I don't want another kidnap, rape, murder case on my desk if I can possibly avoid it."
He stood up and reached for his jacket. "What can we do?"
"We start by trying to determine if he's for real or just a nut trying to win the attention of his favorite celebrity."
By now, he was ushering her through the maze of similar cubicles toward the set of double doors through which she'd entered the CIB. How do we make that determination?
"We go to the authority on the subject."
Just as Dean was leaving the house, Liz called from the Houston airport.
"You're already in Houston?"
"My flight from Austin was at 6:30.
"Brutal. Tell me."
After a short pause, she asked, "What happened with Gavin when you got home last night?"
"Your basic open warfare, both sides scoring hits and suffering casualties."
He balanced the cordless phone between chin and shoulder and poured himself a glass of orange juice. He'd lain awake for hours last night, and when he finally did fall asleep, he'd gone comatose. His alarm had been going off for half an hour before it awakened him. No time to brew coffee this morning. Well, at least he was home when you got there, Liz said. He hadn't disobeyed. Not wanting to recount his argument with Gavin, Dean harumphed a nonverbal agreement. "What time is your first meeting in Chicago?" "As soon as I arrive at the hotel." "I hope O'Hare isn't too hairy and I can get through it quickly. What have you got on tap today?" He outlined his day. She said she needed to run, that she just wanted to say hi before her flight to Chicago. He told her he was glad that she caught him and wished her a safe flight. She said, "I love you," and he replied with, "Love you too." After disconnecting, Dean bowed his head, closed his eyes, and tapped his forehead hard with the telephone as though he were paying some kind of unorthodox, self-flagellating penance. Rather than getting his day off to the good start that Liz had obviously intended, her call put him out of sorts. Add the blasted heat in Austin's rush-hour traffic, and he was in a testy mood when he reached his office 15 minutes late. "Good morning, Miss Lester. Any messages?" Dean shared the secretary with several other people. She was competent and friendly. His first day on the job, she had informed him that she was the divorced mother of 2 daughters and that it was okay for him to call her by her first name. Unless his eyes were deceiving him, and he didn't think they were, since his arrival her necklines had gotten progressively lower and her hemlines higher. This gradual reduction of textiles could be in correlation with the rising summertime temperature, but he doubted it. Just to be safe, he had stuck to calling her Ms. Lester. "Messages are on your desk. A fresh pot of coffee's brewing. Soon as it's ready, I'll bring you some." Fetching him coffee wasn't in her job description, but this morning he was glad she'd volunteered. "Great, thanks." He went into his office and closed the door, discouraging further conversation. He slung his jacket onto the wall rack, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned his collar button. He sat down at his desk and riffled through his messages, happy to see there were no urgent ones. He needed a few minutes to decompress. He swiveled his desk chair around and adjusted the window blind so he could see out. The sunlight was glaring, but that wasn't why he dug his fingers into his eye sockets, then wearily dragged his hands down his face. What was he going to do about Gavin? How many times could he ground him? How many more privileges could he revoke? How many more scenes like the one last night could they withstand? Arguments such as that inflicted damage that was often irreparable. Could any relationship survive constant onslaughts like that? He sorely regretted smacking him. Not that Gavin hadn't deserved it for the insulting crack he'd made. Still, he shouldn't have struck him. He was the grown-up, and he should have behaved as such. To lose his temper like that was juvenile and dangerous. Loss of control could wreak havoc, and he knew that better than anyone. Besides, he was determined to be a positive role model for Gavin. He didn't want to preach to him, but to set a good example. Last night he had sent the wrong message on how to manage anger, and he was sorry for it. He ran his fingers through his hair and wondered what was taking the coffee so freaking long. Should he send Gavin back to his mother? Not an option, he muttered out loud. No way, for a long list of reasons that included welshing on the agreement he and Pat had reached about their son, but the main one being that Dean Malloy deplored failure. At anything. He threw in the towel only when absolutely forced to. Gavin had told him, more like accused him, of always being right. He'd said that it must be boring as shit to be so right all the time. Hardly, Gavin, he thought cynically. He didn't feel right about anything. Obviously, he wasn't doing right by his son, or by Liz. Not by a long shot was he doing right by Liz. How long could he put off doing something about that? "Dr. Malloy?" Thinking that Miss Lester was bringing the long-awaited high-octane coffee, he kept his back to the door. "Just set it on the desk, please." "There's someone here to see you." Dean swiveled his chair around. "Sergeant Curtis from CIB asked for a minute of your time," the secretary told him. "Is it all right if he comes in?" "Certainly." He'd met the detective only once, but he'd seemed like a stand-up kind of guy. Dean knew that he was a hard-working and well-respected member of the Austin PD. He stood up as Curtis walked in. "Good morning, Sergeant Curtis." "Just plain Curtis. That's what everybody calls me. Do you prefer doctor or lieutenant? How about Dean?" They met in the center of the office and shook hands. "Is this a bad time?" Curtis asked. "I apologize for barging in on you unannounced, but this might turn out to be important." "No problem, coffee's on the way." "Make that coffee for 3. I'm not alone." Curtis stepped back into the open doorway and motioned someone forward. Despite her sunglasses, Paris feared that her expression was no less revealing than Dean's. He appeared to be as dumbfounded as she'd been a few minutes ago when she read his name on the office door as she was about to enter, unaware, unprepared, unbolstered, and unable to stop the inevitable. He gaped at her for several seconds before managing to articulate a startled, "Paris?" Curtis divided a surprised look between them. "Should I bring more cups, Dr. Malloy?" That from the secretary. Dean's gaze remained fixed on Paris as he replied, "Please, Miss Lester." The secretary withdrew, leaving Paris, Dean, and the detective standing frozen in an awkward tableau like actors who had forgotten their lines. Finally, Curtis placed his hand beneath her elbow and nudged her forward. Unwillingly, she went farther into the office, into Dean's space, and like any space Dean had ever occupied, he dominated it. Not just physically, with his above-average height and broad shoulders, but with the strength of his personality. Immediately one sensed that this was a man of principle, unshakable conviction, and unwavering determination. He could be your staunchest ally or your most feared adversary. Paris had experienced him as both. Her throat had constricted, as though every blood vessel leading from her heart had converged there. The oxygen in the room seemed insufficient. She was breathing with difficulty while striving to appear perfectly composed. Dean wasn't doing so well either. When it became obvious that shock had robbed him of manners, Curtis motioned Paris into the nearest chair. That snapped Dean out of his daze. Please sit, both of you." As they were taking their seats, Curtis said, "I'm not a detective for nothing. I gather you two know each other?" She relied on her voice to earn her living, but it had deserted her. She left it to Dean to do the talking. "From Houston," he said. "Years ago I was with the PD in Paris." He looked at her expectantly, leaving her no option but to take up the explanation. "I was a reporter for one of the television stations." Curtis raised his pale eyebrows in surprise. "Television? I assumed you'd always been on radio." She glanced at Dean, then shook her head. "I moved from TV to radio." Curtis murmured an acknowledgement that said he understood the transition when clearly he didn't understand at all. "Excuse me?" Miss Lester came in carrying a tray. As she set it on Dean's desk, she asked, "Cream and sugar, anyone?" They all declined. She filled 3 mugs from a stainless steel carafe, then asked Dean if there would be anything else. He shook his head and thanked her. Curtis watched her leave. When he turned back around, he remarked, "I'm impressed. They don't spring for personal assistance in CIB." "What?" Dean looked at him in confusion, then at the empty doorway. "Oh, Miss Lester. She's not my personal assistant. She's just very efficient. Treats everybody over here like that." Over here, referring to the annex next door to the main building of police headquarters. It was accessible through a connecting parking garage, which was the route Paris and Curtis had taken. The detective didn't seem to buy Dean's explanation for the secretary's attention any more than Paris did, but he didn't comment on it further. Paris wrapped both hands around the steaming mug of coffee, grateful for the warmth it provided. Dean took a gulp of his that probably blistered his tongue. Curtis said, "I had no idea that I would be reuniting 2 long-lost friends." "Paris didn't know about my transfer here," Dean said, watching her closely. "Or if she did." "I didn't. I assumed you were still in Houston." "No." Curtis filled the ensuing gap in conversation. "Up until Dr. Malloy joined us, we used civilians and paid them a consulting fee. But for a long time we've been needing and wanting a psychologist on staff, a member of the department, someone with experience and training as a cop as well as a psychologist. Early this year, the funding was finally approved and we were lucky enough to lure Dr. Malloy here." "How nice." She included both of them in her perfunctory smile. After another short silence, Dean cleared his throat again and addressed the detective. "You mentioned a matter that could be important." Curtis sought a more comfortable position in his chair. "Are you familiar with Miss Gibson's radio program?" "I listen to it every night." Her head came up quickly and she looked at Dean with surprise. Their eyes connected for several seconds before he turned back to Curtis. "Then you know she takes call-in requests and such," the detective said. Dean nodded. "Last night she received a call that disturbed her, with cause." Curtis went on to explain the nature of Valentino's call, then concluded by saying, I thought you might take a listen and give us your professional opinion." "I'd be glad to. Let's hear it." Curtis had brought the cassette player with him. He set it on the desk, rewound the tape, and after several false starts for which he apologized, her voice filled the taut silence. "This is Paris." By now she knew the dialogue word for word. As it played, she stared into her coffee mug, but in her peripheral vision she observed Dean, individual parts of him, all of him. Surreptitiously she looked at his hands resting on the edge of his desk, fingers laced. He was slowly rubbing his thumbs together, and that, just that, caused a quiver deep in her belly. Only once did she allow herself to look at his face. He'd been gazing into near space, but he must have felt her eyes on him because he focused on her sharply. His eyes still had the capability of making her feel like a butterfly pinned to a corkboard. At one time, years ago, it had been thrilling to be looked at with that kind of intensity. Now it only made her remember things that should have been long forgotten. It resurrected sensations and emotions she had tried to bury and, until a few minutes ago, thought she had. She returned her gaze to her coffee mug. When the tape ended, Dean asked if he could have a duplicate made. "Of course," Curtis replied. Dean ejected the tape and left the office only long enough to dispatch Miss Lester on the errand. When he returned, Curtis said, "So you don't think this guy is just blowing smoke?" "I want to listen to the recording several more times, but my first impression is that it's worrisome at the very least. Ever get a call like this before, Paris?" She shook her head. "Listeners have reported UFOs, terrorist infiltration, asbestos in their attics. One night a woman called to tell me she had a snake in her bathtub and asked if I knew how to tell if it was poisonous. I get at least one proposal of marriage a week. I've had one offer of donor sperm. Hundreds of obscene propositions, but nothing like this. This feels different. Although he's called you before. A man identifying himself as Valentino calls periodically. I believe this is the same man, but I can't swear to it. Do you think he's someone you know?" She hesitated before answering. "Honestly, I couldn't sleep last night for thinking about that. But I don't recognize the voice, and I believe I would." "You would have an ear for voices," Dean said thoughtfully. "But it sounds to me as though he's trying to disguise his. To me, too. So it could be someone you know." "I suppose, but I can't think of anyone who would play such a horrible prank." "Have you recently made someone angry?" "Not that I know of." "Exchanged words?" "I don't recall an incident like that." "Have you said anything that would come across as an affront to a co-worker, bank teller, waiter, grocery sacker? The guy who dries your windows at the car wash?" "No," she snapped. "I don't make a habit of provoking people." Ignoring her annoyance, he pressed on. "Have you quarreled with a boyfriend? Ended a relationship? Broken someone's heart?" She glared at him for several ponderous moments, then shook her head. Serving as a tactful referee in a conflict he didn't understand, Curtis coughed behind his fist. "Couple of rookies, Griggs and Carson, handled this last night," he told Dean. "They were going to check out the radio station personnel first thing this morning. I'll follow up with them right now, see if they've learned anything. Excuse me." Before she could protest, and how could she, Curtis pulled his cell phone from the holster clipped to his belt and left the office. Instead of warming her hands, the ceramic coffee mug had grown cold within them. She leaned forward and placed it on the edge of Dean's desk, giving the mug and the surface of the desk more focus than either warranted. Unable to avoid it any longer, she looked at him. "I didn't plan this, Dean. When I came here this morning, I had no idea. I didn't know you were in Austin now. I could have told you at Jack's funeral. You wouldn't talk to me." "No, I wouldn't." "Why not?" "It would have been inappropriate." Leaning toward her, he said softly but angrily, "After 7 years?" Jack had been the first to say that nobody could get to Dean the way she could. She seemed to be the only person on the planet with a knack for gouging a chink in his rigid self-control. Still sounding angry, he said, I thought the sunglasses were only for the funeral. Have you still got—" "I'm not going to talk about this, Dean. I'd leave if I could. If I'd known who Sergeant Curtis was bringing me to see, you'd have turned tail and run. That's your M.O., isn't it?" Before she could form a reply, Curtis returned. "They're checking out the janitor, Marvin Patterson. Nothing solid so far. There appears to be some confusion that they're trying to sort through. Should have some info soon. Stan Crenshaw." Here he paused and looked at Paris. "He's related to the station's owner?" "He's Wilkins Crenshaw's nephew." "A nepotistic hiring?" "To be sure," she said candidly. "Stan does as little as possible and isn't very good at what little he does. His laziness is irritating and often inconvenient for those of us who work with him, but on a personal level we get along. Besides, it couldn't have been either him or Marvin, even if one of them would do such a thing. They were in the building when the call came in. Telephones being the high-tech gadgets they are these days, I've got the department's electronics wizard working on that angle. Officers are also talking to the people who work in the nearby pharmacy, seeing if they can pick up something there. Either an employee or a customer who's got a fixation on you, but—" He paused to tug on his ear. "We don't actually have the commission of a crime here, just the threat of one." "It's a serious threat." "Right," the detective conceded thoughtfully. "Valentino said he heard the woman talking about him on your show. Do you remember a call like the one he describes?" "Not off the top of my head. It must have been fairly recent, though, and it was a call that I played on the air. That narrows it down considerably. But I never would have told a caller to dump someone." "He could have been lying about that," Dean said. She and Curtis looked at him for clarification. The call from the girlfriend could have been an invention to justify, even to himself, what he plans to do to her. It was a grim surmise. During their reflective silence, Miss Lester returned with the original tape and the requested duplication. Dean played it again. "Something really bothers me," he said when it ended. "He refers to girls, not women." "Diminishing a female status," Curtis remarked. "In his estimation, it does. That gives us a clue into this guy's mindset. His basic dislike and mistrust of women comes through loud and clear. If I had to profile him based on no more than this conversation, I'd categorize him as an anger retaliator rapist." Apparently, Curtis was acquainted with the clinical term. "He's angry with women in general over real or perceived injustices." "Yes. Possibly a result of sexual abuse, even incest. A dangerous motivation," Dean said. "Sex is his method of punishment. That usually translates to violent rape. If he wants to make his victim bleed, as he told Paris, then he'll have no qualms about killing her." His lips formed a grim line, which expressed the apprehension that all were feeling. "Another thing. The only other Valentino I ever heard of was Rudolph." "The silent film star," Paris said. "Right. And his best-known film was The Sheik, in which he kidnaps and seduces rather forcibly a young woman. She knew the movie. She and Jack had seen it at a classic film festival. Do you think that's why he's using that name?" "It could be a coincidence, but I'm not prepared to dismiss it as such." He thought about it only a second longer. "In fact, Curtis, I'm not prepared to dismiss any of this. My recommendation is that you take him at his word." The detective agreed with a somber nod. "Unfortunately, I agree. I'd like to work with you on the case. I welcome your input. We'll take Valentino's threat seriously until it proves to be a hoax." "Or proves to be real," Paris added softly. Chapter 7. Judge Kemp granted the defense attorney's request for a 30-minute recess to consult with his client, hopefully to urge him to accept a plea bargain that would end the trial and free up the judge's afternoon. He used the half-hour to retire to chambers and clip hairs from his nostrils with a tiny pair of silver scissors. He used a mirror with a magnifying power of 5 times actual size. Nevertheless, it was a delicate procedure. The sudden ringing of his cell phone almost cost him a punctured septum. A bit irritably, he answered his wife's call. "Janie's not in her room," she stated without preamble. "She hasn't been there all night." "You told me she was in when we got home." "I thought she was because I could hear the radio through her door. It was still on this morning. I thought that was odd because you know what a late riser she is, but I figured she was sleeping through it. I knocked on her door around 10. I wanted to take her to that new tea room for lunch. That would be something we could do together. And it's a lovely little place, really. Bea and I were there last week, and they have an exceptional gazpacho."
"Marion, I'm in recess."
Reined in, she continued. "She didn't answer my knock. At 11:15, I decided to go in and wake her. Her room was empty, and the bed hadn't been slept in. Her car isn't in the garage, and none of the help has seen her.
Maybe she got up early, made her bed, left the house.
And maybe the sky will fall this afternoon." She was right. It was an absurd assumption. Janie had never made a bed in her life. Her refusal to do so was one of the reasons she'd been sent home from summer camp, the one and only time they had ignored her protest and insisted she go.
"When did you see her last?"
"Yesterday afternoon," Marion replied. "She'd been lying out by the pool for hours. I persuaded her to come indoors. She's going to ruin her skin. She refuses to wear sunscreen. I've tried to tell her, but of course she won't listen. She says sunscreen is the stupidest thing she's ever heard of because it defeats the purpose. And Baird, I really think we should say something to her about sunbathing topless. I realize it's her own backyard, but there are always workmen around here doing one project or another, and I refuse to allow them a free peep show. It's bad enough she wears a thong, which, if you ask me, looks not only distasteful and unladylike, but terribly uncomfortable." This time she stopped herself from going off on a tangent. "Anyway, yesterday I coaxed her to come inside during the hottest part of the day. I reminded her that we were going to the awards dinner and that she was restricted to the house. She flounced upstairs without speaking to me, slammed her door, and locked it. Apparently she left last night sometime after we did, and she hasn't been home since." He hadn't noticed that Janie's car was missing because he'd left his out front overnight, not parked in the garage. The next time he grounded Janie, he would remember to confiscate her car keys. Not that that would stop her from sneaking out of the house and meeting up with those wild friends of hers whose influence was doubtless the cause of her misbehavior.
"Did you call her cell phone?"
"I get her voicemail. I've left repeated messages."
"Have you checked with her friends?"
"Several of them, but none claims to have seen her last night. Of course, they could be lying to cover for her."
"What about that tart, that Melissa she's been spending so much time with?"
"She's in Europe with her parents." His secretary knocked softly, then poked her head in and told him that everyone was back in the courtroom.
"Listen, Marion, I'm sure she's just punishing us for punishing her. She wants to give you a scare, and she's succeeding. She'll turn up. It's not as if this was the first time she'd stayed out all night."
The last time Janie had failed to come home, she'd come close to being booked in the Travis County Jail for public lewdness. She and a group of friends had availed themselves of a hotel's outdoor hot tub. Guests had complained of noise. When hotel security officers checked on the nature of the disturbance, they discovered a bubbling cauldron of young people in varying degrees of drunkenness and nakedness, engaging in all manner of sexual activity. His daughter was among the drunkest. She was definitely the most naked, according to the Austin policeman who had personally fished her out of the water and separated her from the young man with whom she was coupled. He had wrapped her in a blanket before transporting her home rather than to jail. He'd done it as a favor to the judge, not out of kindness toward the girl who had hurled invectives at him when he delivered her to her parents' doorstep. The officer had been thanked with a $100 bill, which had tacitly bought his promise to exclude Janie's name from the incident report. "Thank God the media didn't get wind of that story," Marion said now, reading the judge's mind. "Can you imagine the damage your reputation would have suffered?" She sniffed delicately and asked, "What are you going to do, Baird?" Thereby effectually dumping the problem into his lap.
"I'm in court all day. I haven't got time to deal with Janie."
"Well, you can't expect me to drive all over Austin looking for her. I'd feel like a dog catcher. Besides, you're the one with the contacts." As well as the $100 bills, he thought sourly. Over the last few years, he'd liberally doled out C-notes to ensure that his daughter's shenanigans remained a private matter. "I'll see what I can do," he grumbled. "But when she does reappear, as I'm certain she will, don't forget to page me. I'll have my pager on vibrate if I'm in court. Punch in 3 3s. Then I'll know she's at home and won't waste anyone's time looking for her."
"Thank you, dear. I knew I could depend on you to handle this."
Curtis invited Dean to join him for lunch, and he accepted, but not naively. He figured the detective was after background information on Paris. He could hardly blame Curtis for being curious, especially after the charged atmosphere they'd created in his office this morning. He wouldn't give him anything, nothing that Curtis couldn't learn for himself by reading a published bio, but it would be interesting to watch the detective in action. They were on their way down the steps in front of the building when Curtis was hailed from behind. The young uniformed cop who had called after him had just emerged from the glass doors. He offered a breathless apology. "I hate to hold you up, Sergeant Curtis. We're only going to lunch. Do you know Dr. Malloy?" "Only by reputation. I'm a little late welcoming you to Austin PD. Eddie Griggs." He extended his hand. "A pleasure, sir." "Thank you," Dean said as they shook hands. "You two take your time. I'll wait over here in the shade." "I don't think Sergeant Curtis will mind you hearing this, seeing as you were working with him on that Paris Gibson call. That's what this is about, well, sorta, indirectly." "Let's all get in the shade," Curtis suggested. They moved closer to the building to take advantage of the sliver of shadow it cast on the blazing sidewalk. Traffic whizzed past on nearby Interstate 35, but the rookie made himself heard. "You issued a heads-up memo," he said to Curtis, "about missing person reports?" "That's right." "Well, sir, Judge Baird Kemp?" "What about him?" "He's got a daughter, high school age, wild as a March hare. Every now and then she gets a little too wild and crosses the line. She's real well known by cops on patrol after midnight." He glanced around, checking to see if anyone entering or exiting the building was within hearing distance. "The judge is real generous to any officer who takes her home, keeps her out of jail and her name out of print." "I get the picture," the detective said. "So today," Griggs continued, "the judge called in a special request to some of his friends on the force. Seems that Janie, that's her name, didn't come home last night. Everyone's been asked to be on the lookout, and if she's spotted, the judge would be very appreciative to the officer who brought her home." Dean hadn't yet met the judge, but he knew him by name. One of his first duties in Austin had been to try to talk a prisoner into helping the police apprehend his partner in crime, who by comparison was the more evil of the two and was still at large. The prisoner had refused to cooperate. "I'm not giving them shit, man." Them as opposed to you? Because Dean had placed himself on the prisoner's side, becoming his friend, sympathizer, and confidant. The good cop. "My trial was rigged, fucking rigged," the prisoner ranted. "You hear what I'm saying, man? That judge swayed the jury, smug motherfucker." His regard for his trial judge didn't differ from that of most convicted criminals. They rarely had a kind word for the robed individual who, with the final bang of the gavel, sealed their bleak futures. Eventually, Dean got information from the prisoner that resulted in his partner's arrest, but the man had maintained his low opinion of Judge Kemp, and based on what Griggs had just told them, Dean thought it might have been justified. Curtis said, "In this county alone, there could be 100 teenagers who didn't come home last night, and whose current whereabouts are unknown to their parents, and that would be a conservative estimate." Dean was thinking of his own teenager who had alarmed his mother on more than one occasion by not returning home until well into the next day. "I agree. It's too soon to jump to conclusions about one unaccounted-for girl, especially if she makes a habit of staying out. Judge Kemp would shit a brick if his special request became an all-points bulletin," Curtis remarked, his distaste showing. "All the same, thanks for telling us about this, Griggs. Good follow-up and good hustle. How come you came in so early today?" "Putting in overtime, sir. Besides, I hoped I could, help Paris Gibson. She was pretty shook up last night." I'm sure she will appreciate your diligence." Curtis's statement was made tongue-in-cheek. Apparently he'd noticed the same thing Dean had. The kid was smitten with Paris. "Let's give Miss Janie Kemp a few more hours to sober up and find her way home before we link her to Miss Gibson's caller," Curtis said. "Yes, sir." The young policeman's manner was so militarily correct, Dean almost expected him to salute. "Have a good lunch, sir, Dr. Malloy." Curtis continued down the sidewalk, but Dean hung back, sensing that Griggs still had something on his mind. If it concerned Paris, he wanted to know what it was. "Excuse me, Griggs. If something's nagging at you, we'd like to hear it." It was clear that Rookie didn't want to step on the toes of a detective with rank or an officer with an alphabet soup of degrees behind his name and a doctor in front of it. All the same, he seemed relieved that Dean had invited him to speak his mind. "It's just that this girl goes looking for trouble, sir." He lowered his voice to a confidential pitch. "One of our undercover narcs at the high school, he says she's great looking and knows it. A real babe. Says she's made moves on him that almost made him forget he was a badge." Griggs' ears had turned red. Even his scalp was blushing through his buzz haircut. Hoping to relax the younger man, Dean quipped, "I hate when that happens. One of the reasons I never worked undercover." Griggs grinned, as though happy to learn that Dean was just a guy after all. "Yeah, well, what I'm saying is she must have placed herself in a situation where something bad could happen." "Flirted with danger and got more than she bargained for?" Curtis asked. "Something like that, sir. From what I know of her, she does what she wants to, when she wants to, and doesn't account to anybody, not even to her folks. Perfect candidate to be slipped some rohypnol. If she crossed paths with this Valentino and he's done what he claims, nobody would know it for a while, and that could be bad." Curtis asked if anyone had looked for Janie Kemp in places where she was known to hang out. "Yes, sir. That's what the judge wanted done. Covertly, of course. Couple of intelligence officers are on it as well as the regular patrolmen, but it's summer, so the sex club meets outdoors more nights than not, and the meeting place changes every few nights to keep narcs and parents." "Sex club?" Dean looked over at Curtis for an explanation, but the detective shrugged. Both looked back at Griggs. Nervous again, the young officer shifted his weight from one polished shoe to the other. "You don't know about the sex club?" Paris arrived home exhausted. This was normally the time of day she was getting up. Customarily, she ate breakfast when everyone else was having lunch. Today, she was off her schedule. If she didn't sleep a few hours this afternoon, she would be a zombie by sign-off time tonight. But after her unexpected reunion with Dean, sleep was unlikely. She made herself a peanut butter sandwich she didn't really want, and sat at the kitchen table, a napkin in her lap, pretending it was an actual meal. As she ate, she sorted her mail. When she came to the pale blue letter-sized envelope with the familiar logo in the upper left-hand corner, she stopped her methodic chewing. She washed down the bite of sandwich with a whole glass of milk, as though fortifying herself for the contents of the envelope. The 3-paragraph letter was from the director of Meadowview Hospital. Politely but firmly, in language that could not be misunderstood, he requested that she retrieve the personal belongings of former patient, the late Mr. Jack Donner. "Since you haven't responded to my numerous attempts to reach you by telephone," the letter read, "I can only assume that you never received those messages. Therefore, let this letter serve to notify you that Mr. Donner's belongings will be removed from the facility if you do not collect them." Her deadline to comply was tomorrow. Tomorrow. And he meant it. The date was underlined. While Jack was a patient at Meadowview, Paris had been on a first-name basis with everyone on the staff, from the director to the custodian. This read like a letter to a stranger. He'd reached the limit of his patience with her, no doubt because she had ignored his telephone messages. She hadn't been back to the private nursing facility since the day Jack died inside room 203. In the 6 months since then, she hadn't had the wherewithal to return, not even to pick up his personal belongings. With very few exceptions, she'd gone to the hospital every day for 7 years. But after leaving it that final day, she'd been unable to make herself return. Her reluctance to do so wasn't entirely selfish. She didn't want to dishonor Jack by remembering him lying in that hospital bed, his limbs withering even though they were exercised every day by Meadowview's capable staff of physical therapists. He'd been no more self-sufficient than a baby, unable to speak anything except gibberish, unable to feed himself, unable to do anything except take up space and rely on dedicated healthcare professionals to tend to even his most personal needs. That was the condition in which he'd lived, existed, the last 7 years of his life. He deserved better than to be remembered like that. She folded her arms on the table and laid her head on them. Closing her eyes, she envisioned Jack Donner as he'd been when she'd met him. Strong, handsome, vital, self-confident Jack. "So you're the new one who's causing such a sensation." He had spoken from behind her. When she faced him, her first impression was of the cockiness of his grin. Her assigned cubicle in the newsroom was barely large enough to turn around in. It was crammed with boxes that she was in the process of unpacking. Jack had pretended not to notice that he was contributing to the crowded conditions. Coolly, she repeated, "New one. You're being talked about in the front offices. Don't force me to repeat what I've heard and risk a sexual harassment charge. I've just joined the news team, if that's what you mean." "The award-winning news team," he corrected, his grin stretching wider. "Don't you pay attention to our station's promos?" "Are you in the promotions department?" "No. I head the official host committee. In fact, I am the official host committee. It's my job to welcome all newcomers." "Thank you. I consider myself welcome. Now if you'll..." "Actually, I'm in sales. Jack Donner." He stuck out his hand. They shook. "Paris Gibson." "Good name. Stage or yours for real?" "Mine for real." "You want to go to lunch?" His audacity didn't give offense. Instead, it made her laugh. "No, I'm busy." She raised her arms to indicate the boxes surrounding her. "It'll take me all afternoon to get this stuff organized. Besides, we just met." "Oh, right." As he mulled over that dilemma, he gnawed on his lower lip in a manner he probably knew was cute and endearing. Then he brightened. "Dinner?" She didn't go to dinner with him that night, or the next 3 times he asked. In the ensuing weeks, she worked her tail off, covering as many stories as the assignments editor would give her. She vied for as much airtime as she could get, knowing that exposure was the only way to build audience recognition for her name, voice, and face. She was aiming for the evening anchor spot. It might take her a year or 2 to get there. She had a lot to learn and much to prove, but she saw no reason to set her sights on anything lower than the top. So she was way too busy getting herself established in the Houston television market to accept dates. And Jack Donner was way too confident that she would ultimately submit to his charm. He was all-American boy handsome. His personality was engaging, his humor infectious. Every woman in the building, from the college interns to the grandmother who ran the accounting department, had a crush on him. Surprisingly, men liked him too. He'd held the top sales record for several consecutive years, and it was no secret that he was being groomed for management. "Upper management," he confided in her. "I want to be GM, and then who knows, one day I might own my own station." He certainly had the ambition and charisma to achieve whatever he set out to do, and getting a date with her was his primary short-term goal. Finally, he wore her down, and she accepted. On their first date, he took her to a Chinese restaurant. The food was dreadful, and the service even worse, but he kept her laughing throughout the meal by creating histories for each of the dour wait staff. The more rice wine he drank, the funnier the stories became. When he opened his fortune cookie, he whistled. Wow, listen to this. He pretended to read. Congratulations. After months of trying to seduce a certain lady, tonight you get lucky. Paris broke open her cookie and pulled out the fortune. Mine says, disregard previous fortune. You won't sleep with me. She laughed at his crestfallen expression. No, Jack, I won't sleep with you. You're sure? I'm sure. But after 4 months of dating, she did. After 6 months, everyone at the TV station acknowledged them as a couple. By Christmas, Jack had asked her to marry him, and by New Year's Day, she had accepted. In February, it snowed. Houston, where snow was as infrequent as the Hale-Bopp comet, ground to a halt, which meant that the news teams worked overtime to cover all the weather-related stories, from school closings to shelter for the homeless to the myriad hazards of icy roadways. Paris worked for 16 hours straight, going in and out of the weather, riding in a drafty news van, drinking lukewarm coffee, meeting deadlines. When she finally got home, Jack was in her kitchen stirring a pot of homemade soup. If I never loved you before, she said, lifting the lid on the pot and taking a deep whiff, I do now. I'd cook for you every night if you'd move in with me. No. Why not? We've been over this at least 1,000 times, Jack, she said wearily as she pulled off soggy boots. He knelt down to massage her frozen toes. Let's go over it again. I keep forgetting your lame excuses. As you know, my dick is longer than my attention span, and aren't you glad? She withdrew her foot from between his warm hands. The massage felt entirely too good to be getting while they were having this oft-repeated argument. Until we're married, I'm maintaining my independence. Seeing that he was about to press his argument, she added, and if you keep bugging me about it, I'll postpone the wedding for another 6 months. You're a hard woman, Paris Gibson, soon-to-be Donner. They ate their soup and finished the bottle of wine Jack had opened before her arrival. He didn't even suggest that he spend the night, and she was grateful for his sensitivity to her exhaustion. As she bade him good night at her door, she noticed that the 1.5 inches of snow that had immobilized the city was already beginning to melt. All that ass-busting news coverage was made history by a few degrees on the thermometer. Thank God tomorrow is Saturday, she said with a sigh as she leaned against the door jamb. I'm going to sleep all day. Just wake up in time for tomorrow night. What's tomorrow night? You're meeting my best man. Recently, he told her that his best friend from college was moving back to Houston after getting an advanced degree in something from an out-of-state university somewhere that right now she couldn't remember. She knew only that Jack was very excited to have his friend returning to the area and couldn't wait to introduce them. How's he liking the Houston PD? She asked around a wide yawn. Still too early to tell, he says, but he thinks he's going to like it. We're going to try to scare up a game of basketball at the gym while you're snoozing the day away. We'll pick you up around 7 tomorrow evening. I'll be ready. She was about to close the door when she called after him. I'm sorry, Jack. What's his name again? Dean. Dean Malloy. Paris sat up, gasping. She was in her own kitchen, but it took her a moment to orient herself. Reverie had given way to dreaming. She'd been in a deep sleep. The angle of the sunlight coming through the window had changed. Her arms were tingling from the lack of circulation that lying on them had caused. Shaking them only heightened the prickly sensation. With a numb hand, she reached for the ringing telephone, the cause of her waking up so abruptly. Out of habit, she said, "This is Paris." Chapter 8. When was the last time you saw a dentist, Amy? I don't remember. A few years, maybe? Dr. Brad Armstrong gave his patient a stern frown. That's much too long between checkups. I'm scared of dentists. Then you haven't been to the right one. He winked at her. Until now. She giggled. You're lucky I found only one cavity. It's small, but it needs to be filled. Will it hurt? Hurt? I'll have you know that in this office, pain is a 4-letter word. He patted her shoulder. My job is to fix your tooth. Your job is to lie back and relax while I'm doing it. The Valium sure helps. I'm already getting sleepy. It doesn't take long. His staff had cleared it with Amy's mother before giving her a low-dosage tranquilizer to relieve her anxiety and make the procedure less stressful for both patient and doctor. Her mother was coming back in a while to drive her home. In the meantime, he was free to look his fill as she drifted into La-La Land. According to her chart, she was 15, but she was well-formed. She had good legs. Her short skirt revealed smooth, tan thighs and muscled calves. He loved summer. Summer meant skin. Already he dreaded the onset of fall and winter when women gave up sandals for boots and bare legs for opaque tights. Skirts got longer, and shoulders bared in the summer by halters and narrow straps were covered with sweaters. The only good thing about sweaters was that sometimes they clung, and the suggestion of what was underneath could be wonderfully enticing. His patient took a deep breath that shifted the paper bib to one side of her chest. He was tempted to lift it and look at her breasts. If she protested, he could always say he was returning the bib to its proper place, nothing more. But he restrained himself. His nurse might come in, and unlike his patient, she wasn't loopy on Valium. He surveyed the girl's legs again. Relaxation had caused them to roll outward, leaving several inches of space between her knees. The stretchy fabric of her skirt fit like a second skin. It molded to the dip between her thighs and delineated the V. Was she wearing panties? He wondered. The possibility that she wasn't inflamed him. He also wondered if she was a virgin. Beyond the age of 14, few were. Statistically, the odds were good that she had been with a man. She would know what to expect from a man who was aroused. She wouldn't be that shocked if... Dr. Armstrong? His assistant appeared, interrupting the daydream. Is she ready for the deadening? He never let his patients even hear the word shot. He came off the low stool on which he'd been sitting, pretending to study the patient's x-rays. Yes, go ahead. Let's give it 10 minutes. I'll have everything ready. He disposed of his latex gloves and went into his private office, closing the door behind him. His skin was feverish. His heartbeat was accelerated. If not for his lab coat, his assistant would have seen his erection. If not for her timely interruption, he might have made a dreadful mistake. And he couldn't afford to make another. That last time, though, now that had not been his fault. That girl had been in his chair 3 times within 2 months, and with each visit she had become a little friendlier. Friendlier? Hell, she'd flirted with him outright. She had known exactly what she was doing. The way she smiled up at him provocatively whenever she was reclined in his chair. Hadn't that practically been an invitation to fondle her? Then when he did, she had raised such a hue and cry it had brought his partners, all the hygienists, and most of the patients running down the hallway and into the treatment room where she stood screaming accusations at him. If she had been the 25-year-old she appeared to be instead of the minor she was, those accusations would have been dismissed. As it was, they'd been believed, and he'd been invited to leave the practice. The following morning when he arrived at the office, his partners had met him at the door with a severance agreement that included a check amounting to 3 months' earnings. Under the circumstances, they considered that fair. Goodbye and good luck. Sanctimonious pricks. But the repercussions hadn't stopped there. The girl's parents, incensed that a normal, heterosexual male had responded to the inviting signals transmitted by their sexpot of a daughter, had filed charges of indecency with a child. As if she was a child. As if she hadn't asked for it. As if she hadn't liked having his hand slide between her thighs. He was dragged into court like a criminal, and on the advice of his inept attorney, forced to apologize to the conniving little bitch. He'd pled guilty to the humiliating allegations in order to receive a light sentence of mandatory counseling and probation. The judge's ruling was much lighter than Tony's, however. "This is the last time, Brad," she warned. Since he had dodged incarceration, wouldn't you assume a celebration was in order? Oh, no. His wife had other plans, which included beating the subject of his addiction to death. "I can't go through another ordeal like this," she told him. And for hours she'd harped on his destructive pattern of behavior. Okay, there had been a few other incidents, like the one at the clinic where he'd first practiced. He had shown a dental hygienist some photographs. It was a joke, for God's sake. How's he to know she was a Bible beater who probably thought babies should be born with fig leaves attached to their belly buttons? She had spread such vicious gossip about him he'd left of his own accord. But Tony still held him responsible. Finally, she had concluded by saying, "Let me make this even clearer, Brad. I won't suffer through another ordeal like this. I won't allow our children to suffer through it. I love you," she declared tearfully. "I don't want to divorce you. I don't want to break up our home and family, but I will leave you if you don't get help and control your addiction." Addiction. So what if he had a strong sex drive? Was that an addiction? She'd made him sound like a pervert. He wasn't a complete fool, though. He knew he had to adapt to the world in which he lived. If society was going to be puritanical, then he must adjust to the accepted rules. He must walk the straight and narrow as defined by church and state, and they were in league on this issue. One misstep beyond their silly boundaries of so-called decency, and you were not only a sinner, but an outlaw. Even the mildest flirtation with another patient could cost him his career. It had taken him 8 months to land this job in Austin, long after the severance check had been spent and the savings accounts depleted. This clinic wasn't as prosperous as the previous one. His current partners weren't as specialized and renowned as his former associates. But the job paid the mortgage, and his family liked Austin, where no one knew the reason for their move here. For weeks after that courtroom nightmare, Tony had flinched each time he touched her. She had continued sharing a bed with him, although he figured that pretense had been for the kids' benefit. Eventually, she had allowed him to hold her and kiss her, and then, after his group therapy leader had given him a gold star for the progress he'd made toward healing, she had resumed having sex. She had seemed reasonably content, until a few nights ago when he'd been careless enough to stay out all night. He'd devised a plausible story, and she might have continued believing it if he hadn't been so late getting home last night. The story about the tax seminar didn't fly. He had gone to the seminar and signed in, so there would be a record of his attendance, but he had never intended to stay and had left after the first boring hour. He'd caught hell for it this morning. Tony shooed the kids from the breakfast table and sent them upstairs to do chores. Then, without any warning, she demanded, "Where were you last night, Brad?" No lead-in, just that angry surprise attack that immediately pissed him off. "You know where I was. I was up until after 2 o'clock this morning and you weren't home yet. No tax seminar lasts that long." "It didn't. It was over around 11. I met a few guys there. We went out for a beer, realized we were hungry, ordered food." "What guys?" "I don't know. Guys. We exchanged first names. Joe, I think it was, is an executive at Motorola. Grant or Greg, something like that, owns 3 paint and body shops. The other one—" "You're lying," she exclaimed. "Well, thanks for giving me the benefit of the doubt." "You haven't earned it, Brad. I tried to go into your office last night. The door was locked." He stood up, pushing his chair away from the table so angrily it scraped loudly against the floor. "Big deal. The door was locked. I didn't lock it. One of the kids must have. But why were you going in there in the first place? To see what you could find to hold against me? To snoop? To spy?" "Yes." "At least you admit it." He expelled a long breath, as though taking time out to get a grip. "Tony, what's wrong with you lately? Every time I leave the house, you put me through a royal grilling." Because you're leaving the house more often and you stay away for long periods of time that you can't or won't account for. Account for? What, I'm not an adult? I'm not allowed to come and go of my own free will? I have to check in with you if I decide to stop for a beer? When I need to take a piss, shall I call you first and ask permission? It won't work, Brad, she said with maddening composure. I'm not going to let you turn the tables and make me feel bad for asking why you were out until early this morning. Go to work. You're going to be late. That had been her exit line. She had stalked from the kitchen, her spine as straight as if she had a girder up her ass. He'd let her go. He knew her. Once she reached that stage of righteous indignation, he could grovel for hours and nothing he said or did would appease her. She would stay frosty for days. Eventually, she would thaw. But in the meantime... Jesus! Was it any wonder that he wasn't eager to go home tonight? Who wanted to cozy up to a popsicle? If he erred tonight, Tony was to blame, not him. Thankfully, he had discovered a new outlet for his addiction. Sex in all its variations was his for the taking. Thinking about what was now available to him, he smiled. Reaching beneath his lab coat, he stroked himself. He liked to stay semi-erect, so throughout the day he took sneak peeks at the photographs he kept locked in his credenza drawer. Or, if he felt safe from intrusion, he visited favorite websites. Only a minute or two would do the trick. Some people drank coffee for a quick pick-me-up. He discovered something a hell of a lot more stimulating than caffeine. It would be a long afternoon, but the anticipation alone was delicious. Hurry, Nightfall. Chapter 9. When Paris entered the room where they were waiting for her, Dean and the other two men stood up. They had convened in a small meeting room within the CIB that was ordinarily used to interview witnesses or question suspects. It was cramped quarters, but confidentiality was assured. Curtis pulled a chair from beneath the table for Paris. She nodded her thanks to him and sat down. She was still wearing sunglasses. Dean could barely detect her eyes behind the dark gray lenses. He hated to speculate as to why she never removed them. I hope it wasn't too inconvenient for you to come back downtown, Curtis said to her. I got here as quickly as I could. In unison, they all looked at the wall clock. It was coming up on 2 p.m. None needed to be reminded that 12 hours of Valentino's deadline had already expired. The detective motioned to the third man in the room. This is John Rondo. John, Paris Gibson. She leaned forward and extended her hand across the table. Mr. Rondo. As they shook hands, he said, A pleasure, Miss Gibson. I'm a huge fan. I'm glad to hear that. I listen to you all the time. It's a real honor to meet you. Dean drew a bead on the officer whom he had met only minutes before Paris's arrival. Rondo was young, trim, and good-looking, a weightlifter from the looks of his biceps. His face was lit up like a Christmas tree as he gazed at Paris. Plainly, like the rookie Griggs, Rondo was instantly infatuated with her. Dean suspected that Sergeant Curtis was too. They'd gone to lunch at Stubbs. The Austin landmark, famous for its barbecue, beer, and live music, was only a few blocks from police headquarters. They'd walked. During the lunch period, there was no band playing in the amphitheater beneath the live oaks out back, but hungry state capitol personnel and downtown office workers lined up by the dozens to order cuts of smoked meat slathered with fiery sauce. Opting to not wait for a table, he and Curtis had ordered chopped beef sandwiches and had taken them out onto the wood porch where they stood in the shade to eat. Dean had expected Curtis to ask him about Paris, but he thought the detective's approach would be subtle. Instead, Curtis had dug into his sandwich and asked him bluntly, What's with you and Paris Gibson? Old flames? Maybe it was Curtis's candor that made him such a crackerjack investigator. He caught suspects off guard. Striving for nonchalance, Dean took a bite of his sandwich before answering. More like water under the bridge. Lots of water, I'm guessing. Dean kept chewing. You don't want to talk about it? The detective probed. Dean wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. I don't want to talk about it. Curtis nodded as though saying fair enough. You married? No. You? Divorced, going on 4 years. Kids? One of each. They live with their mother. Has your wife remarried? Curtis took a drink of iced tea. I don't want to talk about it. They'd left it at that and moved the conversation back to the case, which actually wasn't a case yet, but which they feared would become one. But now Dean knew that Curtis was single, and the detective never let pass an opportunity to treat Paris to some show of chivalry. Paris elicited that kind of attention from men. And all the time he'd known her, he'd never seen her play the coquette. She didn't simper. She didn't flirt or deliberately draw attention to herself or dress provocatively. It wasn't anything she did. It was something she was. One glance at her and you wished you had a long time to study her. Her figure wasn't voluptuous like Liz's. In fact, hers was rather angular and boyish. She was taller than average. Her hair, light brown streaked with several shades of blonde, always looked slightly mussed, which was certainly sexy, he supposed. But that alone wasn't enough to rouse male interest. Maybe it was her mouth. Women got painful collagen injections to achieve that pout. Paris had come by it genetically. Or was it her eyes? God knows they were pretty damn spectacular. Blue and fathomless. They invited you to dive in and splash around, see if you could ever plumb their depths. Not that you could tell anything about her eyes now, hidden as they were behind the sunglasses. Young John Rondeau didn't seem to mind, though. He was practically transfixed. Have you learned something else since this morning? She asked. Yes, but we don't know how significant it is. She had posed the question to Curtis, but by answering, Dean forced her to look at him, which she had studiously avoided doing since she entered the room. We're here to discuss its validity. Curtis chimed in. Rondeau works in our computer crimes unit. I don't understand, Paris said. How do computer crimes relate to what you requested of me? We'll get to that, the detective replied. I know it appears to have no relevance, and maybe it doesn't. On the other hand, Dean said, it could all tie in together. That's what we're trying to determine. Are those the cassettes? He gestured at the canvas tote she had carried in along with her handbag. Yes, the Vox Pro holds 1,000 minutes of recorded material. So when a call comes in, it's automatically recorded? Curtis asked. That's how you screen calls, keep people from shouting obscenities to your audience? She smiled. Some have tried. That's why each call is recorded. I then have the option of saving it and playing it on the air or deleting it. How do you transfer the recordings onto cassette? Dean asked. It isn't easy. As a favor to me, one of the engineers figured out a way. Periodically he dumps, his term, not mine, the recordings off the Vox Pro computer onto cassettes for me. Why? She shrugged self-consciously. Nostalgia, maybe? The more interesting conversations could also be useful if I ever put together a demo tape. Well, whatever your reasons for saving them, I'm glad you have them now, Curtis told her. I hope you understand that you lose quality in the duplication process, she said. These tapes won't be as clear as the original. Doesn't matter, Dean said. Quality might become an issue later if a voice print becomes necessary. But right now, all we want to know is if the call Valentino referenced was real or a fabrication. That's why we asked to hear the calls you received during the past week. If there was such a call, and if hearing it on your program lighted Valentino's fuse, then we need to trace that call to the woman who placed it. If it's not too late, she murmured. Judging by the expressions around the table, everyone in the room echoed her grim thought. Can you remember a call similar to the one Valentino described? Curtis asked her. Possibly. I've been thinking about it since our conversation this morning. I got a call 3 nights ago. As I was driving here, I listened to it on the cassette player in my car. I marked the cassette and cued the call. Dean found the marked cassette among the others in the bag, inserted it into the machine, and pressed play. "This is Paris." "Hi, Paris." "What's on your mind tonight, caller?" "Well, see, I met this guy a few weeks ago, and we really hit it off. I mean, it's been hot between us." A giggle. "Sorta exotic." "That's probably all the detail we need on a family show." Another giggle from the caller. "But I like being with other guys, too. So now he's getting jealous all the time, possessive, you know?" "Do you want to take the relationship to another level?" "You mean like, do I love him?" "Hell no, the whole thing has been about fun. That's it." "Perhaps not to him." "Then that's his problem. I just don't know what to do about him." "If you feel that the relationship is constricting, you probably shouldn't be in it. My advice is to make the break as quick and painless as possible. It would be cruel to string him along when your heart is no longer in it." "Okay, thanks." "That's all," Paris said. She hung up. Dean switched off the recorder. For several moments there was a heavy silence, then everyone began talking at once. Curtis pointed to Paris, giving her the floor. "I was just going to say that this call may have absolutely no connection to Valentino. It was a rather silly conversation. I only put her on the air because she was so animated. I gathered from her voice that she was young. My audience are mostly baby boomers. I've wanted to expand it to include the younger crowd, so when a call from someone obviously younger comes in, I generally use it." "Did you get the phone number?" "I checked the Vox Pro. The caller ID said unavailable." "Did other listeners respond to your conversation with her?" "You'll hear a few on the tape. Several offered interesting advice on how she should handle the breakup. Others I thanked for calling but didn't put them on the air and deleted their calls from the Vox Pro. I don't remember talking to anyone else this week about a breakup, even off the air. But I talk to dozens of people every night. My memory isn't 100%. "Do you mind if we keep these tapes for a while?" Curtis asked. "They're yours. I had duplicates made. I think I'll have someone listen to all. How many hours is it?" "Several, I'm afraid. I went back 3 weeks. That's 15 nights on the air, but of course I delete more calls than I save. I'll have someone listen, see if there's a similar call that slipped your mind." "Did Valentino call in response?" Dean asked. "That night, you mean?" "No. He always identifies himself by name. Last night was the first time I'd heard from him in a while. I'm definite on that." Curtis stood up. "Thank you, Paris. We appreciate your help. I hope coming back downtown wasn't too much of an imposition. I'm as concerned as you are." Apparently he intended to escort her out, but she remained seated. Curtis hesitated. "Is there something else?" Dean knew why Paris was reluctant to leave. Her news-gathering instinct had kicked in. She wanted the full story and didn't want to stop until she had it. "I'm guessing she'd like to know what's going on," he said. "I would, yes," she said with a nod. Curtis hedged. "It's really a police matter." "For you it is, but it's a personal matter to me, Sergeant. Especially if Valentino turns out to be someone I know. I feel responsible." "You're not," Dean said, speaking more sharply than he intended. Everyone looked toward him. "If he's for real, he's a psychopath. He would be doing something like this whether or not he talks to you on the radio." Curtis agreed. "He's right, Paris. If this guy is wound as tight as he sounds, he would have snapped sooner or later." Rondo said, "You're just providing him with a forum, Miss Gibson. And because of that, you're our only link to him." Dean looked over at Curtis where he still stood beside her chair. "That's why I think she has a right to know the leads we're following." Curtis frowned, but he resumed his seat. Then he looked directly at Paris and, with his characteristic bluntness, stated, "We might have a missing girl." "Might?" Dean watched her while she listened to Curtis's summary of what Griggs had told them about Judge Baird Kemp's daughter. He already knew the facts, so he was able to tune them out and concentrate on Paris, who was hanging on every word. Obviously, she had cultivated a sizable radio audience, but he wondered if she missed her TV news reporting. Like grease paint for a stage actor, didn't it get into a person's blood? She'd been a natural, earning the viewer's confidence with her solid and impartial reporting. She'd been smart enough to know that if she was too cutesy or glamorous, they would regard her as an airhead who had probably slept her way into her job. Taken to the other extreme, she would have been thought of as a ball-breaking bitch with penis envy. Paris had struck the perfect balance. She had been as aggressive a reporter as any of her male counterparts, but without any sacrifice to her femininity. She could have taken her career as far as she chose to take it. If only. Her soft exclamation brought him back into the present. This girl hasn't been seen or heard from for almost 24 hours, and her parents are just now becoming worried? Dean said, hard to believe, isn't it? They haven't formally notified the police, so Janie's disappearance isn't official, but there have been no other missing persons reported. It's a long shot, but it's a coincidence that Curtis and I thought we should investigate. She quickly connected the dots. And if it turned out that this caller was the judge's daughter, that's why we asked for the tapes, Dean said. Did she give you her name? Unfortunately, no. You heard the recording, and the name doesn't ring a bell. If I'd recently heard the name Janie or Kemp, which is more unusual, I think I would remember. Besides, isn't this a stretch? It's an awfully broad coincidence on which to base an investigation. We thought so too, until we heard about this internet club, the sex club. The what? Rondo came to life. That's where I came in. He glanced at Curtis as if asking permission to continue. Curtis shrugged. Go ahead, it's not as if she couldn't find out for herself. Rondo launched into his description. The website's been online for a couple of years. Janie Kemp was one of the founders, I guess you'd say. It started out as a message board where local teens could communicate more or less anonymously, using only their usernames and email addresses. Over time, the messages got more explicit, the subject matter racier, until the purpose of it has evolved into what it is now, which is basically an internet personals column. They flirt via cyberspace. Flirt, Dean scoffed. The messages they exchange are more like foreplay. The younger cop said, I didn't want to offend Ms. Gibson. She's a grown-up and this isn't Sunday school. Dean looked at her directly. The sex club's sole purpose is to solicit sex. Kids post messages advertising what they've done and what they're willing to do with the right partner. If they want more privacy with someone, they enter chat rooms and talk dirty to each other. Here's a sample. He opened a folder and removed the sheet he'd printed off the computer in Curtis's office. She scanned it, registering her dismay. When she looked up, she said, But these are kids. High school mostly, Rondo told her. They congregate at a designated spot each night. It's a huge swap meet. Curtis said, Part of the fun, it seems, is trying to match individuals with their usernames, see if you can figure out who's who. And if a couple who've been chatting over the internet find each other, they have sex, Dean said. Or not, Rondo said, correcting him. Sometimes they don't like what they see. The other person doesn't live up to expectations. Or someone better comes along in the meantime. No one's obligated to follow through. The computer crime guys discovered the website, Curtis said. And since most of the users are minors, they brought it to the attention of the Child Abuse Unit, which investigates sex offenses against children and child pornography, which falls under the auspices of the CIB. He folded his arms across his stocky torso. It's a bleed-over investigation, meaning we can put a lot of people on it. That's good news, Rondo said. The bad news is that stopping it is virtually impossible. Paris was shaking her head with incredulity. Let me make sure I understand. Girls like Janie Kemp go to a designated place and meet with strangers whom they've teased via the internet into believing they'll have sex? Right, Rondo said. Are they insane? Don't they realize the risk they're taking? If they meet their chat room partner who turns out to be less than a Brad Pitt and say no thanks, they're placing themselves at the mercy of a man whom they've inflamed and who is disappointed, to say the least. They're hardly at anyone's mercy, Miss Gibson, the young cop said quietly. We're not talking nuns here. These are party girls. They frequently charge the men for their favors. They ask for money? Not ask, demand, Rondo told them. And they get it, plenty of it. This information stunned them into silence. Eventually, Curtis said, What troubles us, Paris, beyond the obvious, is that anybody who applies for membership in this so-called club gets it. Getting a password and access to this website requires only a few clicks of a mouse. That means any sexual predator, any deviant, would know where to look for his next victim. What's more, Dean said, his victim would probably go with him willingly. He'd have to put forth very little effort. This is alarming whether or not it has a connection to Valentino, she said. And we're fighting a losing battle, Rondo said. We bust up the kiddie porn rings, but for each one that's busted, dozens more spring up and thrive. We work with the feds with Operation Blue Ridge Thunder, a nationwide information network that deals specifically with internet crimes against children. That's more than we can handle. Teenagers consensually exchanging dirty email is a low priority. Curtis said, It's like writing tickets for jaywalking while across town gang members are shooting each other. What about Janie's parents? Paris asked. Have they been made aware of this? They've had trouble with her, Curtis replied. She has a history of misbehavior, but even they probably don't know about all her activities. We didn't want to alert them to a possible connection between her unknown whereabouts and Valentino's call until we had more to go on. We were hoping your audio tape would shed some light. It doesn't shed much, does it? She said. I'm sorry. After a discreet knock, the door was opened and another detective poked his head in. Sorry to interrupt, Curtis. I have a message for you. He excused himself and left the room. Paris consulted her wristwatch. Unless I can be of further help, I should be going. Rondo nearly broke his neck getting out of his chair and helping her with hers. What time do you have to be at the radio station, Ms. Gibson? Around 7:30. And please call me Paris. Do you have to do a lot of preparation ahead of time? I select the music myself and prepare my log. That's the order in which songs are played. Another department called Traffic has already logged the commercials. However, a lot of my programming occurs spontaneously. I never know what song someone from the audience is going to request, but I can insert that song into the log instantly because we have a computerized library of music. Are you ever nervous when you go on the air? She laughed and shook her head, making the shaggy hairdo even shaggier and more attractive. I've been doing it too long to get butterflies. Do you operate the equipment all by yourself? If you're referring to the control board, yes, and I man my own telephone lines. I turned down having a producer. I like being a one-woman show. When you started, did you have to learn a lot about technical stuff? Some, but honestly, you probably know much more about the workings of a computer than I know about the physics of radio waves. The implied compliment brought a silly grin to his face. Does working alone ever get boring? Not really, no. I like the music, and the callers keep me on my toes. Each broadcast is different. Don't you get lonely working alone every night? Actually, I prefer it. Before Rondo asked her to father his children, Dean interceded. I'll walk you out, Paris. As he ushered her toward the door, she said, I'd like to stay updated. Please ask Sergeant Curtis to call me when he knows something. Sergeant Curtis. Not him. The snub couldn't be more blatant, and it irritated the hell out of him. He was as much a cop as Sergeant Robert Curtis, and he outranked him. He reached around her to grab the doorknob, but the door opened without his help, and Curtis was on the other side of it. His complexion was several shades ruddier than usual. What was left of his pale hair seemed to be standing on end. "Well, it's hit the fan," he announced. "Somehow a courthouse reporter learned that cops are looking for Janie Kemp. He confronted the judge about it as he was returning from lunch recess. His Honor is not happy. His daughter's life could be at risk and he's worried about media exposure?" Paris exclaimed. Dean said, "My thought exactly. I don't give a shit if he's happy or not." "Fine. You'll have an opportunity to tell him that to his face. We've been ordered by the chief to meet with Kemp and try to smooth his feathers. Right now." Chapter 10. Paris wheeled into the Kemp circular driveway directly behind Sergeant Curtis's unmarked Taurus. She got out of her car at the same time he got out of his. Before he had a chance to speak, she said, "I'm coming with you." "This is a police matter, Ms. Gibson." If he was back to using her last name, he was irked. She held her ground. "I started this ball rolling when I came to see you this morning. If I never hear from Valentino again and the call last night turns out to be a hoax, then I owe you, the Austin police, and especially this family a profound apology. And if it isn't a hoax, then I am directly involved, and so are they, which entitles me to speak with them." The detective looked across at Dean as though seeking guidance on how to handle her when she took a stubborn stance. Dean said, "It's your call, Curtis, but she's good at talking to people. That's what she does." Coming from a trained negotiator, that was quite a compliment. Curtis considered it for only a moment, then said grudgingly, "All right, but I don't know why you'd want to involve yourself in this any more than you already are. I didn't choose to be. Valentino involved me." She and Dean followed him toward the door. For Dean's ears only, she said, "Thanks for backing me up." "Don't thank me yet." He nodded toward the wide front door, which was being opened as they made their way up the veranda steps. "Looks like he's been lying in wait." Judge Baird Kemp was tall, distinguished-looking, and handsome, except for his scowl, which he directed toward Curtis, whom he knew by name. "I'm trying to keep a lid on this, Curtis, and what does the Austin PD do? Trot extra cops out to my house. What the hell is going on with you people, and who are they?" To Curtis's credit, he kept his cool, although his face and neck flushed to a deeper hue. "Judge Kemp, Dr. Dean Malloy. He's the department psychologist." "Psychologist?" the judge sneered. Dean didn't even bother extending the judge's hand, knowing it would be rebuffed. "And this is Paris Gibson," Curtis said, motioning toward her. After giving her a cursory look, the judge glared at Curtis. "Are you the one who started the false rumors that my daughter is missing?" "No, Judge, I didn't. You did. When you called one of the cops you've got on the take and told him to start looking for her." A vein ticked in Kemp's forehead. "I told the chief that I demanded to know who was responsible for leaking that story, which has been grossly exaggerated. He sends me you, a shrink and a—" He glanced at Paris. "Whatever. Why the hell are you here?" "Baird, for God's sake." A woman emerged from the house and upbraided him with a stern look. "Can we please do this inside, where fewer people will have the opportunity of overhearing?" She gave their guests a collective once-over, which was just shy of hostile. Then she said stiffly, "Won't you come in?" Again, Paris and Dean followed Curtis. They were shown into an elaborately appointed living room that might have been a salon in Versailles. The decorator had padded her budget with an overload of brocades, gilt, beading, and tassels. The judge marched over to a dainty liquor cart, poured himself a drink from a crystal decanter, and tossed it back as if it was a shot. Mrs. Kemp perched on the delicate arm of a divan, as though she didn't intend to stay very long. Curtis remained standing, looking as out of place as a fire plug in this room of frou-frou. "Mrs. Kemp, have you heard from Janie?" She glanced at her husband before answering. "No, but when she gets home she'll be in serious trouble." Paris couldn't help but think the girl could be in much more serious trouble now.
"She's a teenager, for Christ's sake."
The judge was still standing too, glaring down at them as though about to sentence them to 20 years of hard labor.
"Teenagers pull stunts like this all the time, except when my daughter does it, it makes headlines."
"Don't you realize that negative publicity only makes the situation worse?"
"For whom?"
Paris was dismayed that Mrs. Kemp's primary concern was publicity. Shouldn't she be more worried about the girl's absence rather than what would be said about it? Curtis was still trying to be the diplomat.
"Judge, I don't know who within the Austin PD spoke to that reporter. We'll probably never know. The culprit isn't going to come forward and admit it, and the reporter's going to protect his source. I suggest we move past that, and easy for you to say. Not at all easy."
Dean spoke for the first time, and his tone was so imperative that all eyes turned to him.
"I wish the three of us had come here hat in hand to beg your forgiveness for an error in judgment, a slip of the tongue, a false alarm. Unfortunately, we're here because your daughter could be in grave danger."
Mrs. Kemp moved off the arm of the divan and onto the seat cushion. The judge rocked back on his heels.
"What do you mean? How do you know?"
"Maybe I should tell you why I'm here," Paris said quietly. The judge's eyes narrowed. "What was your name again? Are you that truancy officer who kept hassling us last year?"
"No."
She reintroduced herself. "I have a radio program. It's on each weeknight from 10 to 2.
"Radio?"
"Oh," Mrs. Kemp exclaimed. "Paris Gibson. Of course. Janie listens to you." Paris exchanged glances with Dean and Curtis before turning back to the judge, who apparently was unfamiliar with her and her show. "Listeners call in, and sometimes I put them on the air."
"Talk radio? Bunch of left-wing radicals spouting off about this, that, or the other."
He had to be the most unpleasant individual Paris had ever met. "No," she said evenly. "My show isn't talk radio." She was in the process of describing her format when he interrupted her.
"I get the picture. What about it?"
"Sometimes a listener calls to air a personal problem."
"With a total stranger?"
"I'm not a stranger to my listeners." The judge raised a graying eyebrow. Apparently he wasn't used to people contradicting or correcting him. But Paris wasn't intimidated by someone she had already formed such a low opinion of. Being flagrantly rude, he dismissed her and turned back to Curtis.
"I still don't understand what a radio DJ has got to do with any of this."
"I think this will help explain." The detective set the portable tape recorder on a coffee table.
"May I?"
"What is this?" "Sit down, Baird," his wife snapped. Paris saw traces of apprehension in the other woman's eyes. Finally, the severity of the situation was beginning to sink in. "What's on the recorder?" she asked Curtis.
"We want you to listen, see if you recognize your daughter's voice."
The judge looked down at Paris.
"She called you. What for?"
She, along with the others, ignored him as the recording began. "Well, see, I met this guy a few weeks ago." Paris noticed that Dean was watching Mrs. Kemp closely. Her reaction was immediate, but was it from recognizing the voice, or from the young girl's description of a short-lived but hot fling? When it ended, Dean leaned toward Mrs. Kemp. "Is that Janie's voice?" "It sounds like her, but she rarely talks to us with that much animation, so it's hard to tell."
"Judge?"
Curtis asked.
"I can't tell for dead certain either, but what the hell difference does it make if it is her? We know she's got boyfriends. She flits from one to the other so fast we can't keep up. She's a popular girl. What's that got to do with anything?"
"We hope nothing," Curtis replied. "But it might tie in to another call that Paris received from a listener." While talking, he exchanged one cassette for another. Before he played the second tape, he said to Mrs. Kemp, "I apologize in advance, ma'am. Some of the language is rather crude." They listened in silence. By the time Valentina wished Paris a nice night, the judge had his back to the room and was gazing out the front window. Mrs. Kemp was mashing a pale fist against her lips. The judge came around slowly and looked at Paris. "When did you receive this call?" "Just before sign-off last night. I called 911 immediately." Curtis picked up from there and brought them up to date. "Janie's the only missing person who's been reported. If that's her talking to Paris early in the week, it could correlate. If I heard evidence that flimsy in my courtroom, I'd dismiss it." "Maybe you would, Judge, but I won't," Curtis declared. "After the reporter confronted you, I understand you called off the unofficial search for your daughter. Well, sir, you should know that as we speak, patrolmen are intensifying their search and intelligence officers are tapping every resource." The judge looked ready to implode. "Upon whose authority?" "Mine," Dean said. "I made the recommendation and Sergeant Curtis acted on it." Mrs. Kemp turned to him. "I'm sorry, we weren't formally introduced. I don't know who—" He introduced himself again and explained how he had become involved. "Very possibly this will turn out to be a hoax, Mrs. Kemp, but until we know it is, we should take this caller seriously." She stood up suddenly. "Would anyone like coffee?" Then before anyone could answer, she rushed from the room. The judge muttered a string of curses. "Was that necessary?" he asked Dean. Dean was barely restraining himself. Paris recognized the tension in his posture and the hardening of his jaw as he stood up and confronted the judge. "I hope to God you can file a formal complaint against me. I hope Janie comes waltzing in here and makes me look like a colossal fool. You'll then have the pleasure of calling me one, possibly even getting me fired. But in the meantime, your rudeness is unforgivable and your obstinance is stupid. We've been given a 72-hour deadline, and so far you've wasted 20 minutes of it by being a jerk. I suggest we all set aside our egos and focus on finding your daughter." The judge and Dean stared each other down. Neither submitted to the other in a silent contest of wills. Finally, Curtis cleared his throat. When was the last time you saw Janie, Judge?" He actually seemed relieved to have an excuse to break eye contact with Dean. "Yesterday," he replied briskly. "At least Marion saw her then, in the afternoon. We got home late last night, thought she was in her room, didn't discover until this morning that her bed hadn't been slept in." He sat down and crossed one long leg over the other, but his insouciance appeared affected. "I'm sure she's with friends." "I have a son about Janie's age," Dean told him. "He can be a challenge. There are times when you'd think we hated each other. Discounting the normal ups and downs of living with a teenager, would you say you're basically on good terms with Janie?" The judge looked ready to tell Dean that his relationship with his daughter was none of his business. But he relented and said stiffly, "She's been difficult at times. Breaking curfew? Experimenting with alcohol? Going out with kids you'd rather she not associate with? I speak from experience, you understand." By placing them on common ground, he was gradually breaking down the judge's barriers, and Curtis seemed content to let him continue. "All the above," the judge admitted before turning to Paris. "Sergeant Curtis said this degenerate has called you before." "A man using that name has, yes." "Do you know anything about him?" "No." "You have no idea who he is?" "Unfortunately, no." "Do you intentionally provoke this kind of lewdness from your listeners?" The implicating question took her aback. Before she could form a reply, Dean said, "Paris can't be held responsible for the actions of her listening audience." "Thank you, Dean, but I can speak for myself." She met the judge's censorious stare head-on. "I don't care what you think of me or my program, Judge Kemp. I don't need or desire your approval. I'm here only because I heard Valentina's message firsthand and I share Dean, Dr. Malloy's concern. I respect his opinion both as a psychologist and a criminologist. Sergeant Curtis's investigative skills are unsurpassed. You'd be wise to give serious consideration to what they're telling you. As for my opinion, it's based on years of experience. I listen to people in every possible human condition. They talk to me through laughter and tears. They share their joy, sorrow, grief, heartache, exhilaration. Sometimes they lie. I usually can tell when they're lying, when they're faking an emotion in an attempt to impress me. They do that sometimes, thinking it will increase their chances of being put on the air. She pointed toward the recorder. He didn't even hint at being put on the air. That wasn't the reason he called. He called with a message for me, and I didn't get the sense that he was lying or faking it. I don't think it was a crank call. I think he has done and is going to do what he said. Insult me if it makes you feel better, but regardless of anything you say, I'm going to do everything within my power to help the police get your daughter returned safely to you. The taut silence that followed Paris's speech was relieved by the reappearance of Marion Kemp. It seemed she had timed it for just that purpose. I decided on iced tea instead. She was followed into the room by a uniformed maid carrying a silver tray. On it were tall glasses of iced tea garnished with lemon and fresh mint. Each glass rested on an embroidered linen coaster. Once they were served and the maid had withdrawn, Curtis awkwardly set his glass of tea on the coffee table. "There's another element to this that you should be made aware of," he told the Kemps. "Does your daughter have a computer?" Marion replied, "She's on it all the time." Judge and Marion Kemp listened in stony silence as Curtis told them about the sex club. When he finished, the judge demanded to know why his wife had been subjected to hearing about such filth. "Because we need access to Janie's computer." The judge erupted with vehement protests. He and Curtis launched into a heated argument over investigative procedure, privacy, and probable cause. Finally, Dean entered the fray. "Doesn't this girl's safety supersede points of law?" His shout silenced them, so he pressed his advantage. "We need a copy of everything on Janie's hard disk." "I will not permit it," the judge said. "If such a thing as this sex club exists, my daughter has nothing to do with it." "Soliciting to have sex with strangers," Marion Kemp sniffed. "Revolting." "And speaking as a parent, terrifying," Dean said to her. "But I would rather be informed than ignorant, wouldn't you?" "Apparently not," he thought when neither the judge nor his wife answered. "We don't want to invade Janie's privacy or yours, but her computer could yield clues to her whereabouts." "Such as?" the judge asked. "Friends and acquaintances you don't know, people who send her email. If you did discover anything incriminating, it would never be admissible in a court of law because it will have been illegally obtained. Then what have you got to worry about?" The judge had laid that trap for himself, and he realized it. Dean continued, "If Janie has an email address book, which I'm sure she does, we could send out a blanket message to everyone on it, asking if they've seen her, and if they have, urge them to contact you. In effect, announcing to the world that her mother and I can't keep track of our daughter." Dean had no love for these people, but he didn't have the heart to state what was glaringly obvious. They wouldn't be here if the Kemps had kept better track of their daughter. "Her friends will recognize her email address and open the letter," he said. "We'll sign the message from you, not the police, and promise that anyone coming forward with information can remain anonymous." "Mrs. Kemp," Paris said gently, "an email would reach a lot of people much more efficiently than policemen canvassing Janie's hangouts. Besides, young people get nervous when cops approach, even if they're doing absolutely nothing wrong. Janie's friends would be reluctant to talk to a policeman about her. They'd be much more likely to reply to an email." It was a persuasive point, lent even more potency by her mellow voice. Mrs. Kemp looked over at her husband and back to Paris. "I'll show you to her room." The invitation seemed to include only Paris, who stood when Mrs. Kemp did, and followed her out. Without a word, the judge turned on his heels and stalked toward an adjacent room. From what Dean could see through the doorway, it appeared to be a library or study. Curtis lightly slapped his thighs as he came to his feet. "That went well, don't you think?" Dean grinned at the ironic remark, but he sure as hell didn't feel like smiling. I guess his honor's divesting himself of the whole ugly matter. I'll bet you my left nut he's in there on the phone giving the chief hell about the department's new shrink. I don't care. I meant everything I said, and I'd say it again. Yeah, well, occasionally I have to testify in his court. I have to play both ends against the middle. But I figure the next time I'm in the witness box, my testimony will be discredited. He ran his hand over his thinning hair. I'm going outside to make a few calls, see if there's been any news that would make all of us sleep better tonight. Dean followed him as far as the grand staircase. I'll wait here for Paris. I thought you might. He didn't have a suitable comeback for the detective's parting shot, so he let it pass. Sliding his hands into the pockets of his trousers, he took in the formal foyer. The floor was marble tile. Overhead was a lavish crystal chandelier that was reflected in the polished wood surfaces of twin consoles facing each other across the wide hall. Above one of the tables hung an oil portrait of Marion Kemp, and on the opposite wall, above the matching table, was a painting by the same artist of a girl about 7 years old. She was wearing a summer dress of white gauzy fabric. Her feet were bare. The artist had captured sunlight shining through pale blonde curls. She looked angelic and achingly innocent. Dean's cell phone vibrated inside his jacket pocket. He checked the LCD and recognized Liz's cell number. He didn't answer, telling himself that now wasn't a good time. She had called twice before. Those hadn't been good times either. Hearing footsteps in the deep carpeting of the staircase, he looked up to see Paris and Marion Kemp descending. Paris subtly nodded at him. In her hand she was carrying a zip disk, which she handed over as soon as she reached him. He slid it into his pocket. Thank you, Mrs. Kemp. Even though she had cooperated, she hadn't warmed to them. I'll see you out. She opened the front door, and when she saw the young woman standing in the driveway with Curtis, she exclaimed, Melissa, I thought you were in Europe. Upon hearing her name, the girl turned toward them. She was tall and lanky and was probably attractive underneath the makeup that had been applied with all the finesse of a brave preparing for the warpath. Hey, Mrs. K, I just got back. She's a friend of Janie's? Dean asked Marion Kemp. Her best friend, Melissa Hatcher. Behind Paris's car was a snazzy late-model BMW convertible, but you would never guess by her clothing that this girl came from affluence. She was wearing a pair of denim cutoffs that left ragged strings trailing down her thighs. The waistband had also been cut off, leaving nothing but fringe to hold the shorts on her hip bones. Twin sapphires winked from her pierced navel. The neck and armholes of her t-shirt were oversized, making it no secret that she was wearing nothing beneath it. Her striped knee socks looked unseasonably heavy, and the black boots laced to her ankles would have been more appropriate on a lumberjack or a mercenary who meant business. Incongruously, the large handbag hanging from her shoulder was a Gucci. Have you spoken to Janie since your return? Marion Kemp asked. No, she replied, as though put out by the question. This guy here's been asking me all these questions. What's going on? Janie didn't come home last night. So? She probably just crashed at somebody's place, you know? She shrugged, which slid her t-shirt off one shoulder. She sent a look Dean's way that was unmistakably flirtatious. Could you give us some names? She turned back to Curtis and eyed him up and down. Names? Of people Janie might have gone home with. Are you Heat? The detective opened his sport jacket and showed her the ID clipped to his belt. Oh, shit. What's she done? Nothing that we know of. She could be in danger, Melissa. Paris moved down the steps to join them. The girl regarded her curiously. Danger? What kind of danger? You a cop too? No, I work for a radio station. I'm Paris Gibson." Melissa Hatcher's lips were painted a red so dark it was almost black. They fell open in astonishment. "Get out. You're fucking kidding, right?" "No." "Oh my God." Her delight was probably the most honest reaction the girl had shown in months. "How cool is this? I listen to your show. When I'm not listening to CDs, but sometimes, you're just not in the mood for CDs. So that's when I turn on your program. Sometimes the music you play sucks, but you are totally bitchin', girl." "Thank you. And I like your hair. Are those highlights?" "Melissa, do you know if Janie has ever called me while I was on the air?" "Oh, yeah, couple times. It's been a while, though. We called you on Janie's cell and talked to you, but we didn't give you our names, and you didn't put us on the radio, which was cool, 'cause we were wasted, and you could probably tell." Paris smiled at her. "Maybe next time." "Has Janie called Paris recently?" Dean asked. Dark eyes lined in darker kohl slid over him. Paris introduced him to the girl as Dr. Malloy. He stuck out his hand. She seemed nonplussed by the polite gesture, but she shook his hand. "What kind of doctor are you?" "Shrink." "Shrank? Jesus, what did Janie do? OD or something?" "We don't know. She hasn't been heard from in over 24 hours. Her parents are worried about her, and so are we." "We? You a cop, too?" "Yes, I work for the police department." Melissa shot them each a suspicious look, and Dean sensed her cautious withdrawal. They were losing her. Despite her being a Paris Gibson fan, her first loyalty would be to her friend. She'd be stingy with information about Janie. "Like I said, I don't know anything about where Janie is or who she's called, 'cause I just got back from France. I've been up for like 30 hours straight, so I'm gonna go home now and crash. When Janie shows up, tell her I'm back, will you, Mrs. K?" Her Gucci bag slung a wide arc as she turned and sauntered toward her car. But just short of reaching it, she suddenly came back around, slapping her forehead with a hand weighed down by sparkling bangles and numerous rings. "Holy shit, I just got it." She pointed at Dean. "No wonder you're such a hottie. You're Gavin's dad." Chapter 11. Wake up, sleepyhead. Janie opened her eyes. He was bending over her, his face close to hers, his breath ghosting over her face. He kissed her forehead. She moaned pitiably. "Did you miss me?" When she nodded, he laughed. He didn't believe her, and he would be wise not to, because the first chance she got, she was going to kill the son of a bitch. She tried to keep the malice she felt from showing in her eyes, having concluded that her best option was to appear submissive. The psycho wanted to play games, wanted her to beg, wanted to dominate her. So fine, she would be his contrite little plaything, until he turned his back on her, and then she was going to bash his skull in. What's this? He noticed the stained bedsheet and tisked. She peed herself. What did he expect? He had abandoned her here for God knows how long. She had held her bladder for as long as she could, but ultimately she'd had no choice except to wet the bed. "You'll just have to change the sheets," he told her. "Okay," she thought. "I'll remake the bed. Untie me and give me a fresh sheet and I'll strangle you with it." He brushed aside a strand of her matted hair. "You smell like piss and sweat, Janie. Have you been exerting yourself? Doing what, I wonder?" His gaze roved until it settled on the wall behind the bed. Scars in the paint. You've been rocking the bed so the headboard would knock against the wall, haven't you? Damn. She had hoped to annoy a neighbor who would eventually get so angry over the monotonous knocking that he'd come over and demand a stop to it. Then, when he was ignored, He would complain to the manager until the manager checked out the source of the noise. She would be found and her father would be notified, and he would make certain this asshole never saw the light of day again. They'd lock him in a cell beneath the prison and give visitation rights to all the bull queers in the place. Her daydream of rescue and vengeance died when he pulled the bed several feet away from the wall. "We can't have that, Janie." He bent down and kissed her forehead again. "Sorry to spoil your clever little plan, sweetheart." She looked at him with a desperation that wasn't entirely feigned. She moaned imploringly. "Do you need the toilet?" She nodded. "All right, but I need your promise that you won't try to get away. You would only get hurt, and I don't want to hurt you." "I promise," she said behind the awful tape. He unbound her feet first. She had thought the instant they were free she would start kicking and fighting him, but to her alarm, she discovered that her limbs were rubbery. Her legs were reluctant to move at all, and when they did so sluggishly. He untied her hands, then lifted her into his arms and carried her into the bathroom. He set her on her feet near the toilet, raised the lid, then gently lowered her onto the seat. She reached for the tape across her mouth. "You can remove it," he told her softly. "But if you scream, you'll regret it." She believed him. It was painful to peel off the tape, but when she had done so, she sucked large draughts of air through her mouth. "I'd like a drink of water, please," she said, her voice a croak. "Finish here first." He made no move to leave. To her mortification, tears came to her eyes. "Go out and close the door." He frowned down at her impatiently. "Oh, please. This sudden modesty's absurd. Hurry up before I change my mind and make you wet yourself again." When she was finished, she asked again for a drink of water. "Certainly, Janie, as soon as you change your bed. You've left it so nasty, dreadfully nasty." She was dying of thirst, so she submissively exchanged the damp sheets for fresh ones. By the time she had completed the task to his satisfaction, she was exhausted and had broken out in a cold sweat. He made her sit in the armchair where he could watch her while he stepped into the kitchen and uncapped a plastic bottle of water. She hoped for a glass. She could have broken it and shoved a shard of glass into his throat, if she could have found the strength. She was abnormally weak even for someone who'd been lying in bed for hours. Had he drugged her last night? Was he doing so again now? Had he put something in the water? Actually, she didn't care. She was so thirsty, she drank the water greedily. "Are you hungry?" "Yes." He made a pimento cheese sandwich, then hand-fed it to her, pinching off small pieces one at a time and placing them in her mouth. She thought about biting his fingers, but that would still leave one of his hands free. She hadn't forgotten the slap that had made her vision blur and her ears ring. She didn't want to invite another. Causing him even momentary pain would give her enormous satisfaction. She would love to sink her teeth into his flesh, draw blood. But in her present condition, it would be impossible to follow that up with a full-fledged attempt to overpower him. The satisfaction she would derive from it would be all too brief and would cost her dearly. Until she could achieve more than just getting him angry and retaliatory, she had best conserve her strength and try to devise a foolproof plan of escape. When she'd finished the sandwich, he said, "I like you this way, Janie." He stroked her head and used his fingers to comb the tangles out of her hair. "Your submission is very arousing." He touched her nipples lightly. "It makes you so desirable." He turned away from her only long enough to get his camera. The despised camera. It was the camera that had so intrigued her and made her think he was special. A special pervert, maybe. She hated the sight of that camera now, and would like nothing better than to grind it into his face until both his facial bones and the camera had broken apart. But she was too frightened to resist as he posed her for a series of obscene pictures.
Get in the bed.
She considered begging, pleading, promising him money, swearing she'd never tell anyone about this if only he would let her go. But maybe she would have more bargaining power if she did him one more time. So she lay down on the bed and did exactly what he told her to do. When he was finished, she didn't even have the energy to raise her head. He had drugged her. She was sure of it now. She watched in dread as he opened the nightstand drawer and removed a roll of duct tape.
No,
she whimpered. Please.
I hate having to do this, Janie, but you're a whore. Your love isn't pure. You're dishonest. You can't be trusted even to remain quiet.
I will. I swear. That was all he allowed her to say before clamping a strip of tape over her mouth. This time he also used the tape to secure her wrists and ankles to the bed frame, winding it so tightly there was absolutely no give. He showered before he dressed. Standing beside the bed, he calmly threaded his belt through the loops of his trousers.
Are you crying, Janie?
Why?
You used to be the ultimate party girl.
He stuffed the soiled bed linens into a laundry bag and picked up his keys. He was almost to the door when he snapped his fingers and turned back.
I almost forgot. I have a surprise for you.
He took an audio cassette from the pocket of his jacket and placed it in the player that was built into his sound system.
I recorded this last night. I think you'll find it interesting.
He pressed the play button, then blew her a kiss and left. He locked the door from the outside. There were 30 seconds of silence on the tape, then a ringing telephone. It rang several times before Janie heard a familiar voice say,
"This is Paris." "Hello, Paris. This is Valentino."
His name is Valentino? That was her first thought, because she instantly recognized his voice. It wasn't his normal speaking voice, but the other one, the one he sometimes used when they were in bed. She had thought it was amusing, the way he could lower the pitch of his natural voice, make it whispery, make it sound as though it went with doing something naughty, as it usually had. Now, hearing that voice in stereo only gave her chills. Listening as he told Paris Gibson their story from his perspective, Janie breathed rapidly through her nose, watching the machine in fascination, listening to the recording with an anxiety that soon escalated into terror. When he told Paris Gibson his plans for her, she began screaming into the hollow chamber of her taped mouth. But of course, no one could hear her. Toni Armstrong arrived at her husband's dental office just before closing. One of the other dentists in the practice paused on his way out to speak with her. He apologized for not yet having had her and Brad over for dinner. They exchanged promises to get a date on the calendar soon. Seemingly, Brad had no trouble keeping up appearances. She would do the same for as long as she could. When she walked into the office, the receptionist was surprised to see her. "I got a babysitter and thought I'd treat Brad to an unscheduled dinner out," she explained. "Oh, golly, Mrs. Armstrong, Dr. Armstrong left a couple of hours ago." At least to the other woman, her dismay would look like disappointment. "Oh, well, so much for my surprise evening. Did he tell you where he was going?" "No, but I'm sure he has a cell phone." "I'll give him a call. Will I be keeping you if I use his office?" "Not at all. Take your time. I've got some filing to do before I leave." Since Brad was the newest partner, his was the smallest office, but Toni had done her best to make it attractive. Degrees and diplomas in matching frames formed an attractive arrangement on the wall. Family photographs were tucked among the dental health books on the shelves behind his desk. His desktop was neat. She hoped the setting was as benign as it appeared. Sitting down in his desk chair, she commenced her search. All his drawers were locked, but she had anticipated that and had come prepared. A bent bobby pin opened them with minimum effort. Truthfully, she had secured a babysitter for tonight. She had taken care with her hair and makeup and had dressed up in the hope of surprising Brad with an evening out to make amends for this morning. Throughout the day, their quarrel had haunted her. Brad had left the house angry. She had been hurt as well as angry. House cleaning, menu planning, and the myriad other chores that filled her day had kept her busy. But nothing could take her mind off their argument and the possibility, however slight, that she might have been wrong. What if Brad hadn't been lying about where he'd been last night? Maybe she had gone looking for trouble where none existed. If he had been telling her the truth, how frustrating it must have been for him to try to make himself believed, knowing that she would think the worst. Chances were slim that he had attended a seminar and gone for a beer afterward, but in order to hold her family together, she was desperate enough to act on that chance. So this afternoon, she had hoped to intercept him at the office with a pleasant surprise, an olive branch of a dinner reservation at an Italian restaurant he'd been wanting to try. By spending an evening alone with him, away from the house and kids, with a bottle of wine and lovemaking later on, she had hoped to win his forgiveness for misjudging him and be able to put the ugly episode behind them. But he wasn't where he was supposed to be. He had left work early without an explanation and without informing anyone of his destination. It was a familiar pattern, a recognizable signal that made her heart sick and justified her picking the locks on her husband's desk drawers. A few moments later, her suspicion was validated. Inside the lower drawer of his credenza was a treasure trove of pornography. The printed material ranged from relatively mild to extremely graphic. Some of the crudest pictures, both in subject matter and composition, surely had been taken by amateur photographers. Brad was an addict. Like all addicts, he was susceptible to binging, and it was during a binge that an addict was capable of doing something he or she wouldn't ordinarily do, like sexually harassing a coworker or fondling a patient who was a minor. And God only knew what else. Chapter 12. There was a wet swimsuit on the utility room floor when Dean passed through it on his way into the house. He found Gavin semi-reclined on the sofa in the den. He was desultorily punching the TV remote, changing stations every 10 seconds. He was wearing only a towel around his waist and his hair was wet. "Hi, Gavin." "Hi. Have you been in the pool?" Without taking his eyes off the television screen, he replied, "No, I just like to sit around in a towel." When you take the wet towel to the utility room, you can also pick up the swimsuit you left on the floor. Gavin punched through another few stations. Dean said, "Shower, then we'll go eat." "I'm not hungry." "Shower, then we'll go eat," he repeated. "And if I don't, are you going to hit me again?" The look Dean shot him apparently conveyed his shrinking patience. Gavin threw down the remote and stalked from the room. Just before moving through the door, he whipped off the towel bearing his ass to Dean, literally as well as figuratively. In spite of himself, Dean gave Gavin 2 points for the symbolic gesture. Without asking Gavin's preference, he drove to a chain restaurant that was one of their staples. Gavin sulked, responding in monosyllables to Dean's attempts at conversation. When their order arrived, Dean asked him if his burger was cooked the way he liked it. "It's fine. I apologize for not having more dinners at home." "Doesn't matter, your cooking sucks." Dean smiled. "I can't argue that. You probably miss your mom's homemade pasta sauce and pot roast." "Yeah, I guess. But all you ever seem to want is burgers or pizza anyway." Immediately on the defensive, Gavin said, "Something wrong with that?" "No, I had the same diet when I was your age." Gavin snorted as though to say he didn't realize they had burgers and pizza that far back in ancient history. Dean tried again. I saw an old friend today. Do you remember Paris Gibson? Gavin looked at him scornfully. Do you think I'm retarded? It was a long time ago and you were just a boy. I wasn't sure you would remember her. Course I do. Her and Jack. They were going to get married, but he got killed. He didn't get killed. He survived the accident. He didn't die until a few months ago. Huh. She's on the radio here now. Dean was surprised. So you knew that? Everybody knows that. She's popular. Yeah, I understand she has quite a following. She told me today she's trying to cultivate a younger audience. Do you ever listen to her program? I have. Not every night. Sometimes. Gavin dipped a French fry into a glob of ketchup. Did you call her up or what? No. She had a crank call last night from a listener. Dean said around a bite of his grilled chicken. She reported it to the police. I was consulted. She and the detective wanted my take on it. Detective? Was it that bad? Pretty bad. He signaled the waitress and asked her to bring Gavin another Coke. For someone who wasn't hungry, he had wolfed down his cheeseburger in record time. And bring us an order of queso and chips, too, please. Gavin would never ask for more, but Dean knew he was probably still hungry. I also saw a friend of yours today, he remarked casually. I don't have any friends here. All my friends are in Houston, where I used to live, in my own house, until my mother married that jerk. Here we go, Dean thought. She had been single for a long time, Gavin. Yeah, 'cause you divorced her. Funny, last night you said she divorced me. Actually, you're right on both counts. We agreed to divorce because we knew it would be best. Whatever, Gavin said with a bored sigh and turned his head to gaze out the window. Don't you think your mother has a right to be happy? Who could be happy with him? Dean wasn't overly impressed with Pat's choice either. Her husband was rather bland, so lackluster that one had to work at having a conversation with him, but he seemed besotted with Pat, and she with him. So what if he doesn't have a dynamic personality? Can't you just be glad that your mother's found someone she cares about, who also cares for her? I'm glad, I'm ecstatic, okay? Can we drop it now? Dean could have reminded him that he'd been the one to bring up the topic, but he let it pass. The waitress came with her additional order. Anything else? She had addressed Gavin, not him, and for the first time, Dean tried to see his son through a young woman's eyes. Parental bliss notwithstanding, Gavin was a good-looking kid. His brown hair had the wavy texture of his mother's, and he must secretly like it because, thank God, he hadn't had it sculpted into a bizarre style or had it dyed a color that glowed in the dark. His eyes were whiskey-colored and slightly brooding. You couldn't tell it now when he was slouching, but he was already over 6 feet tall and had the strong, lean build and supple grace of a natural athlete. Dean smiled at the waitress. We're fine now, thanks. As she moved away, he said, She's cute. Gavin glanced at her indifferently. She's okay. Cuter than the young woman I met today. Regarding Gavin closely, he said, Melissa Hatcher. Unmistakably, the name registered. Dean was sure of it. But Gavin played dumb. Who? She said she knew you. She doesn't. Then why would she say she did? How should I know? She got the wrong name or mixed me up with someone else. He was fiddling with the drinking straw in his glass of Coke, avoiding eye contact. I introduced myself to her, and after we had talked for a while, she said, You're Gavin's dad. She knew you. Maybe she'd been warned off me 'cause you're a cop. You mean who wants to be friends with a cop's kid? He looked at Dean resentfully. Something like that. Janie Kemp? This time Gavin couldn't as easily hide his reaction. His expression became guarded instantly. Who? Janie Kemp. From what I've heard about her, she wouldn't want to be friends with a cop's kid. Do you know her? I've heard of her. What have you heard? Gavin scooped up a bite of queso and, through a mouthful, said, You know, stuff. Like what? That she's wild? Easy? It's been said. Have you ever met her? I may have bumped into her a couple of times. Where? Geez, what is this, the Spanish Inquisition? No, I'm saving the thumbscrews for later. Right now I'm just curious to know where you've bumped into Janie Kemp and her friend Melissa. It must have been enough times that my name meant something to her. Even before that she recognized me because you and I favor each other. Gavin squirmed in his seat, shrugged his shoulders. They hang out with all those rich, snooty kids. I've seen them around is all, at the movies, the mall, you know. The lake? Which one, Town or Travis? You tell me. I've seen him a few times, okay? I don't remember where. Dean laughed. Gavin, don't bullshit me. If I were your age and I had met Melissa Hatcher and she was dressed anything like she was today, I would remember it in minute detail. He pushed his plate aside and leaned forward. Tell me what you know about this sex club. Gavin kept his expression blank, but again his eyes gave him away. The what? Last night when you disobeyed and went out, did you go to Lake Travis? Maybe I did, so what? I know that kids congregate in specified spots around the lake. Did you see Janie Kemp among the crowd last night? And before you give me some bullshit answer, you should know that she's been missing for over 24 hours. Missing? She didn't come home after going out last night. No one's heard from her. Late this afternoon, just before I left headquarters, patrol officers discovered her car. It was parked near a lakeside picnic area in a clump of cedar trees. No sign of Janie. Apparently she met someone last night and left with that person. Did you see her? Was she with someone? Gavin lowered his eyes to his ravaged plate and stared at it for several moments. I didn't see her. Gavin, he said, lowering his voice, I know the ironclad rule against ratting on your friends. The same rule applied when I was growing up, but this isn't a matter of loyalty or betrayal. It's much more serious. Please don't try to protect Janie or anyone else by holding back information. Drinking, drugs, whatever else was going on last night, I'm not interested in right now. If Janie left with the wrong guy, her life could be in jeopardy. With that in mind, are you absolutely certain you didn't see her? Yes, God. He glanced around, realizing he'd drawn attention to himself from people at nearby tables. He slumped in the booth and mumbled to his lap. Why are you picking on me? I'm not picking on you. You're being a cop. Dean took a deep breath. Okay, maybe. I'm coming to you as a source of information. Tell me what you know about the sex club. I don't know what you're talking about. I gotta pee. He slid to the end of the booth and was about to leave, but Dean ordered him to stay where he was. You've been potty trained since you were 3. You can hold it for a few more minutes. What do you know about the sex club? Gavin rocked back and forth, staring angrily through the window, his expression hostile. Dean thought he would refuse to answer him, but eventually he said, Okay, I've overheard guys talking about this website where they swap email with chicks. That's all. Not quite all, Gavin. Well, that's all I know about it. I didn't go to school with these kids, remember? I got ripped up by the roots and transplanted here, so they're not. You've been hanging out with a group of kids almost since the day we moved here. Your oh, woe is me, I had to leave my friends refrain is getting a little tired. You need to think of something else to bitch about. In the meantime, this girl may be fighting for her life, and I'm not exaggerating. So stop sulking and feeling sorry for yourself and give me a straight answer. What do you know about this internet club and Janie Kemp's participation in it? Gavin held out for several more moments, then as though resigned, laid his head against the back of the booth. Janie meets up with guys she's met over the internet and they have sex. She'll do anything. Her and that Melissa. So you do know them. I know who they are. Lots more girls are in the club. I don't know all their names. They come from schools all over the city. There's this message board and the members talk about what they do. Have you joined this club, Gavin? He sat up. No. You have to know how to get in, and I haven't asked because I feel like a dork for not knowing already. It's not that much of a secret. The department's computer crime unit is on it. The boy laughed. Yeah? What are they going to do about it? They can't stop it, and everybody knows that. Soliciting sex is a crime. You would know, he muttered resentfully. You're the cop. He parked in a grove of live oak trees where others had left their cars. He had a styrofoam chest of beer and wine coolers in the trunk. He selected a beer and carried it with him as he strolled toward the lake shore and the wood plank fishing pier that extended 30 yards out over the water. This was tonight's meeting place. He had come to check things out. He had dressed to blend in with the crowd. The baggy shorts and t-shirt were Gap issue, exactly like the younger people wore. Nevertheless, he kept the bill of his baseball cap pulled down low so it would shadow his face. Some of the people here tonight were familiar. He'd seen them before at similar gatherings, or in the clubs on 6th Street and around the university campus. Others were new to him. There were always fresh new faces. Name your pleasure. Drink, drugs, sex. It was available. And tonight, you could even indulge in gambling. On the beach, a girl wearing only bikini trunks and a straw cowboy hat was on her knees filleting a guy. Bets were being placed on how long the guy could hold out before climaxing. He joined the ring of cheering onlookers that had formed around the couple and wagered $5. One had to admire the guy's self-control because the girl had know-how. He lost his bet. Unhurried, he strolled along the pier. He didn't invite attention, but ordinarily he didn't have to, and tonight proved to be no different. He was soon approached by 2 girls who were acting so lovey-dovey that right away he knew they were on ecstasy. They hugged him, stroked him, kissed him on the mouth, told him he was gorgeous, the moon was awesome, the night air was divine, and life was beautiful. They asked him to hold their clothes while they went skinny dipping. He watched from the pier as they cavorted like water nymphs, occasionally pausing to wave and throw kisses up to him. When they came out of the water and dressed, well, partially, he took them to his car and gave them each a beer. One of the girls fixed her glassy eyes on him. Do you like to party? I'm here, aren't I? Clever answer. Non-committal. Affirmation was only implied. She fondled him through his shorts and giggled. I believe you do. We love to party, the other drawled. They did, too. Over the course of the next hour in the back seat of his car, they showed him just how much the party girls they were. When he finally told them he must go, they were reluctant to say goodbye. They kissed and caressed him and begged him to stay for more fun and games. He finally disentangled himself and made his departure. As he was steering his car through the makeshift parking lot toward the main road, he noticed a couple of guys looking at him with blatant envy. They must have seen him getting out of his back seat with the 2 babes, extricating himself from their clinging limbs and drug-induced affections. Did these losers wish they were as lucky in love as he was? You bet your ass they did. But he also marked a guy he recognized as an undercover narcotics officer. The cop was 30, but didn't look a day over 18. He was transacting with a known drug dealer through the open window of a car. What's the difference in the narc buying drugs and what I'm doing? John Rondo asked himself. Not a damn thing. To effectively fight a crime, he had to understand the nature and mechanics of it. Ever since his unit had discovered the sex club, he had appointed himself to do some research. After hours and on site, of course. His ambition was to get promoted to CIB, which was the pulse of the department. That's where all the exciting police work was done, and that's where he wanted to be. Toward that promotion, he could really distinguish himself with this Kemp case. It had elements that received notice, namely a celebrity, sex, and minors. Put them together and you had yourself a humdinger of an investigation. To the computer crime unit, the sex club was old hat. They'd known about it for months, and realizing the futility of trying to shut it down, had more or less forgotten about it. But the messages left on the discussion boards continued to blow Rondo's mind. He'd made it his duty to check out the situation, see if the members really did what they boasted or simply exchanged their wildest fantasies via email. He had discovered that most of the claims were not exaggerations. And it was a good thing he had done the research. If he hadn't had hands-on knowledge, he wouldn't have been able to answer intelligently and thoroughly all the questions put to him by Curtis, Malloy, and Paris Gibson this morning. So it really was for the benefit of the PD that he'd been putting in this unpaid overtime, wasn't it? However, more investigative work was required. It was all about his getting a promotion to CIB. It was his job, his sworn duty. He was working undercover. That's all. Not surprisingly, Brad Armstrong wasn't at home when Tony returned from his dental office. She explained to the startled babysitter that she didn't feel well and that she and Dr. Armstrong had canceled their plans for an evening out. She paid her for 5 hours. 3 times she had called Brad's cell phone. 3 times she'd left voicemail messages to which he hadn't responded. She fixed the children hot dogs for dinner. After they'd eaten, she played a game of chutes and ladders with the girls, while her son watched a Star Trek rerun. They were trooping upstairs to take their baths when Brad came in with chocolate bars and bear hugs. For Tony, there was a bouquet of yellow roses, which he sheepishly presented to her. "Can we be friends again? Please?" Unable to look at the insincere apology in his eyes, she lowered her head. He took that as acquiescence and kissed her quickly on the cheek. "Have you eaten?" "I was waiting for you." "Perfect. I'll put the kids to bed. You get something on the table. I'm famished." What she had on the table when he returned to the kitchen wasn't what he expected. The unappetizing display stopped him dead in his tracks. "Where'd you get all that?" he demanded angrily. "Never mind, I know where you got it." "That's right. I found it this afternoon when I went to your office, where you were conspicuously absent, Brad. You didn't tell anyone where you were going, and you haven't answered your cell phone for hours, so don't put me on the defensive. I refuse to apologize for violating your privacy when this is what your privacy is protecting." As soon as he was confronted with the evidence of his sickness, the fight went out of him. It was a physical diminishing, a deflation both of spirit and body. He pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, his shoulders slumping, his hands falling listlessly into his lap. Tony took a plastic trash bag from the pantry and scooped the collection of sorted photographs and magazines into it. Then she closed it with a twist tie and carried it to the garage. "I'll take it to a dumpster in the morning," she told him when she came back in. "I would hate for the bag to come open accidentally and our neighbors or even the garbage collectors to see what's inside." "Tony, There's really no defense I can offer, is there?" "Not this time." "Are you going to leave me?" He reached for her hand and clasped it damply. "Please don't. I love you. I love the kids. Please don't destroy our family." "I'm not destroying anything, Brad," she said, pulling her hand free. "You are." "I can't help myself." "Which is all the more reason for me to leave and take the children. What if one of them had found these pictures?" "I'm careful about that. You're careful to conceal it the way a drug addict hides his stash or the alcoholic keeps a hidden bottle in case of an emergency." "Oh, come on," he cried. His contrition was gradually dissipating. Hostile defensiveness was setting in. Next would come an air of superiority. They'd played this scene many times before. His transition from penitent to martyr was virtually scripted, and Tony knew to anticipate each phase of it. He said, "Comparing a harmless hobby to drug addiction is ridiculous, and you know it." "Harmless? Some of those pictures are of underage girls. They're exploited by corrupt and depraved people for your entertainment. And how can you call it harmless when it affects your career, our family life, our marriage?" Marriage, he sneered. I don't have a wife anymore. I've got a jailer. If you continue, you may well end up in jail, Brad. Is that what you want? He rolled his eyes. I'm not going to jail. You could, unless you admit to yourself and to others that you're a sex addict and get the help you need to combat it. Sex addict. He snuffled a laugh. Do you hear how absurd that sounds, Tony? Dr. Morgan doesn't think it sounds absurd. Jesus, you called him? No, he called me. You haven't been to the therapy group in 3 weeks. Because it's a waste of time. All those guys talk about is whacking off. Now I ask you, is that a productive way to spend an evening? It's court mandated that you attend the meetings. I guess you're going to tattle to my probation officer. Tell him I've been a bad boy. I haven't been going to therapy with the other pervs. I don't have to tell him. Dr. Morgan already did. Dr. Morgan is the worst sicko in the group, he exclaimed. He's a recovering addict himself. Did you know that? She continued unflappably. Dr. Morgan is required to report more than 2 consecutive absences to your probation officer. You have an appointment with him tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. It's compulsory. I guess it doesn't matter if I cancel patient appointments and get my partners pissed at me. That's a consequence you'll have to pay. Along with sleeping on the sofa, I suppose. I would prefer that you did. His eyes narrowed into a glare. I bet you would, since you obviously don't like anything we do in bed. That's not fair. Fair? I'll tell you what's not fair. It's having a wife who'd rather snoop than fuck. When was the last time we did? Do you even remember? No, I doubt you do. How can you think of sex when you're so busy spying? He came to his feet and advanced on her. He curved his hand around the back of her neck and gave it a squeeze that was too hard to be mistaken for affection. Maybe if you put out more often, I wouldn't have to resort to looking at my dirty pictures. He yanked her forward. She turned her head to avoid his kiss and tried to push him aside, but he backed her against the counter and pinned her there. Shocked, she cried out, "Stop it, Brad. This isn't funny." Her anger only seemed to excite him. His face suffused with color as he ground his lower body against hers. Feel that, Tony? Feel good? Leave me alone. She pushed him hard enough to send him reeling backward and crashing into the table. Covering her mouth with her hand, she tried to stifle her sobs. She was equally outraged and frightened. She'd never seen him this way. Her husband had become a stranger. He regained his footing and collected himself and snatched up his jacket and keys. The house shook with the impact of the slamming door. Tony staggered to the nearest chair and sank onto it. For several minutes she wept softly, not wanting the children to hear. Her life was falling apart and she was incapable of doing anything about it. Even now she loved Brad. He refused to get help to rid himself of this illness. Why was he intent on destroying the love they'd once had? Why would he willfully choose his harmless hobby over her, over his children? Weren't they worth more to him than his? In a heartbeat, she was out the door to the garage. The trash bag in which she had placed the pornography was gone. Brad had taken his first love with him. Chapter 13. Paris had an office at the radio station, which she worked in when she wasn't on the air, although office was an aggrandizing word for the small room. It couldn't claim a single redeeming feature, not even a window. Decades ago, the plaster walls had been painted an ugly manila color. The acoustic ceiling tiles sagged and bore generations of water stains. Her desk was made of ugly gray formica, chunks of which had been gouged out probably by a previous occupant who was hopelessly depressed over his surroundings. Nothing in the office belonged to her. There were no framed diplomas on the walls or posters of vacation destinations fondly remembered. No candid snapshots of grinning friends or posed family portraits. The room was barren of anything personal, and that was intentional. Pictures and such invited questions. Who's that? That's Jack. Who's Jack? Your husband? No, we were engaged, but we didn't get married. Why? Where's Jack now? Is he the reason you wear sunglasses all the time? Is he the reason you work alone, live alone, are alone? Even the friendly prying of co-workers could bring on severe heartache, so she tried to prevent it by keeping her relationships with them strictly professional and her office space devoid of any hints about her life. The office wasn't without clutter, however. The unsightly surface of her desk was covered by mail. Bags of it were dumped onto it daily, fan letters, ratings charts, inter-office memos, and the endless reams of material sent to her by record companies promoting their newest releases. Since there was no space for even a file cabinet in the room, she sorted and tossed as efficiently as possible, but it was an unending task. She had attacked the pile of correspondence after making her music selections for that night's show and entering them into the program log. She'd been at it for an hour when Stan materialized in the open doorway. His expression was petulant. "Thanks a lot, Paris." "For what?" He came in and closed the door. "Guess who came to see me today?" I hate guessing games. Two of Austin's finest. She laid aside her letter opener and looked up at him. "Policeman? And I have you to thank for it." "They came to your house?" She had thought that either Carson or the eager Griggs would have called Stan only to ask follow-up questions. He moved aside a stack of envelopes and sat down on a corner of the desk. "They interrogated me and jotted down my answers in little black notebooks, very Gestapo-esque." "Stop dramatizing, Stan." Because of her return trip to the police station followed by the upsetting visit with the Kemps, she'd had no time to sleep. Before she could rest, she had to do a 4-hour radio program and do it as though nothing was wrong. It was a daunting prospect. Dealing with Stan's wounded pride wasn't the best use of her limited stamina, or the time remaining before the evening DJ turned the broadcast studio over to her. "This morning I reported Valentino's call to a detective," she explained. "As it turns out, a young woman from this area is unaccounted for. The police are investigating to see if there's a connection between her disappearance and Valentino's call. They're conducting routine background checks on everyone who's involved, even remotely, so don't take offense. They didn't single you out. Marvin is also on their list of people to talk to." "Oh, great. I rank right up there with the janitor. I feel much better now." For once she felt his sarcasm was warranted. "I'm sorry. Truly. The police are being thorough because they're as convinced as I am that this was no crank call. I hope we are all overreacting and it turns out to be nothing. But if our hunches are right, a girl's life is at stake. Nevertheless, I regret that you were dragged into this by happenstance." He was mollified, but only slightly. Stan's first consideration was always Stan. "The police also talked to our general manager. Of course, he immediately called Uncle Wilkins, who in turn called the chief of police, and from what I understand gave him an earful." "Then I'm sure you've been cleared of all suspicion." "I was actually under suspicion?" he exclaimed. "Figure of speech. Forget it. Go out and buy a new gadget. There's bound to be one on the market you don't have yet. Treat yourself. You'll feel better." "It's not that easy, Paris. My uncle was even more incensed than I was. He's been talking to the GM off and on all afternoon, wanting to know what the hell is going on. I paraphrase, of course. You can count on being summoned into the inner sanctum yourself." "I already have been." The station's general manager had called her on her cell phone as she was leaving the Kemp estate. He had asked for a meeting, but he'd put it in the form of a mandate, not a request. She'd received a dressing down for not telling him about Valentino's call before notifying the police. His primary concern was the station's reputation. "I played him the recording of the call," she told Stan. "It disturbed him, as it's disturbed everyone who's heard it. He spoke with Sergeant Curtis, the detective who's heading the investigation." The GM had talked to Curtis via speakerphone, making Paris privy to their conversation. He had agreed that Paris and everyone at 101.3 should cooperate with the police to the fullest extent, but stipulated that if Janie Kemp's disappearance became a big news story, he wanted the radio station's involvement to be minimized. Curtis's response had been, "Frankly, sir, I'm more worried about this girl's life than I am your radio station's call letters showing up in the press." Before she left the GM's office, he had peevishly reminded her that her precious anonymity might soon be blown. She had already thought of that and hoped it didn't come to pass. For years she had safeguarded her privacy with the fanaticism of a miser protecting his stockpile of gold. She never again wanted to be the pivotal figure in a sensational news story. But she agreed with Curtis. Rescuing Valentino's victim superseded everything else. By comparison, the impact it would have on her life was trivial. To further pacify Stan, she said, "Rest assured that I received a proper scolding for jumping the chain of command. You weren't the only one who had his hand slapped today. Now can I please get back to work?" It was a wristwatch with a built-in GPS. What was? The gadget I bought myself today. She laughed as he blew her an air kiss and headed for the door. Over his shoulder, he said, "Oh, by the way, Marvin called in sick." "Sick?" "Switchboard left a message on my voicemail," he called back. "That's all it said." To her knowledge, Marvin had never called in sick before, making her curious about the nature of his sudden illness. She left the mail sorting for another time and headed toward the small employee kitchen at the back of the building. At this time of night, the building was hushed and dimly lighted. Other station personnel were long gone, their offices dark. Paris was accustomed to the silence, the darkness, and the pervasive odors of dust scorched by electronic equipment, burned coffee, and carpet that had absorbed decades of tobacco smoke before smoking was outlawed in the workplace. FM 101.3 was owned and operated by the Wilkins Media Conglomerate, which included 5 newspapers, 3 network-affiliated television stations, a cable company, and 7 radio stations. The corporate offices occupied the top 3 floors of an Atlanta skyscraper that was upscale and sleek, with glass pods for elevators and a 2-story waterfall in the sterile granite lobby. This facility, rescued from a bankrupt previous owner, was as far from upscale and sleek as a woolly mammoth. There was no waterfall in the lobby, only a water cooler that gurgled and occasionally leaked. The unattractive single-story brick structure was situated on a hill on the outskirts of Austin, several miles from the state capitol dome. The building hailed from the early 50s and looked it. It had passed through the hands of 22 penny-pinching owners. Run down and tacky, it was virtually overlooked by the corporate suits, except when they reviewed the ratings charts. Appearance-wise, FM 101.3 was an unsightly wart on the glossy corporate image, but it was healthfully in the black, a reliable producer of revenue. Despite the building's shortcomings, Paris liked it. It had soul. It bore up well despite its scars. After the dark hallways, the flickering fluorescent light in the kitchen seemed excessively bright. It took several seconds for her eyes to adjust to the glare even behind her tinted lenses. She took a tea bag from her personal stock in the cabinet and put it in a cup of water she heated in the vintage microwave. The water had barely begun to color when she heard voices. Looking into the hallway, she was stunned to see Dean trailing several steps behind Stan, who was saying to him, "She didn't tell me she was expecting a visitor." "She isn't expecting me." Spotting her, Stan said, "He was tapping on the front door. I didn't let him in until he showed me his cop's badge." Trying to hide her consternation from her co-worker, she said, "Dr. Malloy works with the Austin PD. He was consulted for a psychological assessment of Valentino's tape." "So he said." Stan looked Dean up and down. 2 for the price of 1, a cop and a shrink. "Something like that," he replied, smiling tightly. Stan looked from one to the other, but when neither spoke, He must have realized that his company was no longer wanted. He said to Paris, "If you need me, I'll be in the engineering room." Dean watched as Stan retreated down the hallway. When he was out of earshot, he turned back to Paris. "That's Crenshaw, the owner's nephew? Is he gay?" "I have no idea. What are you doing here, Dean?" He stepped into the kitchen, immediately reducing its already limited floor space. "Someone should be here with you during your shift." "Stan's with me." "You would trust him with your life?" She smiled wanly. "You have a point. Until we know more about this character calling himself Valentino, you should have police protection. Curtis offered to send out Griggs and Carson. I said no. I've met Griggs. He seems to be on his toes and a real Boy Scout, but neither he nor Carson has hostage negotiation training. I should be here if Valentino calls again. If I sense that he's close to losing it, I could talk to him, hopefully persuade him to identify his captive and tell us where he's keeping her. That being his field of expertise, it was a plausible excuse for his being there. Nevertheless, she questioned his motive. He may not call. You will have wasted your whole evening. It won't be wasted, Paris. I'm also here because I wanted to see you. You've seen me. Alone. She set the mug of tea on the stained counter, turning her back to him. Dean, please, don't do this. He moved up close behind her, and she held her breath, fearing he would touch her. She was unsure as to what her reaction would be if he did, so she didn't want to be tested. Nothing has changed, Paris. She gave a rueful laugh. Everything has changed. When you walked into my office this morning, it came back. All of it. I got slam dunked just like I did the first time I saw you. Remember? It was the night after the snow. Houston's snowfall had been reduced to a cold rain that gusted inside when she opened her front door to admit Jack and Dean. She waved them inside hastily so she could close the door. Jack's introduction got lost in the flurry of their shedding damp overcoats and trying to close stubborn umbrellas that were dripping on her entry floor. Once she had hung their coats on the coat tree and propped their umbrellas in the corner, she turned and smiled up to her fiancé's best friend. Let's start over. Hello, Dean. I'm Paris. It's a pleasure to meet you. The same goes for me. His handshake was firm, his smile warm and friendly. He was a couple inches taller than Jack, she noticed. His brown hair was showing signs of premature gray at his temples. He wasn't classically handsome like Jack, but ruggedly so. Jack had told her that Dean had to beat women off with a stick. She could see why. The asymmetric features of his face were arresting. They were counterbalanced by his eyes, which were pale gray and outlined by dark, spiky lashes, an absorbing combination. He said, I thought Jack was lying. Jack, lie? Never. When I asked him what you looked like, he said you would take my breath away. I thought he was exaggerating. He does tend to do that. He didn't this time. From across the room, Jack grinned at them. While you two are discussing my character flaws, I'm going to fix a round of drinks. They enjoyed a convivial dinner at Jack's favorite steakhouse. After the meal, they migrated to the adjacent bar where they sat in front of the fireplace and sipped after-dinner coffees. The men regaled her with stories about their college days. Of course, Jack dominated the conversation, but Dean seemed willing to yield him center stage. Jack was a talented, witty storyteller. Dean was an excellent listener. He asked her about her work, and while she was describing a normal workday, he never broke eye contact. He gave her the attention he would give an oracle divulging the future of mankind. He hung on every word and asked pertinent questions. That was Dean's special gift, making the other person feel as if they had become the center of his universe. Jack's enjoyment of the evening included imbibing too much brandy. He was sleeping in the back seat when Dean pulled his car to a stop in front of her townhouse. "I think we've lost him," he remarked. She looked back at her fiancé, who was snoring softly through his open mouth. "I think you're right. Will you see him home safely and into bed? As long as I don't have to kiss him good night." She laughed. "I had heard so much about you from Jack. I already consider you my friend, too. Promise me that you'll join us for another evening soon." "That's a promise." "Good." She reached for the door handle. "Wait, I'll see you in." Despite her protests, he got out and came around with an umbrella as she alighted from the passenger seat. He walked with her to the front door. He even took her key from her, unlocked the door with his free hand, and waited until she had disengaged the alarm system. "Thank you for seeing me in." "You're welcome." "What's the date?" he added. "The date?" "Of the wedding. I need to put it on my calendar. The best man's got to be there, you know." "I haven't set the date yet. Sometime in September or October." "That long? Jack gave me the impression it would be sooner." "It would be if he had his way, but I want to use fall colors." "Yeah, that'd be nice." "Church wedding?" "Presbyterian." "And the reception?" "Probably a country club." "A lot of planning." "Yes, a lot." He seemed not to notice that rainwater dripped off the metal tips of the umbrella frame and splashed onto his shoes. She didn't notice the rain was being blown inside and onto her floor. Even that first night, the look they shared was perhaps several moments too long. Dean had been the one to eventually break the stare, saying huskily, "Good night, Paris." "Good night." Often when future spouses are introduced to long-standing best friends, they despise one another on sight, making it awkward for the one in the middle who loves them both. She had liked Dean from the start. She hadn't known any better than to consider that a good omen. Now, Dean reached for her hand and turned her around to face him. He looked at her with the same disturbing penetration as he had the night they'd met, and it had the same magnetic effect. She felt her will dissolving and knew that if she didn't fight it immediately, she would be lost. "Dean, I beg you, leave this alone." She tried to step around him, but he blocked her path. "Our circumstances may have changed, Paris, but not what counts. What counts is what always has counted, Jack." "He went through hell," he said. "I know that." "You couldn't possibly know the hell his life was after that night." He lowered his face to bring it closer to hers. "That's right, I don't, because you made it clear I was not to come and see him. Ever. Because he wouldn't have wanted you, especially you, to see him that way," she said, her voice cracking. "But take my word for it, his was a living death for 7 years before his heart made it official and stopped beating." "I regret what happened to him as much as you do," he whispered urgently. "Don't you know that? Do you think I could blithely forget? Jesus, Paris, do you think I'm that callous? I've had to live with what happened just as you have." He expelled a long breath and pushed his fingers through his hair. He gazed at a spot above her head for a moment before his eyes moved back to her. "But at the risk of making you angry, I have to say this. What happened to Jack was his fault. Not yours, not mine. His. The accident wouldn't have happened if... But it did, and we can't go back and undo it. Guilt Management 101, Dr. Malloy? Okay, yeah, simply put, I'm not going to let regret eat me alive. I've let it go. How nice for you. So your method of guilt management is better? Emotionally healthier? You think it preferable to dig a hole and hide in it? He gave the untidy kitchen a scornful glance. Look at this place. It's a dark, dirty, dreary rat hole. I like it. Because it's no better than you think you deserve. When he moved a step closer, her reaction was to hug her elbows tighter as a means of self-defense against his nearness. It was also a defense against the truth of what he was saying. She knew he was right. which only made her more determined not to listen. Paris, God knows you're good at what you do here. Your listening audience loves you, but you could have written your own ticket in TV news. What do you know about it? I know I'm right. Furthermore, you know I'm right. Unable to look into his persuasive eyes, she lowered her head and stared at the sliver of linoleum flooring between his shoes and hers. She curbed the impulse to grab his lapels and plead with him either to drop the subject or to convince her that she had paid her penance. I did what I had to do, she said softly. Because you felt it was your duty? It was. Was, he repeated with a soft emphasis. What duty do you owe Jack now that he's dead? He took her by the shoulders. It was the first time in 7 years that they had touched. A tide of heat surged through her, and she struggled against the compulsion to lean into him and press her body to his. Instead, she said, Dean, please, don't. I had to make some hard choices, but I made them. As you said, it's done. In any case, I won't argue with you about this. I don't want to argue either. Or talk about it, she added. Then we won't. I don't even want to think about it. I'll never stop thinking about it. The timbre of his voice lowered. His fingers closed more tightly around her shoulders. Barely but noticeably he came closer, close enough for their clothing to touch and for her to feel his breath on her hair. The subject had shifted from Jack's death to a topic that was even more unsettling and better avoided. She dared to raise her head and meet his gaze. Why do you hide in the dark, Paris? I don't. Don't you? I could barely find my way down that hallway. You get used to it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. You're quoting Simon and Garfunkel? Is that your theme song these days? Maybe you should have been the DJ. She smiled, hoping to lighten the tone of the conversation, but he wouldn't be deterred. His eyes moved over her face. You're beautiful, but no one in your listening audience knows what you look like. It isn't necessary. Radio is an oral medium. But normally radio personalities promote themselves. You have no identity beyond your voice. Which is all the identity I need. I don't want to focus attention on myself. Really? Then maybe you should dispense with the sunglasses. She can't. Her eyes are sensitive to light. Neither realized that Stan was there until he spoke. As they turned toward him, Dean dropped his hands from her shoulders. Stan eyed him mistrustfully, but his message was for Paris. It's 5 to 10. Harry's going into the news update and final commercial break. You're up. Chapter 14. Hey, Gav! Gavin glanced over his shoulder, saw who had hailed him, then waited for Melissa Hatcher to catch up with him. When she got close enough to read his expression, her smile dissolved. Forgoing any greeting, he said, Way to go, Melissa. Were you trying to ruin my life, or were you just too stupid to not keep your mouth shut? You're pissed? You bet your ass I'm pissed. What for? What did I do? You told my dad we knew each other. So, what's the big deal? The big deal is that we're having a burger at Chili's tonight and he starts in on the sex club. She propped her hand on her hip. Oh, like I'd tell your dad about the sex club. Duh. Well, he heard about it from somebody. Probably that other cop, the short bald one. She puffed on a lighted joint, then offered it to him. Here, you look in need of some major chilling out. He pushed the marijuana aside. What do you know about Janie? She's in deep shit, with her folks, the cops, everybody. Spotting a group of acquaintances beyond Gavin's shoulder, she waved, calling out, Hey, y'all! I'm back from France, and have I got stories. Gavin sidestepped, blocking her view of the others and forcing her to look at him. Is Janie really missing? I guess. I mean, that's what your dad told me. By the way, he's hot. Does he have a girlfriend? The dope alone couldn't be blamed for her being a mental zero. She hadn't started out with enough gray matter to brag about. Melissa, what do you know about Janie? Nothing. You're her best friend, he argued. I've been out of the friggin' country, she said crossly. I haven't seen Her Highness in weeks, all right? She took another hit of weed. Look, I've got people waiting for me. Chill, why don't you? She left him to join a group who had attached a garden hose to a keg of beer and were taking turns guzzling from it. A lot was lost on the ground, but no one seemed to notice or care. There was always more where that came from. Gavin joined his friends, who were once again congregated in and around Craig's pickup. He surrendered the unopened bottle of Maker's Mark he'd stolen from his dad's liquor cabinet. As busy as his old man was tracking down Janie Kemp, it might be several days before he noticed he was short a bottle of bourbon. Craig went to work on the red wax seal with his pocket knife. Did you catch hell last night? And then some. Gavin put his back against the rear fender while his eyes scoured the crowd in search of a familiar face and form. You were so wasted. Hurled on the way home. Oh, man. I shit you not. He recounted the incident at the mailbox. I'm talking projectile vomiting. Their laughter was interrupted when another of the boys brought up Janie's name. Y'all hear about her disappearance? It was on the local news, another said. My mom asked if I knew her. Bet you didn't tell her how well you know her. Yeah, bet you didn't tell your mom that you know Janie in the biblical sense. What do you know about anything biblical? My cousin's a preacher. So what happened to you? He tried to save me. It didn't take. Pass the bottle. The others continued to swap insults along with swigs of the whiskey. Craig climbed out of the truck and came to stand beside Gavin. What's with you tonight? Nothing. Just bummed, huh? Craig gave him an opportunity to explain his mood, but then gave up with a shrug and joined Gavin's perusal of the crowd. Suddenly, in an excited whisper, he said, Hey, see that guy over there? Gavin looked in the direction Craig indicated and saw a man climbing from the back seat of a car, rearranging his clothes and pulling on a baseball cap. 2 girls got out behind him. They were lookers. Barbie doll types, blonde and chesty, although their bony sternum suggested implants. Their tits are fake, Gavin remarked. Who cares? Obviously not Craig, who continued to ogle. Wonder if the girls know he's a badge. Gavin reacted with a start. A cop? No way. I've heard it rumored. As they watched, the trio engaged in a group hug. Then the man shooed away each girl, but not before giving her an affectionate smack on the butt and a promise to see her again soon. The girls ambled away, unfortunately in the opposite direction from Craig and Gavin. The man got back into his car, this time in the driver's seat, and as he maneuvered it around Craig's Ram, he and Gavin made eye contact. Smug S.O.B., Craig muttered. You're sure he's a cop? 99.9%. Then what's he doing here? Same thing we are, and tonight he scored big. Yeah, ×2. Lucky prick. They watched until the taillights disappeared. Then Craig said, I saw you talking to Melissa. That's what she's good at, talking. He told Craig about his dad's chance meeting with her at the Kemp house. He knows about the sex club. Don't worry about it, Craig said with a disdainful sniff. What are they going to do, seize all the computers? Exactly what I asked my old man. They're pissing in the wind. Gavin was talking tougher than he felt. Worry gnawed at him like a hunger pain. That's why he had defied his dad once again by leaving the house tonight. He was going to be in trouble anyway, so what the hell? It was a matter of degree. Weeks ago, planning for an emergency like this, he'd had a spare car key made, As soon as his dad had dropped him off at home and left for the radio station, he was out of there too. But he didn't feel as cavalier as his defiance implied. He was sick with apprehension over what the next few days might yield. "Where do you think she is?" Craig's question broke into his thoughts as though he'd been reading them. "Who, Janie? How the hell should I know?" "Well, I thought you might." "Why?" Craig looked at him with annoyance. "Seeing as how you were with her last night." As the last few bars of "I'll Never Love This Way Again" faded into silence, Paris spoke into her microphone. "That was Dionne Warwick. I hope you have someone in your life who can look inside your fantasies and make each one come true." The studio felt claustrophobic tonight, and Dean was the reason why. He'd sat for the last 3 hours and 16 minutes on a tall swivel stool identical to hers, close enough for her to be constantly aware of him. He sat motionlessly and for the most part silently, but his eyes followed her every move. She felt them especially now when she mentioned fulfilling fantasies. "It's a toasty 82 degrees at 116, but I'll be playing cool classics until 2 o'clock here on 101.3. Let me know what's on your mind tonight. Call me." "I've had a request from Marge and Jim, who are celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary. This was their wedding song. It's from the Carpenters. Happy anniversary, Marge and Jim." As Close to You began to play, she punched the button to turn off her mic, then glanced across at Dean as she depressed one of the blinking telephone lines. "This is Paris." "Hi, Paris. My name's Roger." Throughout the program, each time she had answered one of the phone lines, she and Dean had feared and yet hoped that Valentina would be the caller. He'd brought a portable cassette recorder with him. It was loaded and ready to record. His shoulders relaxed along with hers as she said, "Hello, Roger. Can you please play a song for me?" "What's the occasion?" "Nothing. I just like the song." "That's occasion enough. What song would you like to hear?" Fastly, she inserted the requested number into the log, substituting it for one already on deck. Then, digging her fists into her lower back, she stood up and stretched. "Tired?" Dean asked. "I got virtually no sleep last night and never caught a nap today. You must be tired too. You're not accustomed to these hours." "More accustomed than you think. I rarely sleep through a whole night anymore. I doze while listening for Gavin to come in." "Is he with you for the summer?" "No, more or less permanently." She registered her surprise. "Nothing's happened to Pat?" No, she's good," he said in quick response to her concern. "Doing great, in fact. She finally remarried. He's a nice guy in everyone's opinion except Gavin's." Paris had met Dean's ex-wife at one of Gavin's Little League games, and she and Jack had once been invited to her house for Gavin's birthday dinner. She remembered her as a petite and pretty woman, but rather serious and structured. Without her having to ask, Jack had confided to her that Dean had married straight out of college. The union had lasted less than a year, really only long enough for them to get Gavin home from the hospital. They were unsuited and knew it, and agreed it would be best, even for the kid, if they cut their losses and made a clean break when they did. Although Gavin had lived with Pat, Dean saw him several times a week and had been actively involved in all the phases of his life. He joined Pat at teacher conferences, coached t-ball and soccer teams, participated in and contributed to every aspect of Gavin's development. Following a divorce, a child's upbringing was most often abdicated to the custodial parent. Paris had admired Dean for taking his responsibilities as father so seriously. "He and his stepfather weren't getting along?" she asked. "Gavin's fault. He had moved beyond misbehaving to being downright impossible. Pat and I agreed that he should live with me for a while." He described their tenuous coexistence. "The hell of it is, Paris, I was looking forward to having him with me. I want this arrangement to work." "I'm sure it will, given time. Gavin is a sweet kid." He laughed. "Lately I would beg to differ, but I hope that sweet kid you remember is still in there somewhere behind all that hostility and surliness." At 1:30, she read a few headlines of news off the information monitor. Following that came several minutes of commercials, during which she took calls. One caller asked her for a date. She graciously declined. "Maybe you should have accepted," Dean teased. He sounded desperate. "Desperately drunk," she said, returning his smile as she deleted the call from the Vox Pro. The next call came from a giddy couple who'd just become engaged. "He asked me to open a bottle of wine, then handed me a glass with the ring in it." Even her squeal couldn't disguise a charming British accent. "My friends in London won't believe it. We faithfully watched Dallas when we were girls and dreamed of someday meeting a handsome Texan." Laughing because of the young woman's obvious delight, Paris asked what song they wanted her to play. "She's Got Away. He says Billy Joel could have written it about me." And I'm sure he's right. Is it okay if I share your conversation with the listening audience? Fantastic. She jotted down their names and answered a few more calls. After the sequence of commercials, she replayed the conversation with the engaged couple and followed it with their requested song, then Precious and Few, which segued into The Rose. Operating the board was second nature to her, so she was able to do all this while continuing her conversation with Dean about Gavin. "What did he say when you told him about meeting Melissa Hatcher?" He pretended not to know her. Paris looked at him inquisitively, and he read her thought. "Yeah, that bothers me too. Why didn't he want to admit that he knew her? He didn't admit to knowing Janie Kemp either until I pressed him on it." "How well does he know her?" "Not very. At least that's what he told me, but these days I don't always get the truth. Not like the time he bent the wheel on his bicycle. You remember that? Jack and I had come over to your house for a cookout. Gavin was staying with you that weekend. He'd been riding bikes with neighborhood kids, but came home pushing his. The spokes of his front wheel were bent almost in half. You asked if he'd been popping wheelies, and when he confessed, you sent him to his room for the rest of the evening. Which might have been punishment enough because he loved being around you and Jack. But I also made him do chores to earn enough money to replace the wheel. Tough but good parenting, Dean. You think? I do. You made your point about the value of property, but it wasn't the damage to the bike that upset you. He smiled ruefully. I told him 1,000 times not to pop wheelies or jump curbs because it was dangerous. I didn't want him to become an organ donor. Right. He could just as easily have busted his head or broken his neck. You were upset over what could have happened, and that's why you were angry. I guess I should have explained that to him. He knew, she said softly. He looked across at her, and the connection was more than just visual. It lasted through the remainder of the Bette Midler song. As it wound down, Paris turned back to the control board and engaged her mic. Don't forget to join Charlie and Chad tomorrow morning. They'll keep you company as you drive to work. In the meantime, this is Paris Gibson with a romantic lineup of classic love songs. The phone lines will be open right up till 2 o'clock. Call me. When the next series of songs began, she glanced up at the log monitor. Only 9 minutes left in the program. Isn't this about the time he called last night, right before sign-off? When she nodded, he said, Will you be able to talk to him uninterrupted if he does call? She pointed to the countdown clock on the screen. That's the amount of time remaining for everything that's logged to play. 2 more selections follow this one. He calibrated. So, after the last song ends, you'll have barely enough time to say goodnight and sign off. Right. He glanced at the phone lines on the control board. 3 were blinking. If it's not Valentino, don't engage the caller in a lengthy conversation. Keep the lines open. And if it is him, remember to ask to speak to Janie. She took a deep breath, checked to see that Dean's finger was on the record button of the portable machine, then answered one of the phone lines. Rachel wanted to request a song for her husband Pete. It Might Be You. Ah, Stephen Bishop. It was the first song we danced to at our wedding reception. It's such a good choice. It deserves a prime spot. Paris promised to play it the following night in the first half hour of her program. Awesome. Thanks. Paris glanced again at Dean before depressing another of the blinking buttons. "This is Paris."
"Hello, Paris."
Her blood ran cold at the sound of his voice. Frantically, she cut her eyes to Dean, who started the portable recorder. The Vox Pro screen registered a phone number, which he scribbled down. He stared into the screen as though willing it to give up not just the telephone number, but also the image and identity of the caller. "Hello, Valentino."
"How was your day? Busy?"
"I managed."
"Come now, Paris. Share. What did you do today to keep yourself occupied? Did you think of me at all? Or did you write me off as a crank? Did you talk to the police?"
"Why would I? Unless you let me speak to the girl, I have no reason to believe that she exists and that what you told me last night is true."
"Stop playing silly games, Paris. Of course she exists. Why would I make such a claim if it weren't true?"
"To get my attention."
He laughed. "Well, did it? Will you pay attention this time?"
"This time?"
"You ignored me when I warned you before, and look what happened."
She looked at Dean and shook her head with misapprehension. "What are you talking about, Valentino?"
"Wouldn't you like to know?" he taunted. "Ask me nicely and I may give you a few hints. But you have to ask me very nicely. Now that's an exciting thought."
He inhaled deeply, loudly, so she could hear it.
"Your voice alone is enough to arouse me. I think about us together, you know. Someday soon, Paris."
She shuddered with repugnance but continued in a bland tone. "I don't believe you have a girl with you. You're all talk and this is a hoax." Dean nodded approval.
"More games, Paris. I advise against them. You've already squandered 24 of your 72 hours. The next 48 are going to be much more fun for me than for you. As for my captive, she's a little tired, and all her whining and pleading is beginning to grate on my nerves. But she's still a hot fuck, and I'm due."
The line went dead. "It's not the same number he called from last night," Dean said as he reached for his cell. "Did you notice anything different tonight, Paris? Any change in his inflection or tone from last night?" Dean was a policeman, she wasn't. Revolted by the call, she was finding it harder to launch into the mode of crime solver. "No," she replied hoarsely. He sounded the same. "To me too, but I thought you might have picked up." "Hey, Curtis, he just called," he said into his cell phone. "Different number. Ready?" As he reeled it off to the detective, Stan pushed open the soundproof door. Paris, we've got dead air." She hadn't realized the music had stopped. Quickly, she signaled for quiet and engaged her mic. "Be safe, be happy, love someone. This is Paris Gibson wishing you a good night." She punched a few buttons, then announced, "We're off." "The creep call again?" Stan asked. Dean had turned his back to them while he continued his telephone conversation with Curtis. To Stan, she said, "Leave a note for the morning engineers. Ask them to dump the last call on the Vox Pro onto a cassette and make several copies. They'll be better than the one Dean's portable made." He looked affronted. "I know how to transfer it to cassette, Paris. I could do it right now." She hesitated, uncertain of his skill, but he looked so crestfallen she said, "Thanks, Stan. That would be a help." Dean ended his call, then turned around and grabbed his jacket off the back of the stool and picked up the portable recorder, all in one fluid motion. "The number belongs to another payphone. Units are already rolling." "I'm going too," Paris said. "Damn straight you are. No way would I leave you alone now." He pulled open the door. As they rushed out, she called back to Stan. "Could you drop those cassettes off at my house?" Dean pushed her through the door before Stan had time to answer. Chapter 15. Melissa Hatcher was jealous of Janie Kemp for all the reasons that customarily inspired jealousy. Janie was wealthier, prettier, smarter, more popular, and more desired. However, there was one attribute Melissa had that Janie did not: shrewdness. Had Melissa made Janie her rival, she automatically would have fallen into a distant second place in a two-woman contest. Instead, she had been cunning enough to make Janie her best friend. But on her first night back from France, when she should have been the center of attention, all anyone wanted to talk about was Janie and her mysterious disappearance. Melissa was miffed. She had tales of the nude beaches on the Côte d'Azur, of the wine she'd drunk and the drugs she'd done. How she'd come to obtain a nipple ring in Saint-Tropez was a story that would hold an audience captive for half an hour. But no one was interested in her recent adventures abroad. Janie was the name on everyone's lips, the topic of every conversation. Melissa didn't believe any of the wild speculations being circulated about her friend's whereabouts. They ranged from her eloping with the Dallas Cowboys rookie quarterback whom she'd met in a club on 6th Street, to having been kidnapped for ransom that her old man refused to pay, to being snatched by a pervert and made his sex slave. My ass, Melissa thought resentfully. If Janie was honeymooning with one of the Dallas Cowboys, she would have made sure that everybody knew about it. Melissa wouldn't put it past the judge to refuse to pay a ransom to kidnappers, but he would do so in front of lights and cameras and use it to campaign for his re-election. And if anybody was being made a sex slave, it was probably the guy who was shacked up with Janie. Janie was getting stoned. She was getting bald. End of story. When she felt good and ready, she would reappear and gloat over the stir she'd created. She would milk it for all it was worth. That was Janie. She thrived on shocking and agitating people. How like her so-called best friend, Melissa thought, to steal the limelight on her first night back from Europe. The evening had turned into a real drag, and she was in a sour mood. Having heard enough about Janie to last a lifetime, Melissa decided to go home and submit to jet lag. But when she spotted the older guy, she changed her mind. She had seen him before. Her memory wasn't 100% reliable, but she was almost positive that Janie had been with him at least once. As galling as it was to admit, he probably would choose Janie over her if Janie was here, which she wasn't. So Melissa sauntered over to where he stood leaning against the driver's door of his car, observing. "You going or coming?" He looked her up and down, then formed a slow grin. Right now, neither. She slapped his arm playfully. "I think you took my meaning wrong." "You didn't intend the double entendre?" She wasn't sure what that was, so she shrugged and gave him her most beguiling smile. "Maybe." He was nice-looking. Around 35, she'd guess. A little old and geeky, but so what? He would be impressed by her travels. "I just got back from France." "How was it?" "Frenchy." He smiled in appreciation of her wit. "It was a total blast. I don't know what the hell they were saying, but I liked listening to them talk. I saw this guy drinking wine with breakfast. Parents give it to the kids, can you believe that? And people sunbathe nude on public beaches." "Did you?" She grinned slyly. "What do you think?" He reached out and brushed her arm. "Mosquito. They're vicious tonight. Maybe we should get in your car." He ushered her to the passenger door and opened it for her, then went around and got in the driver's side. He started the motor and turned on the air conditioner. This is much better," she said, wiggling against the cool leather upholstery. "Nice car," she said, taking in the interior. Glancing into the back seat, she asked, "What's that?" "A plastic trash bag." "Duh, I know that. What's in it?" "Want to see?" He reached between the seats and picked up the bag, then set it on her lap. "It's not dirty laundry, is it?" she asked, and he laughed. Melissa undid the twist tie and peered inside, then took out a magazine. The title and cover couldn't have been more explicit, but she feigned nonchalance. "In France, you can buy fetish mags like this on every street corner." Nobody thinks anything about it. Can I look?" "Be my guest." By the time she'd gone through the magazine, his fingers were strumming the inside of her thigh. He lowered his head to nuzzle her breast. "What's this?" "My souvenir from France." She raised her top and proudly showed him her nipple ring. "I met this guy on the beach who knew this dentist who does body piercing on the side." He began to laugh. "What's funny?" He flicked the silver ring with the tip of his finger. "Inside joke." There were 7 calls from Liz on Dean's home telephone voicemail. He listened to all 7. "I can't imagine why you haven't called me," the last message began. "I've gone beyond angry, Dean. I'm scared. Has something happened to you or Gavin? If you get this message, please call. If I don't hear from you within an hour, I'm going to start calling the Austin hospitals." The message had been left at 3:20 a.m. There was a similar one on his cell phone voicemail. The last thing he wanted was to talk to Liz. No, the last thing he wanted was to have her start calling the hospitals. He dialed her cell phone, which she answered on the first ring. "I'm okay," he said immediately. "No one's in the hospital, and you have every right to be mad as hell. Let fly." "Dean, what is going on?" He slumped into a chair at his kitchen table and plowed his fingers through his hair. "Work. We've got a crisis situation." "I haven't heard any news about—" "Not a national crisis. Not a plane crash, standoff, mass murder, nothing like that, but it's a tricky case. I got involved early this morning, yesterday morning, rather. I was consulted as soon as I got to my office, and I've been on it all day. I just got home and I'm beat. None of which is any excuse for not returning your calls." "What kind of case?" "Missing girl. Egotistical suspect. He's called and told us what he plans to do to her unless we can locate her before his deadline." He didn't have the energy to tell her more than that. Besides, the details would have included Paris. Liz didn't know about Paris, and this wasn't the time to try to explain a situation of that complexity. "I'm sorry you had such a hellish day." "Jesus, Liz, I'm the one who's sorry." He had much to be sorry for. Sorry for pretending to return her love, and pretending so well that she believed he did. Sorry for not telling her to remain in Houston as she should have done. Sorry for wishing that her trip to Chicago would last longer than a few days. Lamely, he asked, "How did the meetings with the Swedes go?" "Danes. They accepted my proposal." "Good. Not surprising, though." "How's Gavin?" "He's all right." "No more arguments?" "We've avoided bloodshed." "You sound exhausted, so I'm going to hang up and let you get some rest. Again, about today, it doesn't matter, Dean." "The hell it doesn't. I caused you a lot of unnecessary worry. It matters." He was angry with her for not being angrier with him. It would have eased his conscience if she'd been royally pissed off. He didn't want her to be understanding. He didn't want to be let off the hook gently. He wanted her to be mad as hell. But a full-fledged fight would have required energy he didn't have, so he let it drop with a feeble, "Well, anyway, I apologize." "Accepted. Now go to bed. We'll talk tomorrow." "I promise. Good night." "Good night." He took a long drink straight from the bottle of water in the fridge, then moved through the dark house toward the bedrooms. There was no light beneath Gavin's door, not even the glow of his computer monitor. He paused to look in. Gavin was asleep. Wearing only his underwear, he was lying on his back, long limbs flung wide, covers kicked away. He was almost as long as the bed. He was breathing through his mouth as he'd done since he was a baby. He looked very young and innocent. At 16, he was on the borderline between boy and man, but asleep he seemed much more like a child than a grown-up. Dean realized as he stood looking down at his son that the painful twinge he felt deep inside his chest was love. He hadn't loved Gavin's mother, nor she him, really. But both had loved Gavin. From the day they knew he'd been conceived, they had channeled the love they should have had for each other into the person they had created. Obviously, they had failed to communicate the depth of that love to Gavin. He still didn't believe that correction was for his protection, and that discipline wasn't a pleasant pastime for them, but a demonstration of how important he was to them. Damn it, Dean had wanted to be a good parent. He'd wanted to get it right. He hadn't wanted his son to doubt for one moment of his life that he was loved. But somewhere along the way he must have tripped up, done something wrong, omitted doing something he should have. Now his son held him in contempt and made no secret of it. Feeling the weight of his failure, Dean backed away from Gavin's bed and quietly closed the door behind him. The master bedroom was a large room with a high cove ceiling, wide windows and a fireplace. It deserved better decorating than what he'd done, which amounted to nothing more than basic furnishings and a bedspread. When he'd moved in, he told Liz he was saving the decorating for her to do after they married. But he'd been lying to her as well as to himself. He'd never even invited her to spend the night in this bed. He plugged a cell phone battery charger into a wall socket in the bathroom, so it would be handy in case of a call, then stripped and got into the shower and let the hot water pound into him while he mentally reviewed everything that had taken place after Valentino's call. The race to the pay telephone had been a wasted effort for all concerned, for the cops and the 3 squad cars who had converged on it, for Sergeant Robert Curtis, who had arrived as neatly dressed as he was during daylight hours, and for Paris and him. They had arrived shortly after it was confirmed that Valentino was no longer anywhere in the vicinity of the payphone from which his call had originated. The Walmart store had been closed for hours. The parking lot was a vast desert of concrete. There were no witnesses except for a stray cat who had helped himself to the remnants of a hot dog someone had tossed toward a trash bin, but missed. "And the cat's not talking," Curtis said wryly as he summed up the situation for them. He and Paris had joined the detective in his car to conduct a post-mortem on the aborted effort to catch Valentino. Paris climbed in the back. He sat in the passenger seat. "I made a cassette recording as the call came in," he told Curtis. "Let's hear it." He played the tape once, then rewound it, and they listened to it a second time. When it ended, Curtis remarked, "He doesn't seem to know we're after him." "Which could work in our favor," Dean said. "Only until tomorrow when it shows up in the newspaper." Curtis turned to Paris. "What does he mean when he says you didn't heed him the last time?" "Just as I told him, I have no idea." "You don't recall a previous warning?" "If I'd ever received a call like this, I would have reported it to the police." "Which is what she did last night." Dean didn't like the way the detective was looking at Paris. "What are you getting at?" "Nothing. Just thinking." "Then do us the courtesy of thinking out loud." Curtis turned to him and seemed ready to take issue with his tone of voice, then must have remembered that Dean outranked him. "I was just thinking about Paris." "Specifically?" "How she's gone out of her way to remain anonymous, which frankly I don't get," he said, turning back to her. "Other people in your field are extroverts, publicity hounds, their pictures are on billboards, they make personal appearances, stuff like that. I'm not like the wild and crazy drive-time jocks. My program isn't hyper like theirs, the music is different, and so am I. I'm the disembodied voice in the dark. I'm the sounding board when no one else will listen. If my listeners knew what I looked like, it would compromise the confidentiality I share with them. It's often easier for people to talk to a stranger than to a trusted friend." "It's certainly easier for Valentino," he remarked, "if he is a stranger to you." "He may be now, but he doesn't want to remain a stranger," Dean said. Paris and Curtis were sharp enough to know he was referring to Valentino's suggestion that he and Paris would soon be lovers. Curtis, however, was still following his original train of thought. "You know," he said, "some of those phone sex people are very ordinary looking. Fat, ugly, a far cry from what their voices suggest about them. Dean knew this wasn't a random observation. Okay, you've tossed out the bait. I'll bite. Instead of lounging on a bed of satin sheets in skimpy lingerie like they want their callers to fantasize, they're actually in sweats and sneakers working out of their untidy kitchens. It's all about imagination. He turned to address Paris. Folks hear your voice and conjure up a mental image of you. I did it myself. And? I wasn't even close. I envisioned you dark-haired and dark-eyed, fortune-teller type. I'm sorry to disappoint. I didn't say you disappointed me. You're just not as exotic-looking as your voice indicates. He shifted more comfortably in his seat so he wouldn't have to crane his neck to talk to her. All this is to say that some people may have formed an unwholesome image of you. Valentino appears to be one of those people. Paris can't be responsible for her listener's imagination, Dean said, especially if he suffers from mental, emotional, or sexual problems. Yeah, you said that before. More or less dismissing Dean's comment as irrelevant, the detective continued to address Paris. Is there a personal reason you want to remain anonymous? Absolutely. To protect my privacy. When you're a television personality, you're always in the public eye, even when you're not on the air. I didn't like that aspect of my work. My life was an open book. Everything I said or did was subject to criticism or speculation or judgment from people who didn't know anything about me. Radio enables me to stay in the business but out of the spotlight. It allows me to go anywhere without being recognized and scrutinized and to keep my private life just that. Curtis's harumph implied that he knew he wasn't hearing the whole story, but was willing to let it go for now. How long did you say you keep the recordings of your phone calls? Indefinitely. He grimaced. That's a lot of phone calls. But remember, I only save the ones I feel are worth saving. Even at that, we're talking what? Hundreds? She nodded. He said, we'd use up a chunk of your remaining 48 hours listening to all those calls, trying to find the one Valentino referred to tonight. But if we go in by the back door... By looking at cold cases, Dean said, seeing suddenly where Curtis was headed. Right. I called a friend over there. The cold case unit worked out of a separate building a few miles from headquarters. He promised to check, see if any of their cases have a similarity to Janie Camp's. And if so, we can check to see if Paris received a call from Valentino around that time. Don't get too excited, she cautioned them. I might not have saved that call. Besides, how could I have dismissed a warning of murder? I doubt he was so blatant the first time, Dean told her. It's symptomatic of serial rapists to get progressively bolder. They start out cautiously and get more daring with each offense until they're practically courting capture. Curtis agreed. That's been my experience. Some actually want to get caught, Dean said. They're begging to be stopped. Somehow, I don't think Valentino fits into that category, she said. He sounds very self-assured, arrogant. Dean looked across at Curtis and could tell that the veteran detective agreed with her. Unfortunately, so did Dean. On the other hand, he said, he could be manipulating us. Maybe you don't remember any such call because there wasn't one. Valentino could be trying to distract us with a red herring. Could be, Curtis said. I get the distinct feeling he's laughing up his sleeve. He asked Paris, what do you know about Marvin Patterson? Until yesterday, only his first name. Why? Dean asked the detective. He split, Curtis said. Officers called his place to see if he was at home, told him they were on their way to talk to him. By the time they arrived, Marvin Patterson was gone, vacated in a hurry. Dirty breakfast dishes in the sink and his coffee pot still warm. That's how fast he cleared out. Paris asked, what's he got to hide? We're investigating that now, Curtis replied. The Social Security number he put on his job application at the radio station was traced to a 90-year-old black woman who died in a rest home several months ago. Marvin Patterson was an alias? Dean asked. I'll let you know when we know. Paris said, Marvin, or whatever his name is, may have something to hide, but I don't believe he could possibly be Valentino. He uses that creepy whisper, but he's articulate. If Marvin speaks at all, it's a mumble. Dean asked her what Marvin looked like. How old is he? 30-ish. I've never really paid much attention to his looks, but I would describe him as nice-looking. Curtis said, Let's wait and see what turns up. Has anything useful been found on Janie's computer? Dean asked. Smut. Lots of it. Written by other kids. Or predators. Curtis conceded Dean's point. Wherever it originated, it's raw stuff, especially coming from high school kids. Rondo printed out her email address book and is in the process of tracing the users. After that, they'd parted company. Paris's protests against having police protection were overruled. Curtis had already dispatched Griggs and Carson to her house. They were both starstruck. If they were guarding the president, they couldn't be taking it more seriously. He'll be parked at your curb all night. Dean drove her home. What about my car? She asked when he refused to return her to the radio station so she could pick it up. Ask one of your admirers to retrieve it in the morning. She directed him to her house. It was located in a wooded, hilly area on the outskirts of downtown. The limestone house was tucked into a grove of sprawling live oaks and garnished with well-maintained landscaping. A curved walkway lined with white caladiums led up to a deep porch. Twin brass light fixtures glowed a welcome from either side of a glossy black front door. Incongruous with the coziness of the property was the patrol car parked at the curb. The two young policemen practically leaped from it when Dean and Paris pulled up behind them. Dean waved back the ever-ready Griggs. I'll see her in. He'd insisted on going inside with her, and even though her alarm control panel hadn't registered a disturbance since she'd set it, he went through every room of the house, looking inside closets, behind shower doors, and even beneath the bed. Valentino doesn't strike me as the type who would hide under a bed, she said. A rapist often hides in his victim's house waiting for her to return home. That's part of the thrill. Are you trying to frighten me? Definitely. I want you good and scared, Paris. This guy wants to punish women, remember? He's angry with Janie. At least we're still presuming it's Janie for cheating on him. He's angry with you for taking her side. I didn't even know there were sides to be taken. Well, that's his skewed perception of it, and perception is truth. I know. The suggestion that you and he would soon be together as lovers actually meant that you would be his next victim. He doesn't differentiate between the two. She pulled her lower lip through her teeth. When he's finished with Janie, he'll come after me. Not if I can help it. He went to her, then placed his hands on her shoulders. But until we have him in custody, be afraid of him. She smiled wanly. I'm not actually afraid, but I'm not stupid either. I'll be careful. When she tried to move away, he hadn't let her go. This is the first time in our friendship that we've been in a bedroom together. Friendship? Weren't we friends? She hesitated for several beats before saying quietly, Yes, we were friends. Good friends. That's when he had reached up and removed her sunglasses, tossed them into a nearby chair, then anxiously searched her eyes. They were as beautiful as he remembered. Deeply blue, intelligent, expressive. They gazed back at him steadily and with seeming clarity. He exhaled a deep sigh of relief. I was afraid that you'd lost sight in one eye or suffered a serious injury, and that was the reason for the sunglasses. No permanent damage was done, she said huskily. I wasn't even left with noticeable scars, but my eyes are still very sensitive to bright light. Without breaking their eye contact, he leaned forward to reach behind her for the wall switch. He flicked it down and the room went dark. He remained inclined forward, so they were touching from chest to knees, and when she didn't move away, he slid his hands around her neck and up into her hair. He tilted her face up as he lowered his. "Dean, don't." But the words were no more than an uneven sigh against his lips as he settled them upon hers. They parted simultaneously, and when their tongues touched, her groan echoed the hunger behind his own. He backed her against the wall, wanting to feel her and taste her. Wanting. He curved his arm around her waist and drew her lower body up against his, increasing the pressure where already the pressure was intense. She broke off the kiss and moaned his name. He brushed his lips across her eyes, her cheekbones, whispering, "We've waited long enough for this, Paris, haven't we?" Then he returned to her mouth and kissed her even more passionately than before. He worked his hand between their bodies and covered her breast. Her nipple was erect even before his thumb found it. He felt her hands tensing on the muscles of his back, felt the upward and forward angling of her hips. He remembered muttering something unintelligible, even to himself, as he lowered his head, his mouth blindly seeking her breast. "Miss Gibson? Dr. Malloy?" Dean jerked as though he'd been shot. Paris froze, then squeezed out from between him and the wall. He saw red. "That goddamn rookie, I'm gonna kill him." And at that moment he had meant it. He might have stormed down the hallway and throttled Griggs with his bare hands, as he'd wanted to, if Paris hadn't grabbed his arm and held him back. She stepped around him and, straightening her hair and clothing as she went, made her way through the house and into the living room. Griggs was standing on the threshold of the front door. "You left the front door standing open," he said to Dean, who was only half a step behind Paris. "Everything all right?" "Everything is fine," Paris told him. "Dr. Malloy was kind enough to check my house." Griggs was staring at her strangely. Either he had noticed that her color was high and her lips were swollen, or he was surprised by her breathlessness, or he was shocked to see her without his sunglasses, or a combination of all of that. At that moment, Dean was incapable of diplomacy and stated bluntly, "You can leave now." He had never liked cops who pulled rank, but this was one time he did and didn't feel bad about it. Paris was more gracious. "Dr. Malloy will be leaving momentarily. We both appreciate your diligence." Some guy, Stan, dropped these off for you." He extended several cassettes. "Oh, right, thank you. Just leave them there on the table." Griggs did as Dean ordered. He took another apprehensive glance in his direction, then scuttled out, pulling the door closed behind him. Dean reached for Paris again, but she avoided his touch. That shouldn't have happened. The interruption or the kiss? She shot him a baleful look. "It was more than just a kiss, Dean. You said it, not me." She wrapped her arms around her middle. "Don't read anything into it. It won't be repeated." He looked at her for several moments, taking in her tense expression, her taut posture, and said quietly, "Don't do this, Paris." "What? Come to my senses?" "Don't withdraw, close up, shut me out, punish me, punish yourself. You need to go. They're waiting for you to leave." "I don't care. I've waited for 7 years." "For what?" she asked angrily. "What were you waiting for, Dean? For Jack to die?" The words hurt, as she'd known they would. She'd said them deliberately to hurt and provoke him, but he'd be damned before he allowed himself to become either. Tamping down his anger and keeping his voice calm, he said, "I've waited for a chance to get even this close to you. And then what did you expect to happen? Did you expect me to fall into your arms? To forget everything that happened and—" When she broke off, he raised his eyebrow inquisitively. "And what, Paris?" And love me? Is that what you were going to say? Is that what you're so goddamn afraid of, that we might actually have loved each other then and still do? She had refused to answer him. Instead, she'd marched to her front door and pulled it open. With watchdogs at the curb, he'd had no choice but to leave. By now, the water in his shower had grown cold, but his body was still feverish with a burning desire to know, if he had been able to wring it out of her, what her answer to his question would have been. Chapter 16. Janie had abandoned her plans for retribution and was focusing strictly on survival. Her attempts to escape from this room seemed as remote as her memories of childhood birthday parties. She'd seen photographs taken at those parties, but felt no connection with the little girl wearing the silver paper tiara and blowing out candles on a bakery-made cake. Likewise, her memories of trying to escape from her captor, of plotting his punishment, seemed to be vague recollections of someone else. Such courageous strategizing was unimaginable to her now. She was so weak that even had her arms and legs not been restrained, she couldn't have moved. He hadn't given her food or water the last 2 times he'd been there. She could live with the hunger, but her throat was raw from thirst. She had implored him with her eyes, but her silent pleas were ignored. He was cheerful and talkative, blasé even. He tilted his head to one side and regarded her with renewed interest. "I wonder if you're missed, Janie. You've treated so many people badly, you know, especially men. Your special talent, certainly your hobby, has been to get men to desire you and then to humiliate them with a public rejection. I've been watching you for a long time before you approached me that first night. You didn't know that. I had. I figured out your email name. Puss in Boots, right? Very clever. Especially since you enjoy wearing Western boots. Your favorites are the red ones, aren't they? You even wore them here one night. Wait, hold on." He rummaged around the room until he found the photo album he was seeking. "Yes, here you are in your boots. Only your boots, in fact," he added with a sly grin. When he turned the photograph toward her, she averted her head and closed her eyes, which made him angry. "Seriously, do you think anyone is really sorry that you're missing?" He'd left shortly after that. She had been relieved to see him go, but terrified that he would never return. In spite of the tape across her mouth, she sobbed noisily. Or maybe her weeping only sounded loud to her own ears. When she choked, she panicked, wondering if a person could drown in tears. Get a grip, Janie. She could do this. She could survive him. She could hold out until rescue came, and it would come soon. Her parents would be turning Austin upside down looking for her. Her daddy was rich. He would hire private investigators, bring in the FBI, the Army, whatever it took to find her. She'd hated some of the die-hard cops on the Austin PD force, the ones who gave her a hard time about driving drunk and disorderly conduct and the illegal substances often in her possession. If she hadn't been Judge Kemp's daughter, the cops who went by the book would have busted her too many times to count. But she had also balled a few of Austin's finest, the younger, good-looking officers who had a more liberal outlook than the veterans, like the narcotics officer who worked undercover at her high school. He'd been a challenge to seduce, and when he'd finally surrendered, a letdown. Nevertheless, she wasn't entirely without friends in the police department. They would be searching too. And her tormentor had called Paris Gibson. Why he had, Janie couldn't imagine and didn't care. He was obviously proud of that call because he had recorded it just so he could play it for her. Had he wanted her to know that he was on a first-name basis with a well-known radio personality? The egotistical idiot. Didn't he know that Paris was on a first-name basis with anybody who called her? Whatever. The important thing was that he had involved her. She could pull a lot of strings. No one was going to ignore Paris Gibson. But Janie's burst of optimism quickly fizzled. Time was running out. Her captor had told Paris that he was going to kill her within 72 hours. But when had he made that call? How much of that time had already expired? She'd lost all track of the days and rarely even knew if it was daylight or dark. What if she was in hour 71 of the 72? Even if he didn't murder her, she could die of neglect. What if he simply never came back? How long could she survive without food or water? Or what if, and this was her greatest fear, what if he was right and nobody gave a damn that she was gone? He hadn't enjoyed the comfort of his own bed last night, but Dr. Brad Armstrong was feeling sprightly when he arrived at the dental clinic a half hour before his first appointment. He'd had a busy night and had snatched no more than a couple hours of sleep. But sleep wasn't the only way one could get energized. A girl with a silver ring through her nipple. Now that could get a man supercharged. He was chuckling to himself as he entered the building and greeted the receptionist. "Good morning, Doctor. I assume Mrs. Armstrong located you last evening. She was so disappointed that her surprise date was spoiled. We had a quiet dinner together after the kids went to bed, so it worked out okay. Any messages for me? A Mr. Hathaway has called twice, but he didn't leave a message either time. He only asked that you return his call. Shall I get him on the line for you?" Mr. Hathaway was his probation officer. On his best day, Hathaway was a humorless tight-ass who loved peering at people over the top of his granny glasses. His idea of intimidation, Brad supposed. "No thanks, I'll try him later. No other messages?" "That's it." Tony must really be upset this time. Ordinarily, she would have tried to reach him by now, if only to assure herself that he hadn't had a head-on with an 18-wheeler, suffered a heart attack, or been mugged and murdered. It was always she who took the initial steps toward making up. Isn't that what a loving, supportive wife was supposed to do when her husband stormed from the house after a quarrel? So he really couldn't be blamed for anything he'd done last night, could he? He'd broken vows, but his backsliding was more Tony's fault than his. She hadn't even tried to be compassionate and understanding. Instead, she had scolded him. He had a collection of erotic magazines and pictures. Big deal. Some might call the material pornographic, but so what? And maybe his collection was more extensive than the next guy's. Was that grounds for making it into a federal case? After last night, her next accusation would be that he had played too rough. He could hear it now. Where is that aggression coming from, Brad? I don't know you anymore. Tony had many fine qualities, but she lacked a spirit of adventure. Anything novel or experimental frightened her. He'd seen the fear in her eyes last night. She should take lessons from that girl he'd met at the lake. Melissa, her name was. That's what she told him anyway. He certainly hadn't given her his name, but he didn't remember her asking. To an adventurous girl like her, names were unimportant. He'd seen this one around a lot, with many different partners, so, not surprisingly, she hadn't been shocked by his graphic pictures. In fact, she had demonstrated a sincere appreciation for them. They had really steamed her up. She'd been all over him. That girl was something else. Her and her nipple ring. Tony would probably have him committed if he suggested a body piercing. But damn, what a turn-on. He settled into his desk chair and booted up his computer. Other people in the office had been curious as to why he'd placed his monitor with the back of it facing out into the room rather than up against the wall so all the cables wouldn't show. He contrived an explanation, but the real reason was that it was nobody's business but his what was on his monitor. He visited his favorite websites, but was disappointed that the material hadn't been updated since yesterday morning. Even so, he scanned them all, looking specifically for women with nipple rings. He didn't find any. He would do some research later, surf the internet until he located some new exotic websites. Maybe a sex club member had discovered some interesting ones that he didn't yet know about. Leave it to kids to be at the forefront of discovery. He entered his password and went into the site. He went straight to the message board and was about to type in an inquiry when someone knocked on his office door, then immediately pushed it open. "Dr. Armstrong?" "What?" he said brusquely. "Sorry," an assistant said. "I didn't mean to disturb you. Your first patient has been prepped." He forced himself to smile. "Thank you. I'll be there as soon as I finish this email to my mom." She ducked out. He glanced at the clock. He'd been in the office for over a half hour, but it had seemed like 5 minutes. "Time flies," he chuckled to himself. Some men read the stock market report over their morning coffee, some the sports page. He had another interest. Was that a crime? He returned to his home page and, just to be on the safe side, engaged the service that deleted all his internet connections so they couldn't be traced. He'd treated 3 patients before he was able to take a break. A newspaper had been left at the coffee bar. He carried it, a donut, and a cup of coffee into his office with him. He sipped the coffee, took a bite from the donut, and flipped up the front page of the newspaper, nearly choking when he saw her picture. It was a serious portrait, probably last year's school photo. Laughably ironic, she looked demure. She seemed to be staring straight at him in a way that made him want to look away. He couldn't. Accompanying the picture was a story about her. County judge's daughter. Jesus. High school senior. Previous malfeasances. A 3-day suspension from school last semester. Her mysterious disappearance. The reporter went into detail about her membership in an internet club, the purpose of which was to solicit sex partners. It was all there in black and white. The writer described how it worked, the chat rooms, the sexually explicit messages left on the website, the secret gatherings, which were no secret to the members, and the licentious acts that ensued at these meeting places. Anyone with whom Janey had had contact was being pursued and questioned by the police. A reference was made that hinted at a possible connection to Paris Gibson's radio program. Brad placed his elbows on his desk and clasped his head between his hands. Sergeant Robert Curtis, who has organized a team of investigators, wouldn't comment on Miss Kemp's alleged connection to the sex club, although Officer John Rondo of the Computer Crimes Division said that such a connection had not been ruled out. "We're still exploring that," Rondo said. The officers declined to comment when asked about the possibility of foul play. The write-up also said that Austin PD personnel had refused to comment when asked why a homicide detective was overseeing a missing persons case. The more loquacious Rondo did tell the reporter, "At this point in time, we've had absolutely no indication of foul play and are assuming that Ms. Kemp is a runaway." Good answer, but it didn't address the question. There was one quote from Judge Kemp. "Like all teenagers, Janey can be inconsiderate and irresponsible when it comes to notifying us of her plans. Mrs. Kemp and I are confident that she'll soon return. It's much too soon for alarming speculation." Brad actually jumped when his phone rang. With a shaking hand, he reached for the intercom button. "Yes?" "Your wife is on line 2, Dr. Armstrong, and your next patient has arrived." "Thanks. Give me 5 minutes." He wiped the sweat off his upper lip and took several deep breaths before lifting the telephone receiver. It was time to play meek. "Hi, hon. Look, before you say anything, I just want you to know how sorry I am about last night. I love you. I hate myself for saying the things I did. That trash bag of stuff, history, I threw it away, all of it. As for the other, I don't know what came over me. You missed your appointment." "Huh?" "Your 10 o'clock appointment with Mr. Hathaway. He called here because he's been unable to reach you at your office." "Christ, I forgot about it." The truth was he had. He'd come into his office, killed a half hour on the internet, seen 3 patients, read the front page story. How could something that important slip your mind, Brad? I had patients, he replied testily. They're pretty damn important too, remember? Our mortgage, car payment, grocery bill. I have a job, which won't matter if you get sent to prison. He glanced down at the picture of Janie Kemp. I'm not going to prison, not for missing one appointment with my probation officer. He's being lenient. He rescheduled you for 1:30 this afternoon. She was back on her high horse, talking to him like he was no older than their son. He was a grown-up, by God. Apparently, I'm not getting through to you, Tony. I've got work. And an addiction, she snapped. Jesus, she was cutting him no slack whatsoever. I told you I got rid of the magazines. I tossed a bunch of them in a dumpster, okay? Happy now? Rather than sounding happy, her laugh sounded terribly sad. Okay, Brad, whatever. But you're not fooling anybody, not Hathaway and certainly not me. If you don't keep this appointment, he'll have to report it, and you'll have to face the consequences. She hung up on him. And the horse you rode in on, sweetheart, he shouted to the telephone receiver as he slammed it down. He sent his chair rolling back on its casters as he shot to his feet. Placing one hand on his hip and rubbing the back of his neck with the other, he began to pace. Any other time, he would be really pissed off at Tony for taking such a high-handed tone with him. And he was pissed off. Matter of fact, he was mad as hell. But Tony would keep. Today he needed to focus on a much more serious problem. When you lined it all up, things didn't look so good for him. He was a convicted sex offender. The charge had been a complete falsehood and the trial a farce. Nevertheless, it was there on his personal record. Last night he'd had sex with a young woman. God help him if she was under 17. Never mind that she was as experienced as a $10 whore. $10? Hell. For round 2, he'd given her a $50 gratuity. Despite her experience, if she was a minor, he'd committed a crime. And his wife, who had the ear of his group therapist and his probation officer, who was probably already yapping to them about his recent violent tendencies. But what really had him concerned, what was causing his bowels to spasm, was that he couldn't remember if he'd ever seen Melissa in the company of Janie Kemp. Chapter 17. Sergeant Curtis called Paris while she was spreading a piece of toast with peanut butter. I'll mention cold cases last night. There's one that's similar? Maddie Robinson. Her body was discovered 3 weeks after her roommate reported her missing. A cattleman found it in a shallow grave in one of his pastures. Middle of nowhere. Cause of death, strangulation with ligature of some kind. Decomposition was advanced. Scavengers and the elements had done significant damage. Paris set aside her breakfast. Curtis continued. But the coroner was able to determine that the body had been washed with an astringent agent. There was a significant pause before he added, inside and out. So even if it had been found sooner, the perp had made damn sure any DNA evidence would be compromised to the point of making it negligible. Also no sign of either shoe prints or tire tracks, probably weather eroded. No clues on clothing because there was none. Paris felt heartsick for the victim who had suffered such a horrible and ignominious death. She asked Curtis what he knew about her. 19, attractive but not a stunning beauty. She was a student. Her roommate admitted that they weren't exactly nuns, partied a lot. They went out nearly every night. Here's where it gets really interesting. According to her, Maddie had been seeing someone she referred to as special. In what way? She didn't know. Maddie was vague about what set this guy apart. The girls had been friends since junior high school, usually confided everything. But Maddie wouldn't tell her anything about this mystery guy, except that he was cool and wonderful and special. The roommate never saw him. Didn't come to her apartment. Maddie would meet him. The roommate didn't know where. He never even called their apartment phone, only Maddie's cell. The roommate's theory was that he was married, and that was the reason for the secrecy. For all their exploits, she and Maddie had drawn the line at sleeping with married men. Not for moral reasons, but because there was no future in it, she said. One day Maddie was in love, the next she announced that she was breaking off the relationship. She told her roommate that he was getting too possessive, which irritated her since he never took her on a real date. The only place they ever went was to his apartment, which she described as dreary, where they'd have sex. She hinted that it had become bizarre even for her, and she enjoyed novelty. The roommate pressed her for details, but she refused to talk about it. All she'd say was that the affair was over. To cheer her up, the roommate prescribed getting laid by someone else. Maddie took her advice. They went out, drank a lot, and Maddie brought a guy home with her. He was later cleared as a suspect. Maddie Robinson was last seen on the shore of Lake Travis, where a large group of young people were celebrating the start of summer break. She and the roommate got separated. The roommate went home alone, assuming that Maddie had found a partner for the night. This was nothing unusual. But when Maddie hadn't come home 24 hours later, she notified the police. I wasn't assigned the case, so it didn't spring immediately to mind. The trail got cold for the CIB detectives who were investigating, and the case got turned over to the other unit. Summary complete, he took a deep breath. So this happened roughly around the time spring semester ended. Late last May. The body was found June 20th. Do you have recorded calls from that far back? In my files. Shall I bring you duplicates? ASAP, please. Stan? He jumped when Paris walked into her office and caught him seated behind her desk. He recovered quickly and greeted her with a glum, "Hey." She tossed her handbag onto the pile of printed material on her desk. "You're in my seat." Before coming into her office, she had gone to the storage room and retrieved several CDs containing recorded call-ins that she'd had transferred off the Vox Pro. She'd left them with an engineer and asked him to duplicate their contents onto audio cassettes. "Cassettes? That's working backward, isn't it?" he grumbled. Without wanting to explain that the CIB was still working with audio cassettes, she simply said thanks and left before he had an opportunity to refuse her odd request. "What are you doing in my office?" she asked Stan now as she replaced him in her chair. As he'd done the night before, he cleared a corner of her desk and perched there, uninvited. "Because I don't raid an office, and this was the most private place to wait." "For what?" "My Uncle Wilkins. He's in a conference with the GM." "About what?" "Me." "Why? What did you do?" He took exception. "How come everybody automatically assumes that I screwed up?" "Did you?" "No." "Then why is your Uncle Wilkins having a conference about you with our GM?" "Because of that goddamn phone call." "Valentino's phone call?" "It churned up some stuff. My uncle flew out here in the company jet early this morning, called and woke me up, ordered me to meet him here, and he meant immediately. So I break my neck to get here, and he's already behind closed doors. I haven't even seen him yet." "What stuff?" Rather than answer her question, he asked one of his own. "Do I do a good job around here, Paris?" She shook her head with amusement and dismay. "Stan, you don't do any job around here." "I'm here every single weeknight until 2 o'clock in the freaking morning." "You're here in body. You occupy space. But you don't do any work." "Because nothing ever goes wrong with any of the machines." "If it did, would you know how to correct it?" "Maybe. I'm good with gadgets," he said petulantly. "Gadgets isn't exactly the word I would use to describe millions of dollars worth of electronics. Do you even understand radio technology, Stan? Do you?" I don't have the title of engineer. He was a spoiled brat prone to whining. On any given night, she felt like throttling him for his incompetence and casual approach to his job. Ineptitude was forgivable, but indifference wasn't. Not in her book, anyway. Every time she spoke into her microphone, she was aware that hundreds of thousands of people were listening to her. She was touching them with her voice, in their cars and where they lived. She became a partner in whatever they were doing at the time. To her, the listening audience wasn't just a 6-digit number on which to base an advertising rate. Each number represented an individual who was giving her his time and to whom she owed the best programming she could provide. Stan had never considered the human factor of their audience, or if he had, it hadn't been translated into work. He'd never shown any initiative. He put in his time, counting the minutes until sign-off, and then rushed out to do whatever it was that he did. But in spite of all that, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He wasn't here by choice. His future had been dictated the second he was born into the Crenshaw family. His uncle was a childless bachelor. Stan was an only child. When his father died, he became the heir apparent to the media empire, like it or not. No one in the corporation seemed willing to accept or admit that he was uninterested and ill-equipped to assume control when his Uncle Wilkins stepped down, which probably wouldn't be until he was pronounced dead. "I'm learning the business from the bottom up," he told Paris sulkily. "I need to know a little about every aspect of it so I'll be ready when it's time for me to take over. At least that's what Uncle Wilkins thinks." What stuff did Valentino's call churn up? His mouth twisted into a scornful frown. "It's nothing." It was enough to get your Uncle Wilkins in a spin. He heaved a huge sigh. "Before I was assigned, banished, to this swell radio station, I was working at our TV station in Jacksonville, Florida. Compared to this dump, it was paradise. I had a fling with one of the female employees." "Then you're not gay?" He reacted as if he'd been jabbed in the spine with a hot poker. "Gay? Who says I'm gay?" There's been speculation. "Gay? Jesus! I hate these stupid rednecks around here. If you don't drive a dual-axle pickup, drink Bud from a bottle, and dress like the Sundance Kid, you're queer." "What about the woman in Florida?" He picked up a paperclip and began reshaping it. "We got carried away in the office. Next thing I know, she's crying sexual harassment." "Which was untrue?" "Yes, Paris, it was untrue," he said, enunciating each word. "The charge was as bogus as her 36C cups. I didn't coerce her into having sex with me. In fact, she was on top." "More information than I needed, Stan?" "Anyhow, she filed suit. Uncle Wilkins settled out of court, but it cost him a bundle. He got pissed at me, not her. Can you believe that? Said, 'How stupid do you have to be to take your dick out at work?' I asked him if he'd ever heard of Bill Clinton, a remark he didn't appreciate, especially since all our newspapers had endorsed him for president. Anyway, that's why I'm here, serving time." He tossed the now misshapen paperclip into the wastebasket. It made a soft ping when it struck the metal bottom. "And that's why he hopped the company jet and flew here this morning." Paris could guess the rest. After he told him about being questioned by the police, Wilkins thought he should come to Austin and make certain this unfortunate episode in Florida didn't rear its ugly head. He called it damage control. Spoken like a true corporate godfather. She now had the picture. Stan had been foisted onto 101.3 as punishment for mixing business with pleasure. Uncle Wilkins had omitted telling management about the incident with the company employee, but felt he should explain it now before the Austin PD uncovered it and suspicion was cast on his nephew. Was that the only incident, Stan? His eyes narrowed as he looked down at her from his lofty angle. "What do you mean?" The question was simple enough, Yes or no? The starch went out of him then. That was the only time, and believe me, I learned my lesson. I'll never touch another employee. As an owner, that could make you vulnerable to litigation. I wish somebody had warned me about that before I went to Jacksonville. Paris passed up telling him he shouldn't have had to be warned. That was a policy he should have adopted without being told. She also refrained from calling him a creep for doing it under any circumstances. He looked across at her with a wounded expression. Everybody thinks I'm gay? How like Stan to prioritize the least important point. You dress too well. The electrician who duplicated the recording stepped in to tell her that the cassettes were ready and that he'd left them for her at the lobby desk. More cassettes? Stan said. This may not be the first time Valentino heralded a murder by calling me. What happened last night after you and Malloy raced out of here? I gather you didn't catch Valentino. No, unfortunately. She told him about the payphone at the Walmart store. Patrol cars were there within minutes, but no one was around. I heard about the missing girl on the news this morning. Front page of the paper, too. She nodded, recalling the quote from Judge Kemp. Janie's parents were holding fast to their belief that her absence was by choice, which to Paris's mind was a monumental mistake. On the other hand, she hoped they were right. She stood up and gathered her handbag, preparing to leave. I'll see you tonight, Stan. Who's Dean Malloy? The question came from out of the blue and caught her off guard. I told you, staff psychologist for the APD. Who moonlights as a bodyguard? He gave her a sardonic look. When I dropped off those cassettes at your house last night, the cop told me that Malloy was inside with you. I'm missing your point. Deliberately, I think. Who is Malloy to you, Paris? If she didn't tell him, he might go digging on his own and learn more than she preferred him to know. He and I knew each other in Houston years ago. I'm guessing you knew each other pretty well. Not pretty well, Stan. Very well. He was Jack's best friend. Closing the conversation with that, she stepped around him and moved toward the door. But at the threshold, she paused and turned back. What do you know about Marvin? Only that he's a jerk. Is he into computers, the internet? He snuffled. Like I would know. I haven't exchanged more than a few grunts with him. Why the sudden interest? She hesitated, not knowing if Marvin's apparent flight was information that Curtis would want to be shared. No reason. See you tonight. Paris and Sergeant Curtis sequestered themselves in a small interrogation room and sat across from each other at a scarred table. On it were the portable recorder he had used the day before and the cassette tape she had brought from the radio station. They began their search for Valentino's calls by listening to tapes recorded up to a week before Mattie Robinson's disappearance. Yesterday, she and Dean had agreed that Valentino was altering his voice. The affectation made it distinctive and instantly recognizable, thereby allowing her to fast-forward past voices obviously not his. Curtis left briefly to get them fresh coffees. When he returned, Paris told him excitedly, "I think I found it. We don't have a date and time stamp like we would on the Vox Pro, but it's on a cassette of recordings made about that time. He was especially morose that night, but I aired this call anyway. His statements provoked follow-up calls that kept my phone lines busy for hours." Curtis resumed his seat. "You made him a celebrity for the evening." "Unwittingly, I assure you." "Ready?" She started the tape.
Women are unfaithful, Paris. Why is that? You're a woman. When you've got a man practically eating out of your hand, why would you want another? Isn't quality better than quantity?
"I'm sorry you're unhappy tonight, Valentino."
I'm not unhappy. I'm angry.
Not every woman is unfaithful.
That's been my experience.
You just haven't found the right woman yet. Would you like to hear a special song tonight?
Like what?
Barbra Streisand sings a wonderful rendition of Cry Me a River. It's a cliché, but what goes around comes around.
Play the song, Paris. But even if she gets dumped the way she dumped me, it won't be the retribution she should receive.
Paris stopped the cassette and looked across at Curtis, who was thoughtfully twirling his ring around his finger again. He said, "I guess the retribution he felt she deserved was to choke her to death and bury her body in a goddamn cow pasture. Excuse my French." Paris lowered her head into her hands and massaged her temples. I never would have gathered from what he said that he was plotting to kill her. Hey, don't beat yourself up over this. You're not a mind reader. I didn't detect a real threat in what he said. No one would have. And anyway, we're still guessing. Valentino may have no connection whatsoever to Mattie Robinson. She lowered her hands and looked at him. But you think they're connected, don't you? Before he could answer, John Rondeau pushed open the door. He smiled brightly at Paris. Good morning. Hi, John. He seemed pleased that she remembered his name. Making progress? We think so. So am I. He looked at Curtis. Can I see you outside for a minute? Curtis got up. Back in a sec. I'll see if I can find any other calls from Valentino. The detective left with the younger man and was gone much longer than a sec. By the time he returned, she had scored again. This call is on the same cassette, which means they couldn't have come in more than a few days apart. He's a totally different Valentino, very upbeat. He claims that the unfaithful lover is out of his life, and he stresses the word forever. You'll hear on the tape the difference in his mood. Sensing that Curtis was only half listening and seemed distracted, she paused to ask, Is something wrong? Maybe. I hate to think this might be bad, but... He ran his hand around the back of his thick neck as though it had suddenly begun to ache. I suppose you know that Malloy has a son. Gavin. You know him. I knew him as a little boy. I haven't seen him since he was 10. Curtis's anxiety was evident. She felt a stab of fear for Dean. Why, Sergeant? What about Gavin? What's happened? Chapter 18. Gavin? Yeah? Dean pushed open his son's bedroom door and went in. Boot up your computer. Huh? You heard me. Gavin was lying on his bed watching ESPN. He should have something more constructive to do than watch a replay of a soccer game between two European teams. Why wasn't he up and dressed, doing something rather than lazing in bed? Because I haven't made him, Dean thought. He had a lazy son because he'd been a lazy parent. Trying to make Gavin get off his butt hadn't been worth the quarrels that invariably followed. Lately, to avoid a hassle, he'd let a lot of things go. He shouldn't have. He wasn't trying to win a popularity contest with Gavin. He wasn't his buddy, his pastor or his therapist. He was his father. It was past time for him to start exercising stricter parental authority. He snatched the remote control from Gavin's hand and switched off the television set. Boot up your computer, he repeated. Gavin sat up. What for? I think you know. No, I don't. The disrespectful tone and insolent expression stoked Dean's temper. He felt it smoldering like a nugget of coal inside his chest, but he wouldn't yield to it. He would not. He said tightly, We can go straight to the police station where they're waiting to interrogate you about Janie Kemp's disappearance, or you can boot up your goddamn computer so at least I'll know what we're up against when I get you down there. Either way, your days of jerking me around are over. He had stayed home this morning to organize and type his notes on a suspect he had interviewed several days ago. The detective overseeing that case was growing impatient with the delay. He knew that if he went to his office, he couldn't have concentrated on anything except Paris and the case in which she was involved. He couldn't have kept himself out of the CIB where he knew she and Curtis would be listening to her tapes. So he'd called Ms. Lester, told her he would be working at home, and forced himself to tackle the overdue report. He had just finished it when Robert Curtis called and gave him what could be life-altering news. The police want to question me? Gavin asked. How come? Dean had been clinging to a thread of hope that John Rondeau had made a grave error, but Gavin's worried expression was a dead giveaway that the information was correct. You lied to me, Gavin. You're an active member of the sex club. You've exchanged numerous email letters with Janie Kemp, and based on what you two wrote back and forth, you know her a hell of a lot better than you led me to believe. Do you dispute any of this?" Gavin was now seated on the edge of his mattress, his head hanging between hunched shoulders. "No." "When was the last time you saw her?" "The night she disappeared." "What time?" "Early, 8 or so. It was still light." "Where?" "At the lake. She's always there." "Had you arranged to meet her there that night?" "No, she'd been giving me the leopard treatment for the last few weeks." "Why?" "She's like that. Get you to like her and then, your history. I heard she's been seeing this other guy." "What's his name?" "Don't know. Nobody does. Rumor is he's older." "How old?" "I don't know," Gavin whined, becoming impatient with all the questions. 30-something, maybe. "So what happened the other night?" "I went up to her and we started talking." "You were mad at her." Gavin looked up at him, silently asking how he knew that. "In your last email to her, you called her a bitch, and worse." Gavin swallowed hard and dropped his head again. "I didn't mean anything by it." "Well, that's not how the police are going to see it, especially since she's been missing since that night." "I don't know what happened to her. Swear to God I don't. Don't you believe me?" Dean desperately wanted to, but he resisted the urge to go easy on him. Now wasn't the time to turn soft. Gavin needed him to be tough, not Mr. Nice Guy. "We'll get to the part about believing you later. Boot up your computer. I need to see how bad it is." Reluctantly, Gavin moved to his desk. Dean noticed that he typed in a username and a password to get in, which would have been unnecessary if he had nothing to hide. The home page of the sex club had been designed by amateurs. It was the cyberspace-age version of restroom wall graffiti. Dean motioned Gavin aside. He sat down in the desk chair and reached for the mouse. "Dad," Gavin groaned, but Dean ignored him and went straight to the message board. Curtis had given him the names Gavin and Janie had used, Blade and Puss in Boots, respectively. For 10 minutes he scrolled through the messages, stopping to read the ones written by his son and the judge's daughter. It was difficult reading. The last message Gavin had emailed was crude, insulting, and now incriminating. Sick at heart, Dean closed the website and turned off the computer. For several moments he stared into the blank monitor screen, trying to link the writer of what he'd just read with the little boy he had taught to use a baseball glove. The kid with the gap-toothed smile and sprinkling of freckles across his nose. The youngster whose biggest problem used to be foot odor. Dean couldn't afford the time to indulge in his personal despair now. He must save it for later. More imperative was clearing his son of all suspicion. "This is one time you had better come clean with me, Gavin. I want to help you, and I will, but if you lie to me, I'll be hamstrung and unable to help you. So no matter how bad it is there anything else I should know?" "Like what?" "Anything about Janie and you. Did you actually ever have sex with her?" He nodded toward the computer. "Or was this only talk?" Gavin looked away. "We did it once." "When?" "Month ago, 6 weeks," he said, raising his shoulders. "Not long after I met her, but we'd already been exchanging emails. I was the new kid in town. I think that's the only reason she was interested in me." "Where did this take place?" "A whole bunch of us met at some park. I can't remember the name of it. She and I broke away from the group, got in my car." Resentfully, he added, "Didn't you ever do it in the backseat of a car?" He was trying to pick a fight. The transference of guilt was a classic distraction tactic that Dean recognized and refused to buy into. "Did you use a rubber?" "Of course." "You're sure?" "I'm sure, geez." "And you were with her only that one time?" Gavin rolled his shoulders, pushed back a hank of hair that had fallen over his forehead, looked everywhere except at Dean. "Gavin." He sighed theatrically. "Okay, one other time." She went down on me. Same questions. Where did it happen? Behind some club on 6th Street. In public? Yeah, sorta, I guess. I mean, we were out in the open, but nobody else was around. He had a flash image of himself calling Pat and telling her that her baby boy was in jail for public lewdness. Where were you, Dean? She would have asked. Where had he been while his son was composing smutty letters and getting blowjobs in alleyways? The self-accusations had to be shelved until later, too. Those 2 times. That's it. Yeah, she cooled it. Dumped me. But you weren't ready to be dumped. Gavin looked at him as if he was crazy. Hell no. She's hot. To say the least, Dean said in an undertone. If there's anything else, you'd better tell me. I don't want any more ugly surprises, something the cops have discovered that you haven't told me. Gavin wrestled with indecision for at least half a minute before he said, He opened a desk drawer, removed a paperback copy of The Lord of the Rings, and took out a photograph that had been secreted between the pages. She gave me this the other night. Dean reached for the photograph. He didn't know which astonished him more, the girl's graphic pose or her shameless smile. He slipped the picture into his shirt pocket. Get showered and dressed. Dad, hurry. I've been instructed to have you there by noon. A lawyer is meeting us there. Finally, the gravity of his predicament seemed to have penetrated layers of adolescent insolence. I don't need a lawyer. I'm afraid you do, Gavin. I didn't do anything to Janie, don't you believe me? Dad? His sullenness had dissolved. He looked young and scared, and Dean experienced that same twinge in his heart that he had felt the night before when he watched him sleep. He wanted to embrace him and assure him that everything would be all right, but he couldn't promise that because he didn't know it to be true. He wanted to tell him that he believed him implicitly, but unfortunately, he didn't. Gavin had betrayed his trust too many times. He wanted to tell him he loved him, but he didn't say that either. He was afraid that Gavin would rebuke him for it being too little, too late. Paris had been pacing the hallway for more than an hour waiting. Nevertheless, she reacted with a start when Dean emerged through the double doors of the CIB where he, Gavin, and an attorney had met with Curtis and Rondo in an interrogation room. He looked surprised to see her. I didn't know you were here. I couldn't leave until I knew that Gavin was all right. So you know. I was with Curtis listening to the tapes when... She stopped, unsure of what she should say. When my son became a suspect? As far as we know, no crime has been committed and Janie is with a friend. Sure, that's why Curtis is putting Gavin through the ringer. She pushed him toward a bench and made him sit down. It was an ugly, sad-looking piece, a cheap metal frame supporting a blue vinyl cushion with the stuffing poking up through numerous cracks. Probably it had been mindlessly picked at by the restless hands of witnesses, suspects, and victims who had occupied the same bench while despairing over their fate or that of someone they loved. They wouldn't have been in this place unless their lives had been upended, perhaps permanently. "How is Gavin handling it?" she asked softly. "He's subdued, not giving off any attitude, thank God. I think it's finally sunk in that he's in deep shit. Only because he exchanged sexually explicit emails with Janie, so did a lot of others." "Yeah, but Gavin has demonstrated a real creative flair," he said with a bitter laugh. "Did they show you any of the stuff he'd written?" "No, but even if I'd read it, it wouldn't have changed my opinion of him. He was a terrific little boy, and he'll be a fine young man. 2 days ago, I thought breaking curfew was a major offense. Now, this. Jesus." Sighing, he propped his elbows on his knees and covered his face with his hands. Paris placed her hand on his shoulder. It was instinctive. He needed to be touched, and she needed to touch him. "Have you called Pat?" "No. Why upset if it turns out to be nothing except some dirty emails? Which I'm sure is exactly what it'll turn out to be. I hope. Twice he talked us through his actions that night. The accounts didn't vary. Then he's probably telling the truth. Or his lie has been well rehearsed. Staring straight ahead toward the open staircase across the hall, he tapped his clasped fingers against his lips. I talk to liars every day, Paris. Most people lie to one degree or another. Some don't even realize they're lying. They've said or believed something for so long that it becomes their truth. It's my job to filter out their bullshit until I get to the real truth. When he paused, Paris remained silent, giving him an opportunity to organize his thoughts. The warmth of his skin radiated up through his shirt and into her palm where it still rested on his shoulder. Gavin admits to driving home drunk, he said. He admits to stopping along the way to barf in someone's yard and to disobeying me by leaving the house in the first place. He owns up to liking Janie, or at least liking what they did together. He says he talked to her that night and tried to persuade her to go somewhere with him. She shot him down cold. He got mad, said things, some of which I can't believe came out of my son's mouth. He confesses to being furious when he left her, but he insists that he did. He says he joined a group of guys and remained with them, drinking tequila until he left for home. He didn't see Janie again. Turning his head, he locked gazes with her. I believe him, Paris. Good. Am I being naive? Is that wishful thinking? No. I think you believe him because he's telling the truth. She gave his shoulder a light squeeze of reassurance. Is there anything I can do? Have dinner with us tonight, Gavin and me. Not expecting that, she quickly removed her hand from his shoulder and looked away. I work at night, remember? There's plenty of time to have dinner before you go to the station. We'll start early. She shook her head. I have something to do this afternoon that can't be postponed. Besides, I don't think it's a good idea. Because of what happened last night? No. Yes. Vexed by his perception, she said, Okay, yes. Because you know that if we're together, it's going to happen again. No, it won't. It will, Paris. You know it will. Furthermore, you want it to just as much as I do. Dean? Upon hearing his name, they sprang apart. A woman had just alighted from one of the elevators and was coming toward them. There was only one word to describe her. Stunning. Her tailored suit emphasized her curvy figure rather than detracted from it. Excellent legs were shown off by a fashionably short skirt and high heels. Lip gloss and mascara were her only makeup, and no more than that was needed. She wore no jewelry other than discreet diamond studs in her ears, a slender gold chain at her throat, and a wristwatch. Her pale, shoulder-length hair was parted down the middle, the style loose, classic, and uncomplicated. A California girl in a power suit. Dean shot to his feet. Liz. She graced him with a dazzling smile. Everything went so well in Chicago, I wrapped things up a day early. Made all my flight connections and thought I would surprise you with a late lunch. Ms. Lester told me I could find you here, and apparently I did pull off a surprise. She hugged him, kissed him on the mouth, then turned and gave Paris an open and friendly smile. Hello. Dean made a terse introduction. Liz Douglas, Paris Gibson. Paris didn't remember coming to her feet, but she found herself standing face to face with Liz Douglas, whose handshake was firm, like a woman accustomed to conducting business primarily with men. How do you do? Paris said weakly. A pleasure to meet you. Are you a policewoman? Do you work with Dean? She was trying to see past Paris's tinted lenses and probably had assumed she was an undercover officer. No, I work in radio. Really? Are you on the air? Late night. I'm sorry, I don't. No need to apologize, Paris told her. My program comes on when most people are already in bed. After a brief but awkward lapse in conversation, Dean said, "Paris and I knew each other in Houston years ago." "Ah," Liz Douglas said, as though that was an explanation that clarified everything. "You'll have to excuse me. I'm late for an appointment." Paris turned to Dean. "Everything will be fine. I know it will. Please tell Gavin hello for me. Miss Douglas, nice to meet you." She walked quickly away toward the elevators. Dean called her name, but she pretended not to hear and kept walking. As she disappeared around the corner, she heard Liz Douglas say, "I get the distinct impression I interrupted something. Is she in some sort of trouble?" "Actually, I am," he replied. "Gavin and I." "My God, what's happened?" By then an elevator had arrived. Paris stepped into it and was grateful to find herself the sole passenger. She leaned against the back wall as the door slid closed. She didn't hear any more of Dean's conversation with Liz, but she didn't need to. The familiarity with which they'd kissed said a lot. He would no longer need her hand on his shoulder. He had Liz to console him now. Gavin knew that if he lived to be 100, this would go down as the worst day of his life. For this visit to the police station, he had dressed in his nicest clothes, and his dad hadn't even had to tell him to. They were probably ruined now, because for the past hour and a half he'd been leaking sweat from every pore. The BO would never come out. On TV and in movies, suspects under interrogation made themselves look guilty with their body language, so he tried not to fidget in the uncomfortable chair, but sat up straight. He didn't let his eyes dart about the room, but looked directly at Sergeant Curtis. When asked a question, he didn't elaborate, but spoke truthfully and concisely, although the subject matter was embarrassing. He took his dad's advice. Now was not the time to withhold information. Not that he was trying to cover up anything. They already knew about the emails, the sex club, all that. He didn't know Janie Kemp's whereabouts or what had happened to her. He was as clueless about her fate as they were. Yes, he'd had sex with her, but so had every guy he'd met since coming to Austin, with the exception of his dad and the men in this room. All but one. And more than Curtis's persistent questions, it was that one who was making him sweat. He'd been introduced as John Rondo. The instant Rondo walked into the room, Gavin recognized him. After all, he'd seen him just last night with two busty babes climbing from the backseat of a car, and it sure as hell hadn't been a prayer group. There was no mistaking that the young cop had recognized him, too. When he saw Gavin, his eyes had widened slightly but returned to normal in a nanosecond. Then he had clapped a warning stare on Gavin that made his scrotum shrink, and snuffed any comment he might have made about having seen this guy before. The others, including his dad, probably took Rondo's stare as stern disapproval of the emails he had swapped with Janie. But Gavin knew better. Gavin knew Rondo was threatening him with severe consequences if he betrayed his extracurricular activities to his superiors. Gavin felt even more afraid when Curtis asked his dad to leave the room. Lately, his old man had been a real hard-ass, constantly writing him about one thing or another. It had gotten to where Gavin dreaded the sight of him, knowing he was about to receive a lecture on something. But he was glad to have his dad on his side today. And no matter how bad the situation became, Gavin knew he wouldn't abandon him. He remembered once when they'd gone to the Gulf Coast for a long weekend. His dad had cautioned him about swimming out too far. The waves are stronger and higher than they look from the beach. There's also a strong undertow. Be careful. But he'd wanted to impress his dad with what a good swimmer and body surfer he was. Next thing he knew, he couldn't touch bottom and the waves just wouldn't let up. He panicked and floundered. He went under, knowing he was doomed to a death by drowning. Then a strong arm closed around his chest and hauled him to the surface. "It's okay, son. I've got you." He sputtered and struggled, still trying to find a footing. "Relax against me, Gavin. I won't let you go. I promise." His dad towed him all the way back to shore. He didn't bawl him out when they got there either. He didn't say, "Stupid kid, didn't I tell you? When are you going to listen and learn?" He just looked real worried while he thumped him on the back until he'd coughed up all the seawater he'd swallowed. Then he had wrapped him in a beach towel and hugged him tight against his side for a long time, not saying anything, just staring out across the water, holding him close. When the weekend was over and his mom had asked if everything had gone okay, his dad had winked at him while telling her that everything had been fine. "We had a great time." He never did tell her that Gavin would have been a goner if he hadn't saved him. Gavin trusted him to be there to grab him if he sank today, too. His dad was like that, a good person to have around during a crisis. That's why it had stressed him when the detective asked his dad to wait outside while they talked to Gavin alone. "I'll leave, but only if the lawyer stays," his dad had stipulated. Curtis had agreed. Before he left, his dad had looked at him and said, "I'll be right outside, son." And Gavin was confident that he would be. After he left, Curtis had looked at him so hard he'd begun to squirm in his seat despite his determination not to. He was beginning to wonder if the detective had gone mute by the time he said, "I know it's hard to talk about certain things in front of your dad. Girls and sex, stuff like that." "Yes, sir. Now that your father isn't here, I'd like to ask you some questions of a more personal nature." More personal than they'd already been? You gotta be kidding me. That's what he'd thought, but he'd said, "Okay." But the questions were basically the same ones his dad had asked him before they left the house. He responded to Curtis just as candidly. He told him about the times he and Janie had had sex. "You didn't engage in any sexual activity with her that last night you saw her?" "No, sir." "Did you see her having sex with anyone else?" What, did they think he'd watch? Did they really think he was that sick? "I wouldn't have gone up to her and started talking if she'd been with another guy." "Did you touch her?" "No, sir. I tried to take her hand once, but she pulled it back. She told me I was needy, and that my neediness had gotten to be a real pain." "That's when you called her a bitch and so forth?" "Yes, sir." "What was she wearing?" Wearing? He couldn't remember. When he called up an image of her, he saw only her face, the sultry eyes, the smile that was both inviting and cruel. "I don't remember." Curtis looked over at Rondo. "Can you think of anything else?" "Where'd you get the picture of her?" Gavin dreaded looking directly at him, but he did. "She gave it to me." "When?" "That night," she said. "Get over it, Gavin." Then she gave me the picture, a souvenir, she called it. When I got to missing her, I could use it, you know, to get off. "Did she tell you who took the picture?" "Some guy she's been seeing." "Did she say his name?" "No." "Did you ask?" "No." Curtis waited to see if Rondo had anything else he wanted to ask, but when he sat back satisfied, Curtis stood up. "That's it for now, Gavin, unless you can think of anything else." "No, sir." "If you do, notify me or tell your father immediately." "I will, sir. I hope she's found soon." "So do we. Thank you for your cooperation." As promised, his dad was waiting outside the CIB, but Gavin was surprised to see that Liz was with him. Immediately she rushed toward him. She asked if he was all right and smothered him in a hug. "I gotta go to the bathroom," he mumbled and moved away before anyone could stop him. No one was at the urinals. He slipped into one of the stalls and checked for feet beneath the partitions. When he was sure he was alone, he bent over the toilet and vomited. He hadn't had much to eat today, just some cereal for breakfast, so mostly he spewed bile and then had the dry heaves until the blood vessels in his neck seemed on the verge of bursting. The spasms were so violent they made his torso sore. Fear had caused him to vomit once before. When he was 14, he had sneaked his mother's car out. She was on a date with the man she'd ultimately married. Since she had abandoned him to go to dinner with that loser, Gavin had felt it served her right if he drove her car illegally. He'd gone only as far as the nearest McDonald's, where he'd scarfed down a Big Mac. On his way home, only a block from his house, a neighbor's new golden retriever darted right into the path of his car. The puppy had been the talk of the neighborhood. He was cute and friendly, and when Gavin had gone down to meet him a few days earlier, he had licked his face enthusiastically. He had braked in time to prevent a tragedy, but he had come close enough to killing the puppy that as soon as he got home, he'd thrown up his ill-gotten meal. His mom never knew that he had taken the car out, and the puppy had grown into a dog that still thrived. Beyond a guilty conscience, he hadn't had to face any consequences. He hadn't been as fortunate this time. He flushed the toilet twice before leaving the stall. At the sink, he splashed double handfuls of cold water over his face, rinsed his mouth out several times, then bathed his face some more before turning off the faucet and straightening up. Before he could even register that Rondo was there, the cop had one hand on the back of his head and the other in an iron grip around his wrist and was pushing his hand up between his shoulder blades.